In the gloomy rain, Julie coldly killed her fiancé, Deculein. The tragic death was actually a scene from a game that Kim Yoo-din, a character model designer, was testing, but a sudden game error pulled him into that very world, where the sky was torn apart and monsters poured down, and the most dangerous villain, Deculein, a character based on him, is waiting. If you want to know how a game designer will survive in the world of the villain he created, join Academy Manhwa to follow this fascinating story. The sky suddenly darkened and a heavy rain started without warning. Rain pattered on the ground. There was a pale hand with fingers trembling slightly as if trying to hold on to something. Clenching tightly, there was no resistance left in his eyes when he looked at Julie, only helplessness and resignation. Just kill me already. His face showed a silent sadness so deep that it could not be hidden. Not a flicker of emotion in Julie's eyes, only coldness and cruelty. Her hand trembled, but she still gripped the sword tightly, as if clinging to her last bit of will. Without a moment's hesitation, Julie struck a cold and ruthless blow as if there had never been anything between them but hatred. Bright red blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, mixing with the cold raindrops falling down. Blood stained his palm red. Now only a soft whisper echoed from Zihip within his mind. You are still the same. A painful but proud smile, weak but dazzling, impossible to tell if it was despair or a final challenge. He gently reached out to Julie's cheek, using his last breaths. Because he could not have her, he found her beautiful. His hand slowly fell, but in Julie's eyes, a fire of resentment still burned. In the suffocating tension, a voice rang like a cold knife slicing through the rain. You wretch. Gasping breaths along with streaks of bright red blood flowing down, mixing with the rain. The corner of his mouth twitched into a faint smile amidst the pain. The system panel appeared with a notification. Annulment condition completed. Kill Deculein. A sigh of relief was heard. Phew. Thank goodness. Congratulations. You have cleared the stage. I won't be kicked now. The system panel displays character information. Slow reproachful voice sounds. Just because of this guy, I had to suffer like this. Finally the bug that kept kicking me on the annulment road has been fixed. His name is Kim Yoo-din, character model designer. He stretched wearily, but his face shone with satisfaction. Finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for this damn overtime. Ru, a game console manufacturer, appeared as an outlier in the scarce Korean game console market. Ru has been constantly releasing hit titles since its establishment. Now, this company has become a name that the whole world is paying attention to. And right now, what I am testing is the game that Ru has poured all its profits and investment into developing. Frankly, if it fails, we are screwed. An excited laugh rings. Oh, let us see. Playtime is 11 hours. Huh. The core of this game is that the safety Turian difficulty will change depending on the player's choices. Perhaps that is why, even though it is a single-player game, thanks to the new experience of accompanying special characters equipped with advanced this game has attracted a lot of attention from game magazines both at home and abroad. Not only that, the game also recreates unique and fascinating professions that are hard to find in ordinary games. Like knights, mages, adventurers, demons, demon hunters, nobles, even kings. As a result, players can transform into any character they want in the game world. In other words, just build a reputation for the and this game will be a cash cow. With a game like this, if it fails, the company will hardly survive. It's best to double-check the character settings. And the reason why he has been working overtime for the past few months. It's because of this guy. The system panel displays character information. Name Deculein von Grehant. Position head professor. He finally completed AT without being kicked out of the game. An important episode. The death of Deculein. One of the sub-bosses of the game and also a special villain. Because he is an important villain with many diverse Sef-Turai branches, the errors kept appearing endlessly. Finally, he can be killed normally. The cause of death in this branch is the injury caused by his fiancée. Well, that is right. He was plotting all the time, so he deserves aid. In the silent space, a voice suddenly calls Wu Jin. She follows Wu Jin with a concerned look, as if wanting to ask something. Is the test okay? He began to introduce. This is Duel, my them leader in the development them, and also my ex-girlfriend. We were together for 7 years, sharing every moment and finding happiness in everything. In those forehead kisses, every handshake. Despite their contrasting personalities, he was lazy by nature, while Ara was a workaholic. Her relentless ambition Made a carefree person like me try to live properly. But at some point, we still broke up, no matter how hard Ara tried. I could not change in the end. She softly and thoughtfully said to Wu Jin, I heard you had a hard time because of the game errors that kept appearing. I am glad it is okay now, he continued to confide. And then, after 6 months, I heard that she already has someone new. Wu Jin began to ask, but with hidden meaning. It seems that you and the person you are seeing are progressing well. Ah, with a confused face. Huh. She chuckled and said, why do rumors spread so fast in this company? I guess it's okay. Wu Jin felt stifled, but hearing it from her own mouth was really uncomfortable. Wu Jin replied with a mocking tone, I hope you two will get married soon. She immediately mentioned another issue. Stop with those silly taunts. Keep checking for bugs. R reminded, oh, and the author said the Sefterai has changed, so you have to adjust the character models. He complained, again, why does AT always change? Wu Jin began to think, wait, if this guy is handled carefully, he can be killed right away. Is he really a sub-boss? That is the appeal of this game and of Deculein. The more he progresses in the Sefterai, the stronger he becomes, depending on the player's choices. He will be the determining factor in the difficulty of the game, a word said along with the man's calculations. That is right. She began to explain. And do you know, this character model is based on you. Wu Jin was surprised. Deculein. She teased Wu Jin. You did not realize AT when you were making the model. That sly face. Looks a lot like you, he coldly replied. Not believing. What? I have only met the author twice. Ara chuckled. So, every time I play, I always kill him first, he said with a frown. What? Ara continued to tease. Anyway, the personality is quite similar. The system panel shows Deculein. You wretch. Deculein fell, the destiny of man. He felt uncomfortable. The last words were you wretch. What is similar about that? Ara suggested. Okay, let us put the gossip aside for now. How do you feel after trying ATO? He replied worriedly. The game is good, but thinking about the company's survival depending on AT makes me a little nervous. Ara immediately comforted him. Do not worry. Just looking at the world's reaction when watching the Gimpim AMPA trailer is enough to know that this game definitely won't flop. Wu Jin mocked. Oh my, is not that the Thim leader's boyfriend? She was speechless. Wu Jin hastily reminded her. Look, he is parking to pick you up. AT's getting late. What are you doing? He is waiting. Hurry up and go. Ara affirmed. That is right. I will go first then. She smiled and waved slightly. Wu Jin. Good work, he immediately replied with an indifferent face. Take care. In that silent scene, a sound broke the silence. The clock hanging on the wall. Wu Jin continued working. Deculein again. He complained. The author is really too much, saying that the scumbag is me. Characteristics summary. There are a total of 6 characteristics in the combination of genius and mediocrity. Huh. Wu Jin thought to himself. When he was Dung, Deculein was praised as a born magical prodigy, but in reality, he was just a mediocre person, his characteristic self-esteem. Arrogant personality, plus his origin from the upper echelons of the aristocracy. The result is the worst personality ever created, a sense of superiority. Cleanliness. Orderly habits. Competitive spirit. Noble manners. Sensitivity. Authority. Boastfulness but composure. Divine power to the extreme. Can this really be called a human personality? Well, anyway, according to the plot development, he is getting stronger and stronger. The problem is, everyone around him hates him. So can any other characteristics or personality traits be added? Something that is okay but not too obvious. Anyway, he was created based on me. Let us see. The characteristic of understanding. Is AT similar to empathy? Okay. Anyway, you should at least become a person with more empathy than me. Ability to understand. Added. Then add this one too. Rich, let us try adding this one too. The hand of Midas. This is good. Vision. This too. He thought again. Somehow, I crammed in all the things that looked good. But when I look back, I suddenly feel confused. Before any problems occur, quickly restore A to its original state. Just bring everything back to the way it was. That startled me. AT's just a trivial matter. Why am I so flustered? Who is here at this hour? Developer Rian. Is this the script author? A message arrived. Yes. If there is anything you want to change about the model, tell me now. I will fix AT right away. Woojin replied confusedly. No. AT's not like that. I am just waiting to see. He felt uncomfortable. What is with this person saying something so strange? Old message from developer Ren. April 6, 2021 at 1:23 am. Message arrived. No. AT's not like that. I am just waiting to see. Reply message. Yes. What do you mean? Do you mean you are testing with me? The message arrived with sarcasm. Do not you look o the window. Woojin blankly looked the window. What is outside? In the sky. Blue light flashed brightly. Lightning bolts tore through the black clouds as if opening a giant gate in the middle of the air. He looked up with a bewildered expression because he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. What is that? The sky. AT's like A's been punched a hole through. Suddenly monsters appeared from within the source of light. Woojin was confused, not believing his eyes. What the hell? Me now. Where am I? A loud scream echoed from there. Help! Julia pointed forward. AT must be UV there. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Ephirin, stop. But Ephirin had already plunged straight ahead. Her footsteps suddenly stopped. Ephirin turned around. What did you just say, Julia? There was no one around anymore. She did not know when she had been standing in the middle of the forest. Ephirin was stunned. What is going on? I was clearly in the cafe a moment ago. The cry for help rang again. Help, she secretly exclaimed. That is right. The person who was crying for help? Ephirin called loudly. Where are you? I will help you. The other person quickly replied. Here. She ran UV. Are you okay? A cough sounded. He was surprised. Who else is this? The girl who was taking steps suddenly stopped. Blood spurted. Ephirin was stunned. The other person screamed in pain, while she was stunned in fear, calling silently. What? What is this? Someone is attacking. Ephirin quickly condensed magic in her hand. Her eyes involuntarily widened. A pair of shiny black leather shoes appeared in Ephirin's vision. She looked up, surprised and secretly exclaimed. Ephirin loudly questioned. Professor, did you just attack her? Attacking a commoner like that? What are you doing in the end? Woojin only calmly said, Open your eyes and look. That thing is not human. She was stunned. Only to see the weak girl from before had completely transformed into a monster with a dark red body. Ephirin was startled. What? What is that in the end? He glanced at her. It seems that she has been hit by the illusion magic used by the demons. Jiltheon instructed. So, son. Remember this. Always be wary of him. Ephirin was suddenly lifted up. And heard Woojin coldly chasing away. Get lost now. Do not block the way. Her whole body was pulled away by magic. Ephirin shouted loudly. What is this? He calmly faced the monster. Okay. Then, let us try hunting. Woojin told himself. Because he missed the prey, he made Atai extremely angry. The monster in front of him suddenly moved. He quickly used magic as well. Purple lightning bolts flashed continuously. Woojin retreated, dodging and attacking. The monster roared and rushed Uvita again. When Ati struck in front of him, Ati was blocked by a screen. Woojin floated in the air, coldly looking at the monster. Deculein is not someone easy to deal with, even if he seems to have stalled now. He judged, looking at the core on its forehead. Perhaps illusion is its specialty, but A does not seem to be effective, because IT would rather break than submit to hinder the mental interference in battle. Blood is boiling. Deculin's blood is making me constantly angry. A notification appeared. Duel characteristic. Bloodline rank. Bloodline has special power in destroying demons, can purify the surrounding demonic energy and use AT. The magic power after purification will increase by 1 level in quality. However, the personality will become violent. AT is the hostility towards demons, the reputation of Duel, who have hunted demons since the time of ancient ancestors, is also showing in Deculein, absolutely determined not to let the demon in front of him survive. Woojin's eyes turned red, calling in his head. With rage, the monster reached its sharp claws towards him. The notification popped up, announced the completion of the side quest The Darkness of Magic, +1 store currency. Achieve the achievement of killing the first demon, +1 store currency. Unlock the Duel characteristic. Woojin looked at the monster's corpse lying on the ground. Dirty thing. Ada even splattered dirt when Ada died. He raised his head to look at the sky, telling himself, The appearance of demons is a signal heralding the Rio beginning, a signal for the start of a game without players. But he can rise up at any time. The next morning, at the hospital, Efirin sat up, shouting loudly. The nurse next to her spoke gently. "You are awake, Miss Looney," she blankly asked. "What happened?" "I was clearly in the forest." She smiled. "You probably do not remember anything." "Last night, a demon appeared in the dark mountain. Miss Looney was hit by the demon's illusion magic, then suffered mental damage and fainted. Luckily, you were discovered and brought to the hospital. The dark mountain is temporarily closed because of that demon, and the magic tower is investigating inside." The person who saved you was Professor Deculein." Efirin gritted her teeth, shaking her head vigorously. Secretly cursing, "Damn ties that guy again." She suddenly looked up. "What day is IT today?" The nurse thought for a moment and replied, "Miss Looney has been in the hospital for 36 hours. AT's Wednesday now." Efirin was stunned. "Wait, if IT's Wednesday then? I am late for school." The sound of the door opening startled the students. They looked. "Oh, he is just suppressing his talent himself now." Efirin leaned against the door, panting. "Finally. Here." Julia raised her hand and called loudly. "Efirin. Here." Efirin cheered. "Julia." Julia asked caringly, "Are you okay? I went to the hospital to visit you. But you were not awake." Efirin shook her head. On the contrary, I slept well, so I am in good spirits." "What are these things? Is there any announcement that I do not know? The classroom has also changed." She pointed to the plates on the table. Julia shook her head. "I do not know either. I came here and it was like this. There must be a special class today." The classroom door opened again. Woojin and Kulanen entered. Efirin looked at him, curiously wondering, who is that person? He went to the front of the podium. "Before the lecture, I have an announcement. This is Chulonen, who has just been appointed as a teaching assistant." Whispers immediately rang. "Oh. What? Professor Yin Kulin is using a teaching assistant? Oh my god. I heard that the professor has never used a teaching assistant before." When you become a teaching assistant, you can accumulate achievements through the professor's evaluation. How can Professor Kulin just stand by and watch that? That is right. She was stunned, thinking to herself, so that is why my father was still a researcher at the age of 30, unable to become a teaching assistant. He is a villain who is feigning weakness. But why is there suddenly such a strange magician? Woojin looked around the class. Today is a suitable time. Within the limited time of 3 hours, you must solve the assigned task. Kulun carried a large paper box and went to each table. "Here, take the clock. UV there too." Efirin looked down at the ring on her hand, wondering in her heart. "The ring, my father's relic. Looking at the ring that has become my treasure, I always think, what exactly is my father to V. Kulin? Why did not he give him a chance, to make him have to leave so miserably? No. Focus. I am currently in the middle of a test. I have to quickly think of the technique. My mind is too chaotic." A voice suddenly rang behind her. 25 minutes 15 seconds. The task has been completed. The other students buzzed. What? Less than 30 minutes. As expected of Sinvia. Woojin looked down at the results she had created. Softly. After a moment, he spoke. "Perfect. You can leave." Sinvia happily stood up. A voice called, "Oh, wake up quickly. Get up now." Deculein. When leaving, she glanced at Efirin, then gave a triumphant smile. Efirin gritted her teeth, giving Sinvia a sharp look. Efirin was even more anxious in her heart. "Damn I have to hurry up." As time passed, Woojin's voice rang out continuously. "Julia, you can leave. Rahine, you can also leave. Roten, you can leave. Cyan, you can leave. Aharon, you can leave." Drent. Only Efirin was left in the class. Kulanen went to the front of the podium. "Professor, AT's been 3 hours. Let us go home." She panicked. AT's UV. Efirin put her face on the table, clenching her fist, secretly calling, "Please. Please think of something. Not to mention having to be better than that hateful little Sinvia. Until the end of class, I was the only one who could not do anything. What am I? Am I really an idiot who can't do this?" She angrily raised her voice. "How long are you going to lie there? Are you even human?" The servant standing beside her with a scared face. "Miss, please calm down. That is right. I am just someone who does not know her own strength, not coming from the academy but wanting to take revenge, and also wanting to compete." When she stood up, A voice suddenly rang in her ear. 5 hours 47 minutes. Woojin was still standing on the podium, looking at Efirin. How long are you going to make me wait? She was secretly surprised. Has not left yet, he said in a level voice. You lost your composure with such an easy task, and you did not complete a tie on time. Efirin bowed her head.
Right, I'm sorry.
Woojin walked to her side. Even if someone laughs at you and surpasses you, even your enemy is right in front of you, you must always keep a cool head. With such a pathetic appearance, you will never be able to touch my heels in this life. Woojin softly said.
Is that so?
Disappointing. Efirin, I thought you were a precious gem. He left the classroom. The door slammed shut. Efirin lowered her head. Her lips pursed tightly. The clock in front of her was still running. She punched the table hard in frustration, remembering Woojin's words just now in her head. Efirin's fist clenched tightly. She uttered each word. So what? You were seriously wrong. I can definitely. Efirin focused magic into both hands, trying so hard that her nose bled. 80's been several days since I possessed this body, but 80 still feels like a dream. She burst. I can do 80. I will do 8. Woojin stood outside the classroom door, telling himself, this is no problem. Although he spent more than 6 hours on Efirin, this is a necessary investment, because the upcoming events will definitely need a mature Efirin. The appearance of demons from the Dark Mountain signals that the main quest is about to begin. When the era of rampant demons arrives, the influential characters in the main quest will become extremely necessary, and one of them is Efirin when she has matured. Currently, she may still lack mental stability and not have perfected the consciousness of a magician, but if Efirin can overcome this, she will achieve overwhelming growth. Of course, that growth may become a threat to me, but I will not let that happen. Fate is just the belief of those who do not know how to try. The only thing I believe in is myself. Deculeine's personality will never allow me to be caught up by a recruit. She angrily complained. How long are you going to wallow because of a girl? Do you want to tarnish the family name now? After a moment, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Efirin had left the classroom. Woojin stepped into the classroom. He looked at the flower shining brightly on the table, then said in a level voice, 6 hours 25 minutes. Task completed. The inherent shortcomings of someone not from the academy are still clearly revealed. However, the final result achieved a quality good enough to compete for first place. After commenting, Woojin thought to himself as he left the academy, Efirin has returned, so I should also return to the mansion. A man dressed in white stopped not far from him.
Oh.
Head professor. Uriel advised. I will leave the envelope. Documents here. If you do not want to lose that proud professorship, then get up and go right away. Zite laughed loudly. Long time no see. Professor. Woojin frowned slightly, secretly exclaiming, why is he here? Zite von Bruggen-Freyden, the current head of Freyden, and Julie's brother. He is also the person who actively promoted the marriage between Deculein and Julie, and most importantly, he is the third-ranked force in the early stages, even surpassing Gansha. A celebrity, known for his overwhelming strength. If such a person personally comes to me, then the reason may be because of Julie's Snow Firestone. So is this situation also a variable leading to death? Currently, I do not have any way to face that monster. Zite approached him. It's good to meet you like this. Actually, I recently heard rumors that the relationship between you and Julie is not good, so I was a little worried. Woojin replied softly.
Is that so?
He suggested. Therefore, I intend to arrange a common meal this week. Do you mind? He thought. Fortunately, at least until now he still maintains a friendly attitude. He said to himself, since the day the sky suddenly lit up. Woojin calmly nodded. A meal is no problem. Zite suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. He said in a clear voice. Decisive decision. You always satisfy me. I have chosen a restaurant that suits your taste. Just come, because this is a meeting arranged by me, so of course I will be fully responsible. Well then, see you that day, Professor Deculein. Watching Zite leave, Woojin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He really did not give me a chance to refuse. Or rather, I could not refuse from the beginning. Zite always puts the family first. If I hinder his plan, who knows how he will react. It seems that I can't cancel this appointment. The next day, at the Freyden family's mansion, Julie said loudly, I do not agree. Zite also snapped, Why are you opposing so strongly? She said loudly. We already argued. Moreover, I am busy training the knights. I do not have time to meet him. He lowered his voice. Just because you lost a snow-fire stone, you are so angry. Julie was upset. Angry? AT's not like that. AT's been a week since I woke up in a strange body, in a strange place. Varen stood in the distance watching the two argue. Zeit was still persuading Julie. Then why do you think he bought that metal that can only be used to make weapons? AT's clearly for you. She was even more angry. What if he really intends to forge a sword and give AT to someone else? At that moment, I will declare the annulment of the engagement. He bit his jaw so tightly that veins popped. Zeit's eyes flashed red light, his whole body exuding danger. Julie. Think carefully. Julie stared at her brother stunned. He said in a zippy voice. Before, I said that annulling the engagement is a stupid act. Moreover, you also said that in a political marriage, feelings are unnecessary. As far as I know, no man loves you as much as he does. Or is it that you have someone else in your heart? She bit her lip. There is no such person. Zeit asked again. Could it be that you are so concerned about Deculeine's poor achievements? Julie still bowed her head. This is not about achievements. He wondered. Then what is it about in the end? Anyway, go to the meeting place. If there is a problem, resolve it and reconcile right there. After speaking, Zeit left. It seems that this is the world in the game I created. Only Julie and Varen were left standing in the yard. She angrily clenched her fist and decisively drew her sword. All the pent-up frustrations were released by Julie through her screams and powerful sword strokes. The sky and earth seemed to darken. Dust swirled up. When she stopped, the sword energy also gradually dissipated. Varen walked to Julie's side. Your sword blade fluctuates too much. Lord. She turned around. Varen. He is a knight of the Deculein Knight Order. Julie's subordinate. She frowned.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I let you see such an embarrassing appearance. Varen shook his head. No. I understand, Lord. And in this world, where death is inevitable, from the beginning, that person was not worthy of you. He is a despicable and contemptible person. The family head is forcing you to marry such a person. Julie suddenly shouted. Enough. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is not the quality of a knight. She turned to look at him, then smiled. Do not let yourself be tainted just because of me. I've lied. A look of sadness flashed in Varen's eyes. Julie turned away again. I will go back now. Prepare. He bowed. Yes, Lord. Varen watched her leave, secretly calling in his heart, Lord. Today, I have found the answer to countless anxieties and remorse in my heart, a way to prove my loyalty to the Lord, as a close retainer. A thing that only I can do. I will make the Lord happy. Wu Jin began to get up and get dressed. In the meeting of the Birched Council of Elders, the host spoke. They say a demon has appeared in the Dark Mountain. Initially, magic was created to destroy those demon forces. When demons appear, that is also when we must act. Pass the word to the 12 magicians to respond to the summons from Birch. The next morning, at the Duel mansion, Wu Jin stood before his showroom. I have finally arranged the items I bought at the auction. I can only equip Lutherin's ring, which helps restore Ma, and the ancient rune necklace, which can store mana. I will put the rest in the safe as suggested by Gansha, so I do not have to worry about any thieves. He stood before an item, pondering. However, there is still a problem. Standing before the snow firestone, Wu Jin muttered, the most important item is not working as I want. He secretly calculated, although it is true that I did not expect to be able to use the snow firestone immediately. I did not think that AT would not even budge no matter how much I used the manipulation technique. Does the mana of the snow firestone resist my magic? AT is too expensive in the game, so I can only admire AT, meaning I do not know how to use IT. Even if I deliberately melt AI, can I use the manipulation technique? He told himself, no matter which route you take, death is always lurking. Wu Jin suddenly remembered something. He frowned slightly, thinking, I read some things while in the library. A sword must be tamed through communication. Meaning I have to understand the sword itself first. If so, then, Wu Jin reached and touched the snow firestone. A dazzling light flashed. He slowly took his hand away. Looking at the shimmering snow firestone in front of him, Wu Jin said softly, A takes 2,000 mana to comprehend 0.1%. A2 will take at least a year at this rate. He secretly wondered, is this the best I can do right now? Wu Jin shook his head. Well, AT's time for me to start preparing to go. Oh. Wu Jin put on his gloves and calculated, making him the worst character. He looked at the calendar on the wall. His eyes stopped on a day that was circled in red. I have the dinner that Zeit arranged today and… Wu Jin frowned, revealing discomfort. He added in his head, then there is the event that was set up before I possessed this body, scheduled from 3 days ago. Transition to the Von Meschel restaurant. Zeit went first to guide Wu Jin. Thank you for coming today. Julie has come here before us, so she must have been waiting for a long time. As soon as the door opened, he praised, you look so gorgeous when you wear like that. Julie, in the room, Julie wore a beautiful white dress, with her hair down. For a moment, he looked at her without blinking. Then Wu Jin hurriedly bowed his head, secretly admiring. I did not know because she always wears armor, but she is so beautiful when she wears like this. No wonder even Deculein fell in love with her. He has become the great villain. Deculein, another person replied in place of Julie. Of course, you do not know how much effort I put in. Zeit turned to her, so you also came. Josephine smiled. I followed because I had to choose a dress for Julie anyway. He glanced at her, feeling uncomfortable. I did not pay attention to her because I was attracted to Julie, but I did not expect to meet her here. Josephine. Although she is playing the role of a sister attending her younger sister's engagement ceremony, Josephine is not just Julie's sister. She is a name that Deculein must be more wary of than anyone else. She is someone who will use any means necessary to achieve her goals. In other words, Josephine is a psychopath. She is the master of the Black Shadow, a secret intelligence network operating in the dark. She is also considered one of the strongest, possessing strength equal to Zeit. The only person Josephine truly cherishes is Julie. Therefore, doing wrong to Julie will enrage her. I do not know why Josephine has not killed Deculein yet, but I definitely feel AT. The moment I entered this room, he lay down and began to think. AT's been a week since Wu Jin came here. Delulane's bedroom at the Ukraine mansion. She showed her intention to kill when she saw me, expressed through the fate of the villain. The fact that I feel the murderous intent of this psychopath Josephine means that this variable of death is so dangerous. After all, now I need to prove that Deculein is really serious about Julie in order to overcome this danger. Zeit looked at Wu Jin and smiled. Let us get started before the meal arrives, Professor Deculein. When do you want to hold the wedding? 3 years have passed since the engagement. Right. Julie worriedly called, oh, brother. He raised his hand to stop her. Adults are talking. She lowered her head, angrily pursing her lips. He spoke. Zeit nodded. Yes. Say what you are thinking. Josephine glanced at Wu Jin, smiling meaningfully. He slowly continued. We'll leave the decision of this relationship entirely in Julie's hands. If she does not believe in this marriage, then I am willing to cancel our engagement. Julie gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. Zeit blurted, oh my god, how can you talk about canceling the engagement so carelessly? At first, he thought AT was all a dream. Is AT because you two have been distant recently? If so, then you should think about improving your relationship. Canceling the engagement is not a simple matter. The elders in the family will not accept such a thing. She suddenly said loudly, Lord Family Head, please allow us to talk privately. Please. He looked at his sister, then looked at Wu Jin. Well then, that is good. Let us go. Josephine. Josephine smiled. Then, I hope you two will have a pleasant conversation. They left, leaving only him and Julie in the room. She asked, what do you want to do this time? In the end then, what do you want? But after a few days, the terrifyingly revividness of this world forced Wu Jin to accept reality. Outside the room, Josephine raised her glass of wine, her face thoughtful. In the room, Julie continued to question. What are you hoping for? Wu Jin glanced at the door. Secretly sweating, she is listening. Behind that door, Josephine is eavesdropping. She put on an act, smiling when she went, oh, but I am sure that was to cover up her eavesdropping. No way she would leave so simply. But this is also an opportunity. Josephine does not know I can still detect her eavesdropping. Deculein really loves Julie. If I can make her trust me. He slowly opened his mouth. Julie. I will tell the truth. At that time, he was struck by lightning and died. Is this the afterlife? Anyway, what is certain is, Julie angrily looked at Wu Jin. The truth. Of you. He was still calm. As you can see, I can't cancel this marriage as I want. No. Rather, we can't do anything with this. Things have progressed too far. She clenched her fist. So, what dirty methods will you use to torment me this time? Before we got engaged, you used your relationships to force this marriage. You promised to compensate the adults in both families. And do you remember what you said to convince me? Woojin softly called. Julie. Julie suddenly raised her voice. Fighting is dangerous. Therefore, you forced me to stop listening to the orders of the Empire. But you shamelessly suggested that I take the position of commander of the Hydecane Association, supervised by the Duel family. And when I refused, you spread all kinds of rumors about me. Now then, what are you planning to do next? He frowned slightly, feeling complicated in his heart. I know all about this. He mistook his obsession and madness with keeping her by his side for feelings. And he destroyed everything around Julie so that she had no choice but to be with him. Now Wu Jin has become a villain in a game in development. Deculein did unforgivable things. Therefore, I understand the reason why Julie hates me more than anyone. Wu Jin said softly. I won't do anything anymore. She brushed it off. I do not believe it. He was still calm. I know I used to bind you. Julie was slightly surprised. What? Wu Jin lowered his eyes. I have realized that what I did was wrong. She stared at him, with a look of astonishment mixed with suspicion. Wu Jin slowly picked up a knife and fork. But it's not just me who is like that. Your sister and brother are also too much. Julie hurriedly retorted. No. But he did not let her finish. If not, they would have no reason to oppose our annulment. Is 80 only because of the family's reputation. Moreover, you have to leave the family to fulfill your dream of becoming a guardian. Right? Julie was shocked. How do you? Leaving Kulin von Grahan Euclid. Wu Jin continued. Julie, I do not have honesty and loyalty. She was stunned. What are you saying? He looked directly at Julie. My personality is completely opposite to the qualities you aspire to. I am not suitable for you. Julie slammed the table. Get to the point. Wu Jin calmly emphasized each word. There is only one thing I can do for you. Continue the engagement. But do not get married. I really want to fika Ryu. But because of this bond of interest, I can't do it. You can use my name to shield yourself for as long as you want, until the preparations for your dream come to fruition. I will continue to wait and maintain this engagement. Julie frowned. What are you planning? Why are you saying these words? He gently replied. It's not that I am expecting anything when I say this. However, if I hope for something, then it's to be able to see your smile at least once a month. That is all I want. He is the enemy of countless characters, the killer of parents, the destroyer of their lovers, the cause of countless tragedies, and the common enemy of everyone. Now he has to become such a famous villain. Her face involuntarily turned hot. Julie blushed, looking at Wu Jin in panic. Outside the room, Josephine also blushed and shouted. What? He thought to himself. Only for the purpose of avoiding variables of death, I simply said what she wanted to hear. However, looking at Julie confused by what I said, at this time she was flusteredly saying, Why did you suddenly say such things? Wu Jin thought. She looks so lovely. I can't help but admit 80. Even if Kulin's love for Julie becomes my love, Julie shyly called, Are you trying to win me UVP with those embarrassing words? She coughed softly. Anyway, I won't believe it. I will never fall into your dirty tricks. He laughed. Julie was even more embarrassed. Why are you laughing? I said I won't believe it. Deculein is a mid-game boss that players will definitely encounter, no matter which route they choose. He is the enemy of countless characters, the killer of parents, the destroyer of their lovers. Josephine smiled, secretly satisfied. Although it is very embarrassing, this means that his feelings are real. Should I observe for a while longer? 3 days later, the Duel family's car rolled on the small road. Wu Jin sat in the car, telling himself, 3 days have passed quickly. The anniversary has arrived. The car stopped at a vast cemetery. He walked in alone. Looking at the scene here, Wu Jin could not help but think, just stepping into the cemetery, the light of the sunset will awaken everyone's emotions, simply because of the atmosphere. The light of the sunset is mixed between the weeds and every crack on the tombstone. My heart had broken in this place before my body had a chance. This is where my memories are stored, the cause of countless tragedies, and the common enemy of everyone. Now he has to become such a famous villain. Nadi Kulin's. He stopped before a tombstone. A familiar face appeared in his head. Wu Jin secretly exclaimed, but Kim Wu Jin's. Memories suddenly flooded back. AT happened late one night. Ara excitedly showed him. I will put an Easter egg in. Woojin was surprised. What? She smiled. I thought AT would be great to add a little to Deculeine's family history. He is a small boss in our game, so AT's okay like that. The author has given me permission. He turned away indifferently. That only increases the amount of work meaninglessly. Do not pay attention to AT anymore. We all have to work night shifts. You know that. 8 is not directly related to revenue, so do not increase the workload anymore. Them leader. Ro was slightly dissatisfied. Why? This is quite great in some way. Woojin rolled his eyes in disgust. Muttering, here AT comes again. She smiled brightly. We have to put our heart into our game. He held a few paper cups in his hand, returning to the office. You are rambling again. Them leader. If you want to do AT, then do AT. You do not necessarily have to ask me about these things. Ara looked at Woojin. I think that is quite a good idea. AT won't be useless. The biggest problem is that Woojin does not know what point in the Sifcha to Rai he is at. The only thing he knows clearly is the total amount of magic. But Woojin does not even know how to use magic. There is no way to prepare. Deculein has a deceased fiancé. After all, at that time, Ara always spoke so excitedly whenever she had an interesting idea. He wondered why Ara found AT so fun. She followed behind Woojin, looking at the cups of coffee he was holding. Is that for the members of our them? Woojin nodded. This is the simplest way to take care of the people around you. Ara happily exclaimed.
Is that so?
So you are also thoughtful like this sometimes. Returning to reality, he secretly said, I wonder what that Easter egg that she left as a joke means. What made her smile so brightly? To recall Kim Woojin's memory. I have to find that trace. Woojin muttered. Should I say she is great, or too cruel? On the tombstone were simply a few lines. Du Aravan Firges Mahinit. Always grateful to you. His heart was full of questions. Why did you engrave my name on this tombstone? Deculein was created based on Kim Woojin, so why did you reuse her own name for Deculein's deceased fiancé? And why? Why did you thank me? No joke. The entire development, them including him, has tested AT thousands of times during development. Woojin sat down, gently touching the tombstone. Tears fell. He let the thought surge. Oh, just one word can make my whole body tremble and sob. AT was difficult to hear you Aura whisper. Memories of the past came back like endless waves. The way you praised my drawings with that shy smile. The way you put your coat on me when I suddenly shivered from the cold night. The way you held my hand and said you loved me. And the way you comforted me whenever I was tired. And the 7 years you spent with me, always by my side. Woojin hung his head, not suppressing his tears. He secretly exclaimed, those are her memories. Woojin did not know that someone was observing him in the distance. That person said through gritted teeth, I have finally found you, you dirty magician. But Deculein survived only once. The sun gradually set on the horizon. He turned and left the cemetery. Telling himself, now I can calm down like I never cried. I did not expect Deculein's personality to actually be useful in times like this. A figure blocked Woojin's path. He looked up, a rather familiar face. It is Lockhart. Right. Lockhart's eyes were bloodshot, hating and looking at Woojin. You know me, that is unexpected. Why would an arrogant, conceited magician dare to say such words? He frowned slightly, calling out in his heart. Lockhart, the magician killer. This guy is a low-level villain boss only for magicians. And the reason Lockhart can become the fated enemy of magicians is because of his ability to nullify magic. The figure in front of him suddenly disappeared. Woojin quickly retreated, using stone control magic to attack him. Thinking, like other games, the nullification attribute is cheating. He was really created only to be a mid-game boss, and to die. Not only that, but Lockhart's attribute does not have any significant limits. Despite the physical attack, magic cannot have a significant impact on his ability. Lockhart rushed up while laughing loudly. You stupid magician. Magic has no effect on me. He swung the dagger in his hand. He agilely took a step back, managing to dodge. Lockhart continuously attacked. In a moment, he had closed in on him, but Woojin still escaped. He stretched the distance. Thinking, most magicians tremble in fear before Lockhart because of this. However, Lockhart pounced. Roaring, die. A fist as hard as steel struck his face directly. Blood spurted out. Lockhart fell to the ground with a thud. Is this the document that person left earlier? Leading professor at the Royal University. Deculein, providing B-ditch magic knowledge and how to use magic. Woojin looked down at him from above. Meaningless. He raised his foot, preparing to kick Lockhart. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "You son of a bitch." The surrounding world fell silent. A few days ago, Woojin finally managed to get 10-1 in the currency storage and bought enhanced mana quality. This increases the effectiveness of controlling mana. He raised his head and looked at the wooden chair pinned to the roof. "It seems I will have to adjust this again. But I can release a large amount of force similar to mana before." Woojin looked down at his hand. The system notification displayed around him. "Enhanced mana quality level 1 has been applied. You can now release mana more easily than before." Woojin secretly considered, "This seems to apply to a larger range than I expected." He took off his shirt and threw it away. "Then, what about continuing my progress?" Woojin reached and grabbed the bar. His eyes suddenly widened. He raised his head and looked at the wooden bar that he had deformed by grasping. "What is happening?" "That is right." Returning to reality, Woojin looked down at Lockhart lying flat on the ground. Telling himself, "Slightly exaggerated, but AT enhances the overall physical attributes of the human race. The person who threw the document at me while I was sleeping, she is Deculein's half-sister, and also the one who replaced him, taking UVA the position of family head of the Ukraine family." "I understand. Enhanced mana quality can also be applied to attributes. I can defeat Lockhart by using the Iron Body attribute, because this ability has been enhanced, so AT's easier than I thought." He struggled to get up. "Damn I should have been able to erase the damned magician. That cursed magician. The heretics, the traitors against God, Viewsum, Birched, and the Magician Tower, are you all crazy? You are just insects that can't do anything without magic." He thought, a special ability enough to be considered cheating, an endless hatred for magicians, and the way to express AT. Woojin slowly opened his mouth. "Lockhart, you are of the Red Demon clan." Lockhart was surprised and looked up. You, how do you know?" "Red Demon. Since birth, this clan is covered in a blood-red shell, hence the name." Note, the relationship between Deculein and Uriel is not good. Since ancient times, they have been known as a clan carrying the blood of demons. They hide everywhere on the continent, being completely opposite to the magicians. Magic was originally created to destroy demons, so the conflict between magicians and the Red Demon clan is the core element that constitutes the worldview. He slowly walked closer to him. Woojin's mood was a bit complicated. Because of this, the Red Demon clan's lives are always threatened just because of their blood. In fact, right now, somewhere a purge is probably still taking place. After a while, he spoke. "Lockhart, I understand you. I feel sorry for the years of suppression and oppression that you have suffered. But if you kill innocent magicians, you are also just a freak." Lockhart angrily roared. "Shut up. What do you know? Stop babbling. Just kill me." Woojin continued. "I know, because the Red Demon clan is also innocent. And the she that Uriel mentioned is..." He was surprised but then shouted. What? How dare a lowly magician talk so loudly?" He said calmly. "I am the Deculein of Deculein, a noble lineage, who has never lost his dignity." Lockhart gritted his teeth. "Now, you are trying to pretend to be strong before you die. That is meaningless." Woojin was still completely calm. "But if there is a time when I lose my dignity, that is when I face a demon. The blood of Duels, who have hunted demons since ancient times, will boil like crazy every time they see them. This is an instinct that cannot be restrained." "Lockhart, when facing you, did I lose my dignity?" He was stunned. "What?" he asked again. "Or was I swayed by your provocation? Did I go crazy like a lunatic? You are also humans." "Probably Yuli." He guessed that something seems to have happened between Deculein and his fiancée, Yuli. Woojin calmly looked down. Telling himself, "This is the true dignity of a nobleman." He told Lockhart, "You can believe my words." From afar, 2 policemen ran UV, shouting, "UV there. Hurry." Woojin kicked him in the face. Looking at Lockhart lying on the ground, he said, "Then now, obediently let yourself be arrested." Ropa came in front of Woojin, raising his hand to salute. "Inspector Ropa is present." That kick just now was a masterpiece, as expected ahead Professor Deculein. "This murderer, do you want me to stump him some more?" He shook his head. "Enough, leave him alone." Woojin reached the branches slowly crawled towards them. A blue light burst forth. He was surprised. Magic can also be so elegant. He held a rope. "Anyway, this guy has the ability to nullify magic. Magic handcuffs will be useless. Tie him with this steel rope. Ropa exclaimed. What? Really? No wonder he is so good at escaping prison, and he is not detected on the magic Ra. He recalled what Uriel had said. I will leave the documents here. If you do not want to be kicked out of your professorship, get up and go. Woojin suddenly asked. But hey, you came earlier than I thought. Are you patrolling? He was blank. Yes. We received a report and came to the scene. Was not it you? Professor, who reported it? He denied. Not me. It seems that someone else heard the noise and reported it. Well then, I am leaving. Thank you for your hard work. Ropa stood at attention again. Saluting. Understood. Woojin secretly sighed as he walked. I am so glad that it could end without bloodshed, in the place that still retains her traces. Then I do not want to harm anyone. The next day, at the training room of the Ducilei family, Kulin's mansion, Uriel said, for the first time in 15 years, a meeting has been convened at Birch. Woojin opened the parchment. You came in person just to give this parchment. She turned away, because the person in question did not care. I had to come here myself. Taking care of the safety of the family is also the responsibility of the family head. Right? But hey, how long are you going to be shirtless? He did not pay attention to Uriel and read the ton 10 on the parchment. Due to the demon appearing in the dark mountain, the magicians were summoned to discuss. Woojin thought to himself, thinking about it. The professorship. The lecture day is today. The notification suddenly popped up. Main quest, summoned at Birch. Woojin read aloud, 1 week later. Companions. Including bodyguards, a maximum of 2. She crossed her arms. Do you need a bodyguard? Should I ask to P? After all, he comes from a mercenary. He shook his head. No need. Moreover, Dippy's now more familiar with holding the steering wheel than holding a weapon. Dip outside sneezed involuntarily. Uriel revealed dissatisfaction. What kind of way is that to talk? But anyway, going without any bodyguards is not allowed. I also know a little. The road to Birchett is a road where life cannot be guaranteed. Woojin looked at her. Are you worried about me? Uriel immediately jumped up. What? What? Do not say such shuddering words. It's just that if you die before officially transferring the position of family head to me, why it will be troublesome. Well, anyway, leave the matter of bodyguards to me. I will ask a reliable place. Transition to the training camp of the Freyden Knight Order. The knights are diligently training. Julie said loudly. Good, that is the spirit. Keep focusing. Maybe he should go. The vice commander of the Knight Order stood in the distance looking at her. He muttered in difficulty. What to do with this? Varen suddenly spoke from behind. What are you talking about? He looked at the vice commander with cold eyes. He was startled. Please make some noise. Varen. After calming down, the vice commander said, Our Knight Order just received a mission. A pretty big thing. But there is something that makes me feel uneasy. So I am wondering whether I should accept it or not. Varen reminded. The vice commander should not think alone. You should discuss AT with the commander. He revealed helplessness. The problem is even presenting AT to the commander as a challenge. The mission this time is to escort Deculein. To be exact, the mission is to escort the entire train. But AT's easy to guess. AT's like they are afraid that if they only ask to protect them specifically, we won't accept AT. So they blurred the matter a bit. He clenched his fist until AT trembled. Accept that mission. The train escort mission is not something that everyone can take on. If completed, the reputation of our Knight Order will soar immediately. AT will also help the finances of a private Knight Order like us. The vice commander hesitated. But, Deculein and the commander. Varen coldly interrupted him. No. Although I have never taught before. I need to collect information. So I can't help but act. Our commander is definitely not someone who lets us and Nene feelings affect the mission. The vice commander nodded. Yes, that is right. Then I have to quickly report to the commander. He watched him leave, his eyes flashing with speculation. The name of the high mountain range located in the north of the continent, at an altitude of 3,500 meters, is also where the elder-level magicians are seated. And issue orders, not only the magic tower but also the floating islands of the magicians must comply. The influence of this place is so great that Atai is likened to the pillar of the magic world, but the summoned conference only takes place every few decades. Extremely rare. Therefore, Being able to participate in the summoned conference of Birch as a magician is not only an honor, but also a testament to the recognition of a prestigious magic family, even if the summoned conference of Birch is called the Tome of Magicians. At this time at the train station on the line to Birch, the system panel shows the top survival goal: become an important character in the game. Side quest: teach at the university, reward plus 0.5 store currency. Wu Jin wondered, from the moment he regained consciousness. These lines have been constantly appearing before his eyes. Julie confirmed again. Have you prepared thoroughly? The manager immediately replied. Of course, do not worry. She turned her eyes to the front. Signaling, he is coming, Kulon exclaimed as he walked. It is April and there is still so much snow. Professor, as expected of the north. Julie spoke. You must have had a hard time coming such a long distance. She announced, from this transit station, our Freedom Night Order will be responsible for the entire escort of the train. Kulin thought. Julie was suddenly shy. We will do our best to ensure a safe journey. She remembered Kulin's words. Once a month, please smile at me. Julie nervously struggled internally. What should I do? Should I smile now? Do I really have to smile? Really, if I smile, how should I do it? Open my mouth, or just smile slightly? She wondered. Why do I have to endure these trials? The manager behind her secretly admired. He hates 80 so much but still tries his best. So admirable. Lord Commander. The manager said solemnly. Commander, from now on, I will. Wu Jin began to make a decision. Because of AT, and because of Uriel, he must start acting. One of the reasons leading to Deculain's death is Uriel. Before he could finish, a voice spoke. He announced, I will be responsible for this escort mission. The two of them are only here to express their respect for entrusting such a big responsibility. A dueling man explained further. This guy is a warrior that our entire Night Order trusts, so you do not need to worry. Professor. Kulin secretly assessed. A trustworthy warrior. He glared. If there are any errors, I have to use the Leichenan to check. Kulin speculated. Not feeling any special aura. Could it be just unnecessary worry? Varum presented. Usually, magicians bring knights to escort them, so there will be one person in each car. I will be responsible for protecting where you are. Professor. He had no choice but to entrust a tie to him. Thank you. Julie said. Well then, I will take my leave. I wish you a safe trip. In a moment only 3 people were left on the platform. Julie started walking on the road between the cold air. And this store currency is also very important. He explained. But, Wu Jin, how does he know how to lecture? He should be worried, but in reality, Wu Jin feels okay. She was walking fast and suddenly turned her head to check something. Julie did not forget to give a forced smile as a farewell. The manager was very confused when he saw this. Commander. Kulin watched with a bit of joy. She kept her promise. A few hours later, the train quickly departed. The passengers on the train began to take their seats. He turned to advise. If you are tired, just sleep. 80 still a few hours away. Kulon listened. Yes. Then I will take a nap. The train moved faster and faster on the line. After speaking, he quickly fell asleep. Kulin contemplated. The Birch Summons Conference is also called by another name, the Tome of Magicians. The fact that Birch is considered the pillar of the magic world, yet has such an opposing title is not accidental. Because this body possesses the unique characteristic of reasoning, the ability to understand everything, which can be activated by consuming magic. The main reason is the unexpected events that always occur whenever the summoned conference takes place. The train raid. To overcome this event safely, one of the countless causes of Kulin's death requires keen awareness and skill. That is to choose the right safe train among the trains going to Birch. If you want a safer way, you can use relationships in the dark to buy information about the upcoming raid. He speculated. If I too were the previous Kulin, he would have done so. Kulin affirmed. But now that is impossible. Since I possess this body, all relationships in the dark have been severed. So before leaving, I prepared a few things to protect myself, such as using the ability of comprehension to absorb martial arts from the secret manual of the martial arts legend. A strang, he suddenly noticed. But hey, Kulon is sleeping so well. It must be because he was too excited and lost sleep a few days ago. A few days ago, Kulin asked. Kulin. Do you want to come to Birch with me as an assistant? Of course this trip is full of danger, so you can refuse. Kulon was moved to tears. Professor. Thank you. Someone like me is given this honor. He was uncomfortable. If you are drooling, I won't take you. V. Kulin with an overly clean personality. He secretly admired, but AT's unexpected, knowing that AT's dangerous but still deciding to follow. Before becoming Deculein, he added this characteristic to the game thinking that he needed to have understanding. Kulin speculated. Could AT be that he has more ambition than I thought? At this time, the train suddenly ran at an unusually fast speed. Soon after, the train docked, and people gradually moved. Only Zi Kulin and Klon remained on the empty seats. Ni Kulin predicted, now only the last station remains. Birched. Until now, nothing has happened. Could AT be that I have chosen the right safe train? He regretted. I have prepared a lot, but Ada seems there is no chance to use it. On the Kulin are the expensive items. A Jorg Vate. Jorg trousers. Jorg dress shoes that have had their potential unlocked by the hand of Midas, significantly increasing the defense ability. He remembered. Before departing, I used the hand of Midas on the clothes of the master craftsman, enhancing the defense layer for them. Wood steel throwing knives have been enhanced by the hand of Midas, increasing efficiency. Inside the train, I have also spread wood steel everywhere and enhanced them. Even the clothes I gave to Kulinan have been enhanced. The protective cloak on Lan has had its durability greatly increased by the hand of Midas. However, Li Kulin frowned, a little dissatisfied. And this is a unique characteristic that only appears in the late game stage. AT must have some hidden effect. He pondered. Recently, because I have used the hand of Midas too much, my magic power keeps running out. Should I have used IT for something else? What a waste. Z Kulin quickly changed his mind. AT's better to be unprepared. A's best if nothing happens. He leaned his head back and relaxed for a while, hoping to get to his destination safely. The train continued to traverse the most dangerous roads. Suddenly a train car exploded in the middle of the snowy hill. A voice rang, "Oh, even on the train. You do not leave the book," a few days before V. Kulin departed. Jiltheon wondered, "Is there a lot of homework at the magic tower?" Sinvia replied, "There is a lot of homework, but I will also be absent from class for a few days." He chuckled, "As an archmage, and yet you are more diligent than anyone." She said seriously, "If I do not work hard to this extent, how can I become an archmage?" Sinvia was sullen. "I am not too worried about Ephorine, but I wanted to hear more of V. Kulin's lectures." That space was both magnificent and proud, and also exuded a mysterious silence. She probed, "Father, why do we have to leave so early to go to the Birched Summons conference? It is okay to leave a few days late." Jiltheon suddenly fell silent for a moment. He explained, "My dear, have you ever heard the rumor that Birched is the tomb of magicians?" Sinvia said indifferently, "Is not that just a scary rumor?" Jiltheon retorted, "No, that is not just a rumor." He explained, "Whenever the Birched Summons conference takes place, among the magicians who are summoned, there will definitely be someone who loses their life. 15 years ago, there were as many as 11 people who lost their lives there." Jiltheon recounted, "From ancient times, being summoned to Birched is a sign of a prestigious family. If you are chosen in the top 20 families to participate, then the name of that family will be inscribed in history. However, if a family is summoned but cannot attend the conference, then their name will be permanently removed from the list, and a new family will replace that empty position. So in your opinion, what is the easiest way to eliminate a prestigious family?" Sinvia was shocked. "No. No way." He continued, "The journey to Birched is a dangerous path like thin ice, where ambitious people want to become a new prestigious family. Will openly aim for the lives of the current magic families." She was shocked. "Really? Although the bathroom and clothes are unfamiliar, I can use them more naturally than I thought, as if Wu Jin has lived as Deculein before." Jiltheon clarified, "We are rushing to leave also for that reason. There is a report that a Giekripi is plotting to attack the late departing train, taking you along. Of course I have to be as careful as possible." Sinvia was worried. "But if that is discovered, there will definitely be trouble." He hesitated. "I should also explain Ada to her, because Sinvia will also have to face the harshness of this world." Jiltheon was firm. "My dear, among the 12 traditional families, which family was traditional from the start? If we are punished because of this, Then all the magic families will be subject to review, he said sternly. Death on the way to this conference. From a magical perspective, AT's no different from a natural death. Train suddenly ran violently fast. Terrifying explosions suddenly and continuously occurred. Varen sitting on the train quickly realized something. While Deculein still maintained an unusually calm demeanor, a dazzling light flooded into the train car. But now he finds AT luxurious and comfortable. Kulan immediately woke up faintly and looked up. He panicked. What is this, Professor? Look. The train. Kulan was stunned. The entire train was floating in the air. Deculein sat silently, feeling. Thank goodness. The elementary levitation technique has been memorized completely. He sighed. Just like Astrang's martial arts, thanks to completing the memorization of the elementary levitation technique before departure, I was able to survive, the assassin judged. How ridiculous, daring to lift the entire train. Is this the power of the head professor? Another one added, also a bit unexpected, but still within expectations. Everyone, focus. If we complete this well, we will definitely receive a worthy reward. Taking advantage of the gap in the train, they began to invade. The assassin clung tightly to the rope, advancing to the train body. Each one fiercely plunged into the train car. AT must be due to the influence of the two characteristics. Dignified demeanor, and aesthetic sense. Looking at the broken glass shards, Deculein despised, you stupid people, he smugly said. Unfortunately, I have foreseen everything. Suddenly, streams of power from somewhere pierced through the assassins. The one who saw his comrades being taken down could not help but be shocked. Kulan shouted, Professor, we are being attacked. How can this be? Deculein immediately touched his pressure point. Rest for a bit. Kulan. After he fainted, he was a bit confused. Deculein ordered, you are Viren. Right. Take him to a safe place. If there are any other passengers in the other train cars, evacuate them as well. Varen immediately did as he said. Moving outside, Deculein stood in the train car watching for a while. As if he wondered, the feeling from the fingertips is too soft, with the sensitive five senses of the iron body. There is no way I would not notice the difference. Could AT be? Deculein decided. First, complete the remaining work and then think. He predicted. The ones who caused this, of course they must know everything clearly. Deculein announced, in this place, your deaths are also just deaths that follow nature. At this time, Varen had taken Clune to a safe place. He immediately looked up to check the situation. In the train car, an amazing power emanated. At this time, the assassins were lying all over the floor. Deculein fell. Ties harder than I thought. This is Wu Jin's body. He thought, while reducing the damage from the explosion, and continuing to fight, my magic power is almost depleted. Magic power 10,3657. Varen suddenly moved into the train causing Kulan to be surprised. He announced, all the remaining passengers have been taken to a safe place. Deculein said, thank you for your hard work, then now we... Suddenly he realized that something was wrong. Deculein fell. This guy, his eyes are different from before. He thought, that is right, even I was quite panicked because of this attack, he must be quite surprised as well. Just as he finished thinking, a stream of red power emanated around him. Varen's whole body was covered by a red aura causing a Kulin to immediately realize the fate of the villain. He speculated, could it be that he had been hiding his characteristics from the beginning and accompanied me? I have been too negligent. Varen coldly spoke. It's fortunate that you are still alive. That is right. Now I can't behave rudely or against the rules. The rituals that I used to find annoying now come naturally. He pointed the sword at Li Kulin. Because I have to kill you with my own hands. Varen quietly said, I have safely evacuated the other passengers. He declared, now it is your turn to die. Professor. Deculein proed. Let me ask you something. Are you acting like this because someone ordered you to do so? He judged. Is Ada Julie? Varen shouted angrily. Shut up. He threatened. If you dare to utter the commander's name, I will never forgive you. She is a righteous knight who would never think of such things. Stop your filthy imagination. Varen concluded. You must die at my hands. For the commander, Deculein secretly reasoned. Looking at his reaction, this does not seem to be related to Julie. He recalled the previous comments about Varen and secretly calculated. I only have 10 mana left. Can I defeat someone considered a genius? Even in the ranks of Freeheim. With my current condition. He rushed Zhu V quickly. Then my protection mission ends here. Although the goal is to gather information, the fact that Wu Jin is about to teach does not feel strange to him. Deculein dodged the attack and made a decision. There is only one way. Just as the two were about to clash, a sound suddenly rang. Oh, the train was gradually falling into the ravine. He displayed, cancel the manipulation technique. In the space covered with white snow, the large train was falling freely. Transition. At this time in another train car, a voice spoke. Miss, would you like one? Sirio entered and invited. Ati's a specialty of birched, eternal snow ice cream. Sinvi aside. I've lied. Sirio, you can relax. I am tired of it. I have eaten At a lot. She asked, is anyone here? He replied, sorry. Who are you talking about? Sirio listed. Lord Ukraine and rewind. Then everyone is here. Who is the lady waiting for? Sinvaya turned away and sighed thoughtfully. No. He looked at that appearance and realized something. Because he is a talented and noble aristocrat. Sirio concluded, then I will withdraw. Call me if the lady needs anything. She quickly agreed. Sinvia's eyes lowered and gently called a name. Ee. She expressed herself. I do not intend to look at At. Sinvia recalled the past. She placed a bouquet of flowers on the steps. On the tombstone was inscribed, Celia von Elleman Alade, wife of the honorable magician Giltheon, and mother of the lovely Sinvia. Sinvia said, how are you? Mother. That was a day I visited my mother and talked to her, completely normal like any other day. She recounted, Professor Deculein is terrible. He gives so much homework, as if he thinks I only take his class. Today, Sinvia suddenly noticed, what is that sound? She approached and hid behind a tree, observing the situation. Suddenly Sinvia was extremely surprised by what was in front of her. What the hell? Standing from a distance she immediately recognized. Even though I saw his slump back, I could still feel his noble posture. From the first look, I knew At was Deculein. Sinvia wondered, why is he in a place like this? I do not think he is the type of person who would mourn someone when they pass away. After a moment, she saw Deculein stand up. He secretly shed tears with a confused mood. Sinvia could not help but be surprised. He is crying. Someone who is always cold and full of arrogance. And yet he is shedding tears. She left the cemetery with unusual emotions. At's really magical. I always thought he was an annoying professor, always pretending to be arrogant and powerful. But even he has memories of losing a loved one. Those tears were like shooting stars, constantly haunting my mind. Sinvia put her hand on her chest, feeling the emotion. Kim Woo-din, a healthy Korean youth. Objectively speaking, I am tall and my appearance is decent. But if I quote the last words my ex-girlfriend said before breaking up, she remembered her father's words. I received intelligence that a Githaudri P is plotting to attack the train that is about to depart. Sinvia was sadly troubled about that. She secretly thought, after listening to Deculein's lecture at that time, there is one thing that I wanted to try. Sinvia planned, if I try to use this mana stone as an intermediary, perhaps there will be a possibility. In the three major attributes of magic, the origin is created by using the caster as the root. Sinvia's magic is created from three primary colors. Starting to use the mana stone as an intermediary, making At gradually take shape. She focused all her power and felt, I did At. Sinvia conveyed, from now on, your name is Swift. She looked directly at the bird and transmitted power to At. You are a lazy failure. Sinvia released It into the sky and ordered, fly away and show me what you see. At this moment, everything in the ship's cabin turned chaotic. Deculein strained his remaining strength to control the ship. He was delighted. Luckily, the ship had maintained its balance and had not fallen to the ground. Deculein checked himself, thinking he would broken a few bones, but thanks to Iron Body, he should recover quickly. Just as he finished dealing with the unexpected situation, he was attacked again. Varen charged straight at him, launching a direct attack that Deculein could not dodge in time. He was utterly stunned. Was he still okay? Deculein retaliated with his familiar technique aimed at his head. He immediately realized as the technique passed, an aura of protective energy. That is right, that is Wu Jin. Varen said, you truly are resilient, are not you? Magical light continuously erupted as he swung his hand, streams of fire shooting out, exploding into patches of bright red. Varen attacked while keeping an eye on his Deculein's actions. He was gradually running out of strength and struggling. He is too strong. Deculein confirmed to himself that Varen was far stronger than him right now. Even in his best condition, he would not be able to defeat him. A resolute glint appeared in his eyes. However, Deculein used his ability, unwavering while reaching a rare level, helping the owner to not succumb to adversity. 80 activates in combat, maintaining mental strength to the very end, nearly immune to all kinds of will-interfering magic. He was determined. Deculein would never give in a situation like this. Deculein continuously dodged Varen's relentless attacks. The two began to confront each other directly and fiercely. He won't lose himself, so he must not be negligent. He seemed to be cornered by shards of glass containing power. Deculein remained calm, his voice low. Damn A. Varen suddenly lunged forward, his sword glowing brightly as Atai hurtled toward him with fierce momentum. Before the tip of the sword, thoughts flashed through Deculein's mind. If he got hit by the sword, would the game be UVA? Would nothing have ever happened? Would he open his eyes in the office again? If not, then a slash tore through the air, and blood spurted violently, splattering onto the ceiling. The bright golden bird had arrived at the train at this moment. Cornered against a wall, thought, A's too. He immediately noticed something abnormal. Deculein was confused. What? The space is being distorted. Varen's attack was immediately neutralized. But wait, even in real life I've never ridden in such an expensive car. A streak of blood flashed by, causing him to look in surprise. In an instant, Varen's hand was brutally severed. He screamed in pain and despair. He was quick-witted. I do not know what just happened, but this is my chance. Deculein quickly cast Manhwa of 3.657, streaking across Varen's legs. He was hit, and his entire body lost its strength, his legs trembling and unable to support him. Varen quickly moved to hide in a corner. He decided to leave the cabin through the gap in space. Varen stabbed his sword into the train wall to hold himself in place. He struggled to hang on with his last bit of strength. Damn A. Mentioning luxury cars reminds Wu Jin of that. AT's a little uncomfortable. Deculein quickly grasped the situation and approached Varen. He expanded a powerful space, standing in the middle of the cabin. Varen struggled to hold on to the end of the sword. Unwilling to give up, he asked, What did you do? Deculein was indifferent. I do not know either. More importantly, why are you trying to kill me? I do not remember having any issues with you. Varen explained. What? Have I always remembered the cruel actions you committed towards the one who once saved me? He was surprised. Do not tell me you are doing this for Julie's sake, even though Julie did not ask you to do 80. Deculein was shocked. What? What did Julie give you to make you do this? Varen expressed. You will never understand. He recalled. In a vast courtyard, the noble lady said, Thank you so much. AT would have been terrible if you were not here. He blankly looked at the person sitting next to him. Julie bowed and replied, Of course, AT is just the responsibility of a knight. Varen struggled. Let me go. I did not do anything. He is the one who started AT. The noble lady raised her voice. You do not know how kind my Jason is. I bet you did something wrong. Jason, standing behind her, grinned smugly. That is right. He growled. You want to die. The noble lady threatened. You have not learned your lesson. Have you? Varen tried to resist. She intimidated. See what happens to you if I hand you UV to the supervisors. You will be begging for forgiveness. The noble lady pointed at him, accusing, You hit my son, so you have to take responsibility for the fight as well as the insult. Seeing this, Julie spoke up. Wait a moment. Madam, did you say he trespassed? The lady replied. That is right. That kind of quality fits the social status of this kid. She admired. He can climb that high wall. He looks so slender. Julie suggested. Madam, I will take this boy to the supervisors, so you can go rest. The noble lady considered. Good for me. But Wu Jin wondered. But who is this person? Later, Varen shouted, defending himself. Let me go. I said let me go. I only defended myself. I did not do anything to warrant going to the station. She quietly walked ahead, leading the way without saying a word. Julie explained. Anyway, the Prija family is quite infamous for their actions. I am sure what you said is partly true. He retorted. Not just partly. She interrupted with a loud shout, not yielding at all. But Julie turned and reminded him. You still should not hit people. She gently untied Varen. Julie suggested, if you follow me, I will teach you how to control yourself. What do you say? He looked at her under the sunset with a very bright expression. Varen added, will you feed me? That is how I met my benefactor. After that, I became part of the Knight's Order. He stammered. Professor, have a good afternoon. Here. Your bag. I brought AT as quickly as possible. However, because of my childhood and personality, I still could not get close to others. He expressed, the only one who cared about me. Julie approached and asked, Varen, are you going through a tough time? Varen said quietly, everything is fine. Yes, everything is really fine, as long as I am by the captain's side. He constantly exclaimed, my benefactor is always right in front of me. Varen admired, she always helps others. And she always says no to compromising illegal things. The respect and admiration I have for her is growing day by day. He placed his hand on his chest and felt, and also the love I have for her. Varen on the verge of danger expressed, I know, my feelings for her are just one-sided. Wu Jin thought to himself, is he Deculein's secretary or assistant? He examined, are you a mage? I understand my feelings are her burden, he resolutely said, but I still have to kill you. One day, you will destroy the one who once saved me. Kim Woojin pondered, he is right. All the bad things in this game are butterfly effects from Deculeine's actions. He gently said, however, you are wrong. Kim Woojin considered, I have changed the actions Deculein used to do, and I will make sure Deculeine's ending is not being destroyed. So, he reached O and decided to save Varen from the brink of death. Deculein committed, take my hand. Varen, no matter what, I won't harm Julie. He tried to persuade him. Trust me. Deculein suddenly noticed the sword in Varen's hand glowing. His power was unleashed once again. He gritted his teeth with anger. You. Kulun was confused. I am on your command. AT's been 3 years. I am just kidding. Deculein was furious. He had no intention of changing his mind. Varen affirmed, no, I won't change my mind. At any cost, I will kill you. He held the stone in his hand and judged. Fool. Deculein decided, your foolish choice today will torment Julie for the rest of her life. He resolutely dropped the large stone. At this moment, the manager asked, Captain, are you not feeling well? Julie quickly replied, It is nothing. He speculated, are you worried about Varen again? He can take care of himself. She smiled softly. That is right. Varen fell into the abyss with the thought. My benefactor, I hope you will always live happily. The bright golden bird then left the train and flew away. Its eyes shone brightly as if Atai understood all the developments. He pondered, At's just a draft that needs to be read. Just reading is okay. Right. Only Deculein remained on the train, standing amidst the clouds. Sinvia silently felt, Deculein killed his teacher's bodyguard, and the bodyguard fell off the cliff. She considered, no, to be exact, the knight was the one who tried to kill Deculein first. In self-defense, Deculein killed him. Sirio approached and said, there you are, Miss Sinvia. Let us go back. The conference is about to begin. She quickly obeyed. Sinvia looked forward. You will come here. Right. The guard respectfully said, AT is an honor for us. Vice Commander. Lilia probed. There was an explosion and an attack. The guard reported, yes, but this happens often because the Birch Conference is about to take place. So AT's nothing serious. She considered. I understand. Any casualties? He reported, yes, although no one was injured. But currently, 2 people are missing, a guard named Varen and Professor Deculein. The guard presented. You can hear the details from the survivor Zoo VP there. The entire lecture Ken 10 is written here. There is definitely no way he would prepare a proper lecture himself. Would this person really prepare a meaningful lecture? Lilia wondered, who is that? He explained, I assume he is still unconscious from shock after the incident. A passenger reported, a knight saved me. The train was floating in the air for a while, and when I woke up, AT had fallen. I think the assassins tried to attack a second time. She was surprised, in the air. The passenger proved, here's a picture. AT was so horrifying that I took a picture. Lilia was surprised. He used magic to lift the entire train. She stared at the incredible picture. That is ridiculous. A mysterious voice played in Lilia's ears. The knight, Viren, is dead. I do not know why, but Viren tried to kill Li Yingkulin and ultimately failed. Head Professor Yingkulin survived. She realized. What? I am receiving a telepathic message from somewhere. Lilia suspiciously observed the passengers around her. The passenger suddenly signaled. Yes, someone is coming from that direction. He looked closely and judged, Professor Yingkulin. Only this guy is working hard. Yingkulin thought. Fortunately, if AT was not for the strange phenomenon that happened then, I would have been killed by a knight, even without a name. If IT was not for the help of an unknown person, I would have been at the bottom of the cliff already. I can't believe I am so helpless. He was curious. Who helped me at that time? Lilia said, Head Professor Yingkulin, I am glad to see you are safe. I am Lilia Freeman from the Security Bureau. I have a few questions regarding the accident. Yingkulin indifferently asked, What time is IT? She replied, AT's 3:30. He calculated, I only have 6 hours left. Lilia continued, These are procedural questions. But the question for you, Yingkulin interrupted, Is this train the only way to Birch? She was annoyed. No, there are still roads and sea roads on the other side. Lilia suggested, Let me ask you again. Please listen to me. Professor. The knight who was with you. Before she could finish, she turned around and could not see him anymore. Wu Jin praised him. Well done. Kulon suddenly looked blankly at him because he was startled. Lilia asked, Was not Professor Yingkulin just here? Maybe he used teleportation. She admired. Even after using manipulation magic to prevent the train from derailing and fighting with the assassins and Viren, he can still use high-level magic to teleport. How much mana does he have? Lilia confirmed, so he is the Yingkulin you mentioned. The Sacred Birchik Conference is about to begin in a moment. Everyone around was gossiping. Jultheon signaled, It is almost 9:53, the time when the elites gather. Sinvai looked forward to a figure. He still has not come here. The Grand Elder solemnly said, Before the conference begins, I would like to express my gratitude to those who have answered the call. Huge mana from above erupted fiercely. Sinvai was on guard. The mana is terrible. He must be Dezikten, the Grand Elder of Birched. He is the closest candidate for the position of Archmage. He is a living legend, voluntarily away from the world. The driver had a look of shock when he heard the conversation. The master praised me. Yes, yes. I understand. She was determined. So at least I have to reach that level to challenge the title of Archmage. He announced, After taking attendance, we will begin the conference. Jultheon of the Iliad family. Jultheon said, Here, Ithensel of the Brand family. She replied, Here, Barun of the Virad family. He responded, Here, I am, a Helm of the Redwind family. He said softly, Here. The Grand Elder continued, Next, Yingkulin of the Ukraine family. He looked at the empty seat and speculated, Ukraine has not arrived yet. The Grand Elder considered, If he does not arrive before I call his name 3 times, then I will assume that he has not answered the call, and he will be removed from the list of the 12 seats of magic. People talked, Ukraine is removed. This is a big event, because they were summoned for the first time 200 years ago. The other families discussed, big event. Was not this predicted by many people already? The current head's ability, is far inferior to his ancestors. The other person replied, That is right. People often say that his talent is insignificant. Wu Jin slowly raised his hand to his face as if preparing to contemplate something. Sinvai wondered, How is Yingkulin living now, that there is not even one person worried about him? She worried, This really bothers me a lot. The Grand Elder began to call the name. The head of Ukraine, The head of Ukraine, The other families secretly rejoiced. He called for the 3rd time. The head of Yuk. The door suddenly opened. Sinvai was extremely surprised. She immediately turned around to confirm. Yingkulin entered under the gaze of the families. He stood towering in the dazzling light. Yingkulin flicked his hand a few times, dusting off the shoulders of his coat. What kind of personality is this? Just saying a word of praise to others is also annoying. Is this Deculain's instinct? He tidied his hair neatly. Yingkulin powerfully said, Yingkulin von Grey in Ukraine is present. He slowly walked towards his seat. Yingkulin solemnly announced, The representative of the Ukraine family has arrived. The meeting began in silence and proceeded smoothly. The first issue discussed was about the monster that had appeared on the Dark Mountain. Ethensel said sternly, "The appearance of monsters on the island has a much more serious meaning. Each student will have to order or cooperate with the church, nominating magicians to the suspected areas." The first issue was passed smoothly. Family head Ethensel gave her opinion, and no family opposed it, so everything went very smoothly. A woman said, "We will take a short break." Woojin thought to himself, "This is tiring." In order not to be late for the meeting, he ran like crazy without resting. Now not only mana but also physical strength is gone. From the moment I left the mansion, Ada felt like Deculain's personality was gradually infecting my mind. The voice spoke softly and respectfully. "We have arrived, Master." It is admirable to maintain such calmness in this state. Decoulin's personality and achievements are so impressive that it is hard to believe. Everyone began to disperse during the break. Suddenly a loud voice echoed. "Professor." He immediately recognized. "Deculein?" he asked, with tears in his eyes. "Professor, are you okay?" Deculein continued. "Sorry for being late. Because I could not participate in the meeting, I was late." Woojin listened and reassured him. Do not worry." He frowned and said to himself, "Now I can't look at this kid as innocently as before. He is definitely hiding a secret." Woojin continued to think, "But why is that? Why?" The famous quote from a famous movie in this world suddenly appeared in my head. He suddenly said, "Deculein, from now on, stand still next to me." He was stunned.
Yes.
Woojin had already made up his mind. Keep friends close, and enemies closer. It is best to keep them close and watch them closely to ensure safety. Woojin slowly got out of the car, but he was stunned, thinking, "This is..." He frowned. "Deculein, I will definitely find out who you are." Then the meeting continued. A guiding voice echoed. "The next issue is..." Each word fell into everyone's ears. "How will we deal with the magical views of those people?" Woojin frowned and thought, "It is a sensitive issue. Eta certainly won't progress as easily as last time." Suddenly, a hand slammed hard on the table, followed by a piercing shout. "Those damned red faction guys are like cockroaches." Family head of the Virad family, Barun, angrily continued. "They secretly lay eggs and breed in society, destroying and weakening the community." Family head of the Brand family, Ethensel, said, "On what basis do you say that? Furthermore, how can we distinguish between those people and other races?" He raised his voice. "Just in Venati, there will definitely be clues in their blood. The magic tower of the Empire needs to join forces and eliminate them as soon as possible." She immediately interjected, "Be careful with your words and actions." Barun. Eliminate. Woojin pondered and thought. As expected, their views were not consistent from the beginning. Deculain's workplace, the Imperial Royal University. Barun stood up, unwilling to be outdone. Although the reason is still unclear, those people are identifying each other and gathering together. They definitely have a leader. They are plotting something. Ethensel slammed the table and shouted, "That is just speculation." Barun. He questioned, "Why is Eta just speculation?" She retorted, "The fact that their leader is hiding, gathering his comrades, and plotting a plan is not really disgusting." Barun became increasingly furious. Eta was because of such hesitation 60 years ago, that so many magicians had to sacrifice themselves. The space fell silent. Julthian then sighed. He joined the debate. "So what do you think about Deculein of the Ukraine family?" Julthian continued. "His family is a great exorcism family, which has always been at the forefront of eliminating monsters since ancient times. As someone living in this era, you are quite familiar with these kinds of events. Hatred after giving up thinking about such issues always leads to unnecessary misfortunes." Woojin said with a serious face, "Even if those things are ignored, suppressing those belonging to the Red faction is still not the right method. Even if I can't stop this, I have to delay AT as long as possible because the main task is still ahead." According to the letter, the location is Rotio Hall. Right. After all, the common enemy of this world is not them. Woojin then spoke. "A long time ago, the Red faction has always been our enemy, but..." He continued, "If we examine each document carefully, then AT's all just misunderstandings." Barun frowned. "Misunderstandings?" Woojin kept his seriousness. "Yes." He began to present. "The Rodran witch case happened 230 years ago. Rodran was accused of being a witch even though he was completely innocent, which also caused countless Red faction members to be killed by the large-scale oppressions that took place. Wujin did not beat around the bush. That is also the reason their resistance broke and then blood continued to spill in an endless loop. Now everything has subsided, he bluntly said. The incident 60 years ago that you mentioned is not AT politics, because a magic stone mine was discovered in the land of those people. Barun immediately interjected. Politics. 60 years ago. Ukraine was the family that killed the most enemies and seized the mine. How can you say? He impatiently screamed. They are clearly people who inherit demonic energy in their blood. As a member of the Ukraine family, a family specializing in exorcising demons, you must understand that, Wujin said seriously and sternly, the tradition of the Ukraine family is to hunt monsters, not to slaughter the Red faction. Rodeo Hall Lecture Hall. Whispers in the classroom. Finally getting to attend Professor Deculain's lecture, he became even more furious. Those people are monsters. Barun slammed the table and stood up to further affirm his point of view. He still just sat calmly and questioned. That statement, can you take responsibility for a time? Wujin's eyes were full of powerful force. Do not casually call people monsters. The person who says those words may also become a monster. Barun angrily turned and left, so the first meeting ended without a clear conclusion, and that issue was postponed to the next day. On the other side, Jilthian was smiling and said, "It is a pity. We have to wait until the next meeting, do not we?" "My love," Sinvaya heard and replied. "Actually, it's just tomorrow," he asked with concern, "because the principle of Birch is one person per room. Can you stay alone?" She heard and answered, "What? At this age? I should have my own room, not sleep with my father," Jilthian said sadly. Sniffling. "However, my dear." Then Gilthian also complied. "Then see you tomorrow." "Daughter, Birch has a high mana density, so all kinds of magical phenomena will occur at night. Please read the rules here carefully." Sinvia sighed. "Understood. I will just be quiet there, do not worry." After returning to her room, she held a handwritten letter with a lot of scribbled words. Sinvaya said in disbelief, "What rules sound like scaring children? Just rest and sleep." "Right. Maybe I should sleep a little. I heard he is a genius at solving magic. Do not joke around. He has been a born prodigy since he was a child." Then she turned off the lights, pulled the blanket and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Sinvaya woke up. Her eyelashes opened slightly. She got out of bed, her voice still sleepy. Too thirsty. Sinvaya went down to the room to pour a full glass of water. As soon as she finished drinking, she had a strange feeling around her. Magical sources erupted violently around. They bluntly transferred Sinvaya to a strange world. She then brought up the rule paper to read. Inwardly distraught, suddenly the space has turned into a corridor. Did I do something wrong? Sinvia's face turned pale with concern. Cold sweat poured out. The rule stated, if you have once laid down on the bed, do not leave until dawn. At any time, you may move to another space. She frowned. Once you lay down, you can't leave until morning. Is that why I am in this situation? A dignified voice spoke, making everyone in the class pay attention. Everyone pay attention. Sinvaya said to herself, a few days ago, when I stayed in the second building, I never witnessed such eerie magic. She began to suspect, or is AT the closer you are to the Elder's building, the more profound the magic is. Sinvaya rubbed her chin, reassuring herself. I was too subjective, thinking that everything would be fine as long as I did not leave the room, but that is not the case. Calm down. Calm down. Suddenly, dark magic force terrified her. Sinvaya immediately turned her head back. There is something here. She did not hesitate anymore and rushed away quickly. Where should I go now? Duel only has one floor. Even if stairs appear, do not go up or down. If you are walking along the corridor and encounter an open door, never step in or look inside. Sinvaya closed her eyes tightly and ran away. Have to keep calm. There will definitely be a door to return. She tried to punch a door and shouted loudly, please save me. Another rule appeared. If someone knocks on the door from the outside, never respond. No matter what they say, do not answer. I am Deculein von Grahan Ukraine, the head professor of the university's magic tower, in charge of today's lecture. Sinvia knocked on each room with faint hope. Someone. Anyone. Please. She knocked with her last bit of faith. Please. At this moment, fortunately, a door opened. A familiar voice rang. Lost. The person who appeared was Wujin. He softly called the opponent's name. Sinva. She was both scared and happy to tears. He said, "Come in." She nodded slightly and also came in. "Thank you," Sinvi explained. "Sorry. When I just left the bed, I suddenly found myself standing in the hallway." Woojin still said calmly, "In Birch, abnormal magic phenomena always occur. Among them, there are many souls born from magic itself. You should have read the rules carefully." She looked at him and thought. The expression is unchanged. The eyes are firm without a bit of fluctuation. Is AT because ATZ in Kulin that he can open the door? Suddenly a growl made Sinvi notice. So, from now on, the lecture will begin. When she just turned around, a ghost skull appeared on the high ceiling. Woojin simply requested, "Stand still." Immediately, several streaks of power shot across the floor. They charged forward and slashed directly at the demonic entity on the ceiling. Instantly, AT was chopped into pieces and vanished as if AT had never existed. Sinvaya stared blankly, at a loss for words. She snapped O of AT and exclaimed, "That is amazing. Did you use those floating things to destroy the ghost?" Woojin calmly replied, "There is nothing surprising about AT. After all, AT is just a type of magic specifically used to inflict damage. There is nothing to be proud of." He continued to teach. Magic was not created for killing in the first place. Sinvia's cheeks flushed red, her eyes sparkling and fluttery. She created a blazing red flame. Living fire. The female students in the class could not help but admire. So handsome, and so smart. So awesome. Woojin turned to look with fairly indifferent eyes. "Well done." Sinvaya continued to use lightning ball. He still praised the same way. "Well done." She cast golden fire. Woojin also praised. "Well done." Sinvaya continued. Demon fire. This time he added a few words. "That was also well done." She puffed out her cheeks unhappily, thinking to herself, he is not even bothering to look closely. Sinvaya thought to herself, should I deliberately make Ada sloppy once? Then she cast, "What about this?" Woojin still said, "Well done." However, he immediately added, "However." Woojin commented, "Fire-type magic circle with a wind-type magic circle inlaid seems a bit unstable." Sinvai was instantly excited. "Then what are my weaknesses?" "Professor." He calmly read his book. "That is something you have to find out yourself." She was dissatisfied. "But you taught Ephorine." Woojin still did not look ve. Ephorine learned a tea herself. A small hand was gradually crumpling the paper on the table because of unwillingness. "That guy is also called awesome." Which left her speechless. He spoke up, advising, "Do not be impatient, Sinva." Woojin continued, "You still have time. And if you just work hard, you can grow." He instructed, "Just slowly, step by step. Move forward." Each of his words fell softly. "Because you possess one of the top 3 talents in this world." Voices echoed in Sinvia's mind. "Oh my, what an incredible talent. This is the aptitude of an archmage. At this age already, this child will surely make a big splash in the future." She had heard these words countless times in her life, familiar and boring praises. Sinvai gently closed her eyes. But why do Kulin's words feel so different? That night, she stayed in Woojin's room. He was reading a book when he sensed a strange magic. Epherin's eyes were full of resentment looking at him. Finally meeting him. Deculein. That bastard. Ada seeped in from the window, causing Woojin to be suspicious. What is this aura? He left the room and went straight into the nearby forest. He thought to himself, suddenly releasing the aura of a wealthy tycoon. Originally, if Ada was not for the Birchit conference, this mountain path would not be accessible until the end of the game. Maybe I will find rarer items than I thought. Right then, something strange made of magic appeared behind Woojin. That monster was ghastly in shape, many hands wanting to rush forward and tear Woojin apart. Suddenly Ada stopped and turned its head back. In the distance, another monster exactly like it flew uviv. Ait reached out its hand as if wanting to devour Woojin. Suddenly, he stopped walking, causing At to stop as well. Woojin turned his head and asked nonchalantly, "Hey, do you see anything full of magic around here? The enemy who killed my father." Suddenly, that monster flew away and burst into tears, speaking in a language that no one could understand. He frowned and wondered, why are they reacting so strangely? Woojin walked closer to a piece of wood radiating red magic, found It. He held It in his hand, unable to hide his surprise. "This is According to the information, AT was a purified magic wood shard, a shard of magic wood broken by lightning. AT originally contained abundant magic power, but now purified by lightning, AT can become an extremely valuable material, classified as special wood sundries. Woojin exclaimed, I have in my hands an even better material than I expected. He thought to himself, after transmigrating into this body, I have been constantly cultivating and researching, but because of Deculin's mediocre talent, I have always felt blocked by an invisible wall. Woojin said in his head, if I use this to make a staff, maybe I will be able to obtain the desired power faster. He acknowledged, not a bad harvest at all. The meeting was reopened. The atmosphere in the room at that time became even more tense. Barun angrily yelled, is not the blood of monsters flowing in their veins? Then what is wrong with calling them monsters? Woojin immediately retorted, AT's funny. Then if we put salt in a glass of water, do we call AT salt water? In her eyes now, there was only resentment. Woojin's images gradually shattered. The fierce debate between Deculein and Barun caused the magicians present at the meeting to be quite embarrassed. Why is Deculein defending the Red faction? That is right. I thought he would be the first to stand up and quell those Red faction members. But unexpectedly, he acted contrary to that. Julthian rubbed his chin. What is Deculein planning? Deculein definitely has some plan. Sinvia looked UV and thought to herself, maybe everyone thinks he is protecting the Red faction because he has a goal like your father. She lowered her eyes. But that is wrong. At this moment, the chair stopped them. Stop it. That voice rang. Oh, if this continues, I am afraid AT won't lead anywhere. So, matters related to the Red faction will be discussed later. The next meeting will continue to discuss AT. Now, let us move on to the next issue. The issues after the discussion about the Red faction were quickly resolved. And finally, the long-lasting meeting that lasted for several days came to an end. Barun grunted and bumped straight into Woojin's shoulder. He frowned with dissatisfaction. Even though I teased the result of the efforts for the main task later, maybe AT seems like I have offended more people. The next day in the Birch shopping district, she confided, 3 years ago, Efirin's father committed suicide. Woojin was in an item shop with Deculein. He held 2 gems in his hand and said to himself, before leaving Birch, I have to make the staff here. The staff made of magic wood. What auxiliary material should I use to make AT reasonable? Deculein suddenly spoke. Huh. He called, oh. Professor. Professor. Woojin calmly replied, what is wrong? Deculein pointed to one side and said, this is my benefactor. Thanks to this person, I was able to get here safely. Woojin immediately recognized, this person is, he said, Vice Commander of the Security Bureau. Lilia Freemian. She also recognized him, Professor Deculein. So he decided to invite Lilia Freemian for a meal, to reciprocate her help in bringing Deculein back safely. She smiled politely. Thank you, Professor, for inviting me for a meal, although I feel embarrassed to say this in this situation, but I need to complete the investigation. Lilia began to ask, what about the soldier Varen who was with us? What happened to him now? Woojin replied briefly, he died in an ambush. She replied, I see. For many years, he had researched how to interpret magic, but due to the shock when someone blackmailed his thesis, he was completely desperate and chose death. The food was brought and placed on the table for 3 people. Lilia thought to herself, what is different after all? Switch the scene to the Imperium security force directly under the Empire. Lilia's voice rang, oh, you will be imprisoned in the notorious Recordarch prison. You have killed countless innocent mages, so this is a worthy punishment. She questioned. Any objections? Lilia said indifferently. It's funny that the person who only knows how to be silent in the interrogation room now looks so aggressive. She requested. Open 80. Lockhart asked back. What? Lilia glanced UV. Activate your ability. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. Burst of magic exploded in the small room. The eyes above were touched by that magic. The person who stole the thesis was called a genius at solving magic. Immediately disconnected. The eyes became dull. Lilia looked up and snorted coldly. Suddenly she slammed her hand on the table. Lilia gritted her teeth and growled in anger. You stupid bastard. She was furious. I clearly told you not to act rashly. Why do you do things that harm the family so much? Lockhart lowered his head and smiled contentedly. Lilia gritted her teeth until her tendons popped. Oh, I was gonna kill you. Because if you were discovered to be a member of the family, public opinion would be even stronger against us. Lockhart spoke up. Even so, Do you think we can cling to this empire and live? She replied, if we do not reveal ourselves, it's still possible. We are only different at the moment of birth. He continued, no, you were born with demonic talent. They are afraid of that. Lilia immediately snapped. Shut up. Talent is not just possessed by the red faction. She said, there is one more thing. Why did you touch Deculein? Ukraine is someone we have been paying attention to for a long time. Lockhart was sweating profusely. You want to kill them? That is right. That hateful person is him. Lilia replied, we are just observing for now. If he continues to act like a madman, maybe I will kill him. He unexpectedly stopped her. Do not do that. Lockhart said seriously. He is a true nobleman. There is no need to kill him. She immediately ridiculed. What? A true nobleman? Stop talking nonsense. You bastard. The sins he has collected that I have collected are a basket full. His demeanor. The person who once affirmed that the red faction is not a monster but a human. Those eyes are without doubt. Only see what is right. If there were more nobles like that in this world, we could definitely live in harmony with this world. Lockhart said, he knows I am a red faction member but he still does not kill me. Lilia laughed loudly. You know that the ancestors of Ukraine led the massacre and suppression of the red faction. Right. He still remained serious. No, he does not know. Lockhart said, but if he also treats me just because I have the blood of my ancestors, then maybe he also agrees with their words that we are monsters. She was immediately annoyed. This bastard. He just keeps quiet without saying a word. He then questioned, do you think you can sit still in this position forever? Lilia replied directly, I intend to live my whole life here. What is wrong? You can't distinguish the red faction by appearance or blood. She raised her voice. But there are things that our family can't eat. If we do not eat, it's okay. Lilia's voice echoed. Anyway, the condition of the emperor of the current empire is very bad. There will probably be a new king on the throne, and we will have to see his attitude towards the red faction. Until then, our family will not do anything. However, she could not do anything, because after Ephraim's father passed away, she lost everything. She instructed, you stay in Recordark. Returning to reality, Lilia was eating while pondering, calling me a nobleman, but in reality, I am just as much of a nuisance as anyone else. Suddenly, a foot appeared, causing her to cover her nose uncomfortably. The smell of alcohol. Woojin still calmly said, what is wrong? I have nothing to say to you. He called O directly. I helm. He sneered. Is that so? I have something I want to hear from you. Ties about your dark secrets. At the Frieden Night Order. Julie stammered in horror. What? Please say AT again. The man lowered his head. That Ephraim, who was born a noble, lost everything of value, including her family's house and territory, and Ephraim became a homeless orphan. He said sadly, Varen died on duty. Julie said, prepare immediately. She was determined. We will have to hear an explanation when Deculein comes back. You veed here. The three were still in silence. Lilia was sweating profusely, thinking to herself, this person is the head of the ruined family. What is wrong? So suddenly, I Helm questioned. Throughout this meeting, you really surprised me. I can't understand AT. Why? Why did you do that? Even though other mages are all wary and cautious. He asked intently. What is the reason after all? Helm resolutely asked for the sake of asking. Are you on the side of the red faction? Lilia widened her eyes when she heard that. What? He sneered. Did not you say you wanted to kill all the red faction members before? No. AT should be said that AT is more than that. You once uttered insults that AT is an inferior race that does not deserve to set foot on this land. Therefore, she vowed. Helm continued to speak his own words. The thesis criticizing the red faction written by your own hands is still kept at the academy. He insisted on pushing Woojin into a corner. Or perhaps you intend to use the red faction as slaves to study for you. Kulon angrily reminded. You are speaking too much. Please do not insult others. Woojin leisurely wiped his mouth. Calm down. Kulon. Okay. He calmly said. AT's not strange for that moldy brain like rotten cheese to think that way. AT's easy to understand. Helm still kept a sarcastic smile. That is right. He changed the subject. I heard that there are still 6 months until the research announcement. No. Is 83 months. Just wait and see when your despicable tricks are exposed. Lilia had been silent from the beginning until now. Her hands trembled as she thought to herself, is Deculein protecting us? Standing on the side of the red faction? Because he is paying attention to everyone's eyes. Lilia was still shocked. That Deculein. AT's hard to believe. You V'd here. Wujin was reassuring. Do not worry about AT. Kulan was still worried. Professor. She pursed her lips and lowered her head. Lockhart. After vowing, I was able to enter the Royal Academy of the Empire, where Deculein is a professor. With great effort. Her heart was complicated. Is what you said true? The next day, before leaving Birch, he went to see one of the most famous wand makers, and commissioned the making of a steel staff. Because he was originally too famous as a blacksmith, it seems that Deculein had also visited before, thanks to which a side quest that he did not even know about was completed. The train went in the snowy day. On the train back to the Empire, he happened to sit in the same carriage with Barun. Throughout the journey, Barun did not hide his hostility. But fortunately, things did not lead to a major confrontation. Wujin thought to himself, finally, this long journey is about to come to an end. The street lights were already on in the snow. The people in the train station were crowded. Even if the other students do not know, I still know. His magic-solving skills are just empty words originating from my father's achievements. He destroyed an entire family just because of that. Kulan stretched after the long journey. He spoke up, we only need to change trains once more. Professor. I do not know when I will get to see scenery other than the white snow. At this time, a group of people came to face Wujin and Kulan. He called seriously. Julie. Her face was bowed down with sorrow. Julie spoke first. I heard that you were attacked. It's good that you are safe. Wujin replied. Thank you. But he understood in his heart. It seems that Varen's matter has spread already. He thought to himself, I do not know what the Sef Terai is spreading with, but surely many people are uncomfortable because only I survived and returned. The people behind had wrinkled faces. Why is he the only one still alive? Julie trembled and said, I read in the newspaper that you cooperated with him. She continued, work together to save the survivors. So how can he stand there so arrogantly? Julie bit her lip tightly to restrain herself. I just want to ask one thing. Her voice rang heavily. What was he like at that time? Julie's eyes were full of faint hope. But Wujin's eyes were still cold and impassive. The atmosphere became thick, suffocating, and terrifyingly silent. He had intended to say everything. That it was Varen who tried to kill him. That they had fought, and things became like this. But when facing her like this, he could not say a word. Should Wujin tell the truth? But that truth is too cruel for Julie. Her beliefs are not easily swayed, but her heart is not strong enough. That is the Julie I know. That position should have been my father's. If such a person knows the whole truth, she will definitely blame herself. She will assume that the mistakes of her subordinates are her own, and then torment herself to madness. Because Julie, perhaps burying the truth is the right thing to do. Even if because of that, he is resented by others. The train station announcer spoke loudly. Line 4 to the Empire is preparing to depart. Customers with tickets please board the train quickly. The sound of footsteps leaving became more and more numerous. Wujin finally replied. He was an overly sentimental person. Julie bowed her head without daring to look up, her eyes filled with sadness. She bowed her head and expressed, Thank you. We will go see him right away. Please rest well. Then Julie and everyone left. Wujin pondered, even if he is foolish, he is no different. Even the flame of affection that Deculein once stirred. I can't put ITO. I want to expose his lies and kill him right now. Kulan frowned and complained. Those people are too much. He was dissatisfied. We are also victims in that accident. But the way they looked at us was like a knife. Wujin replied, Do not worry about AT. They are just ignorant people. At this time, a female voice rang. Why are you enduring AT? He immediately recognized, Sinva. Wujin was puzzled. What do you mean I am enduring? She brought a few books. AT's a repayment. After that, Sinvaya suddenly turned and ran away. Kulan next to him was bewildered. So what is the repayment? Professor. Wujin was no better. I do not know either. He rubbed the back of his neck and thought to himself, in the end, AT's just all tiring things. I want to go home and rest as soon as possible. The train began to depart. Wujin said, Kulan, let us go home together. He replied, Yes. Professor. A man's voice rang out. In the first attack, Professor Deculein successfully handled the train, and together with the knight Varen, he saved the survivors. However, a second attack then occurred, causing the entire train to plunge into the abyss. But I need to restrain myself, to drag him down. I need to prepare more for the perfect revenge. During the process, it seems that the knight Varen fell down as well. However, the VIP cabin where Professor Deculein was sitting was fortunately stuck halfway down the abyss. In summary, both of them have made efforts to respond to the situation, and the knight Varen seems to have been killed in the second attack. Julie listened and said, "Thank you." Her eyes were sad, and her face was gloomy. Julie turned to leave, and the people who stayed behind asked further, "Are there any relics left?" "No." "Who is the mastermind behind the attack?" "The incident happened on the train to Birched, which is a taboo and should not be investigated." She walked to the high mountain cliff covered in white snow. Julie looked down and the words rang out as if she was talking to herself. "I have lost my strong right arm. I did not expect you to leave in such a meaningless way." Tears welled up on the corner of her eyes with a heavy voice of blame. "What a fool." Switch the scene to the town. A loud voice rang. Uriel flew into a rage. "You wrote the family's check again, did not you?" Roy next to her advised. "Miss, please calm down." Woojin shouted loudly with a dignified voice. "Be quiet. I will start the lecture now." She became even more angry. "Did not I tell you that our financial situation is difficult? Have you forgotten? If this continues, we will be bankrupt in less than 2 months. Puppet head of the family." Woojin frowned and thought to himself, the cost of making the magic staff was higher than expected, so I used a check. I did not expect AT to turn out like this, but can Ukraine's finances only last for 2 months? Anyway, I have to find a way to manage AT. He spoke up. "Calm down a bit. I have a way to manage the finances." Uriel stopped. What? The space turned into a solemn house. Shiny precious items were displayed fully. Woojin stood in front of this place. Behind him were Uriel and Roy. She asked incomprehensibly, "Why do you suddenly plan to do something? Are not these the items you crazily threw money to buy at the auction in the past?" Woojin frowned and reminded, "Wait a minute. You must maintain the demeanor of a nobleman when you speak." As future head of the family, Uriel was fuming behind him. What? The person who spent all the family's assets also dares to raise his voice and criticize because of a few words. Roy tried to mediate. "Miss?" At first, he did not understand why. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am the head professor of this magic tower, and a royal-level magician with the ability to control all elements. My name is Deculein, the professor giving this special lecture. Why from the items that were put up for auction? They radiate the aura of a wealthy tycoon with strong power. At that time, he only vaguely thought that AT was probably like investing in art in the real world. But recently, when preparing for the trip to Birched, he naturally understood the way to make these items generate profits." Woojin reached out his hand, thinking in his heart. Midas's touch. Uriel sighed. "Why are you standing there blankly, reaching out your hand like that?" "You idiot," Roy said soft. "Miss?" He turned around and said, "It is all done. The items here will be taken to be re-auctioned." "Bring them to the appraiser," she shouted in panic. "What?" Uriel roared. "Did not you just buy them not long ago? And you are already selling them again? Who would sell antiques right after buying them? If you do that, you won't even get half the price." Woojin simply replied. "Be quiet." Uriel. She became even angrier. "Be quiet. You are about to burn all the money." He ignored her and turned to say, "Roy, quickly call the servants to move the items." He bowed his head and obeyed. "Yes." Woojin turned to look at an ancient vase. Ada seemed to have a radiant aura emanating from AT. The information said AT was a vase containing the artist's heart, expressed through magical talent. Thanks to the Midas touch, its potential has been unleashed, classified as special vase with special effects. Flowers placed in this vase will never wither. The flowers will gradually change layers and new flowers will bloom. Each petal grows into a type of medicinal herb with intermediate to upper intermediate fatigue recovery effects. Those of you here today must know that in magic, there are 3 major attributes and 9 classifications. Woojin's lips curled up in satisfaction. A vase worth 2,500,000 elm has become such a good item that I do not even want to sell AT anymore. He ordered, "Be careful when handling A." Uriel questioned. Let us talk for a moment. Are you really going to sell everything like this? Are you planning to go bankrupt?" Woojin calmly replied, "Do not worry. I will earn enough money She was angry. Who would not worry now? He said indifferently. Oh my. AT's time to go to work. Switch the scene to the large school. At the Mage Tower Academy, the Commoner Magic Research Club room. The members were gathering in one place. Ephiryn placed a card with a serious face. Cave clubs, Julia said in panic. No. No way. The boy next to her frowned. Ephiryn has won 3 games in a row already. She giggled. I am exempt from cleaning for a week. Everyone laughed cheerfully. Too bad. If I just drew one more good card, I would have won. That is just the excuse of a loser. Ephiryn smiled happily. AT's like a dream. Attributes are the foundation, the origin of magic. Elements, the substances that make up objects. She was an untitled noble, and had never been through the academy. Since entering the tower, there had never been a time when the other kids did not hate her. Not just those kids, but even the professors did not look at her with kind eyes. She had encountered countless troubles. Ephiryn's eyes were gentle as she thought to herself, yet someone like me, she was happy, can actually participate in the club with friends. Ephiryn said, the Commoner Magic Research Club is really great. Julia reminded, on the outside, A's just a normal magic research club. Ephiryn, be careful when you speak. She laughed. Sorry. Suddenly a pair of legs entered and sneered. You lowly people. That voice roared. What the hell is this? What is this damn club? Rillin stood outside angrily. Beck added fuel to the fire. Professor, am I right? These inferior commoners are brazenly occupying space in the tower, and doing ridiculous things. Ephiryn said with a serious face. Professor Rillin and Beck are always keen on nitpicking commoners. The types include summoning, spirit, destruction, support, enhancement, manipulation, resilience, enchantment, and finally, harmony. He roared, Commoner Magic Research Club, such a ridiculous thing without origin. Rillin continued to mock, hey, what are you guys doing here? Ephiryn closed her eyes and endured. Although AT's not a pleasant visit, I had anticipated AT. I must face AT calmly. She said, we have written a plan to establish the club and AT has also been approved. This is an officially established club. Rillin naturally did not believe a time. What? Who would allow the establishment of this damn club? He continued to scold. You are the person who was disciplined last time, are not you? AT's you again. Ephiryn immediately looked angry. Again. AT's that idiot again. Rillin growled. Look at this insolent child, daring to glare at even a professor. He shouted, lower your eyes. Julia worriedly called, oh. Ephiryn. Beck stood outside. Gleefully joking, Rillin's voice rang throughout the corridor, not knowing that someone was coming. Okay, if you are so confident, then tell me, no professor would ever agree to establish a club like this. So with the attributes of a mage and, he thought to himself, this is much easier than I thought. Ephiryn noticed the sound of footsteps and paid attention. He was still proudly shouting outside, see, I knew it. There is no professor who would agree to establish a club like. Woojin appeared behind and said, "80's me." The murderous aura from him made Rillin also sweat profusely. 80 was me who allowed 80. Any objections? Professor Rillin. Ephiryn was a little hesitant. Deculein looked at him with a troubled expression. He spoke, causing Rillin in front to panic and turn his head. I allowed a. Is there a problem? Professor Rillin. Deculein said seriously, causing the students inside to tremble. My voice echoed to the end of the corridor. Is there any dissatisfaction? Do I have to ask for your permission? He thought about the tragic events of his morning, tormented by Uriel early in the morning, and as soon as he arrived, this guy was causing trouble again. Deculein leaned forward, a suffocating atmosphere radiating from his entire body, already sweating as if he had taken a bath. Seeing this, Rillin awkwardly wiped his sweat and explained, Head Professor Deculein. Yes. That is not what I meant. This is my first lecture, and I am not familiar with the theory of magic, but even if I just read a script written on paper. He immediately covered up. This place looks too bad. Does not aid. Rillin quickly came up with a reason to justify his anger. I just thought that the mages of the Royal Magic Tower Academy should be equipped with better supplies and furniture. Because I felt sorry, I got angry. He said embarrassedly, I will take responsibility for replacing everything with better things. Head Professor. Deculein was silent for a moment. Then said, Professor Relin is really kind. Indeed. Ada looks a bit old. Relin replied awkwardly. I will pay more attention. Head professor. He turned his eyes to Beck, causing him to jump. Deculein said coldly, things like cockroaches can only act like cockroaches. He immediately left before Beck's confusion. I will go first. Beck stood gnashing his teeth, watching Deculin's back as he left. Sunlight shone through the window. Inside the classroom, there were cheerful conversations. It's been a long time since Professor Deculein's class. Has not it? Because he just returned from Birched. I wonder what happened there. Who knows? I can still understand everything perfectly. Sinvia sat sullenly, ignoring the noisy discussions around her. But the train accident has already been published in the Mage Daily News. That is right. I saw 82. The whole train flew up. That is amazing. The Sevturai attracted a lot of curiosity from the students. I wonder if the teacher will tell us anything. I mean, what happened there? Suddenly, a knock on the table with a reminder. Everyone be quiet. Deculein entered with a piece of chalk floating in his hand. I will start today's lecture. He stood in front of the class and directly entered the lesson. The first topic of today's lesson is pure elements and magic interference. Under the shape of a formation with streams of energy surrounding Deculein defined. Magic interference is the act of another mage interfering and hindering the magic that a mage is casting. Kulon held a small box and stepped forward while Deculein was speaking. Then, before starting the buy-ditch theory, we will start with a light practice. He snapped his fingers as if to signal. The blue stones inside the box suddenly lit up and flew into the air by themselves. They were quickly distributed and suspended in front of Deculein and the students. The stones shone brightly as if they contained great power. Not only that, my dignified aura also makes everyone very focused. Also thanks to the essence that through communication and eye contact. The students looked at the stones with curiosity. Sinvia looked at the stone in front of her with a face without emotion. Efirin looked at the stone with curiosity. Deculein spoke. These stones are magic stones, each worth 3,000 elm. He popularized the practice. I will leave them floating in place like this. Try to interfere with my object control magic and take them away. Deculein generously gave the reward. If you take them, they will be yours. This made Efirin shout with joy. Julie on one side immediately put her hand close to Efirin's mouth to prevent her from making any more noise. Deculein said with a slightly uncomfortable voice. For mages, not only interference but also defense against interference is equally important. Of course, the defense side will have a much greater advantage, but try your best. He reached for the ball containing the blue stone and transmitted magic into a tie. Then Deculein pushed the stone towards the students. Also makes me feel more natural without pressure. The stone that was transmitted the spell lit up intensely. Immediately after, the stones of the students also lit up one by one, lighting up the entire room. Deculein observed the entire class and pondered about the incident last time. Last time I stopped the whole train, but because I only remembered the primary object movement spell not long ago, I still need to use A more to get used to a tie. His eyes looked seriously at the students practicing. Also, I am a little curious. Even though they are just debutantes, I wonder how long my object control ability can last when facing 150 mages. Deculein easily recognized the talented students. Here are also the children with the most outstanding talent. Sinvi and Efirin are working hard to complete the practice. Efirin, while casting a spell, thought excitedly, those damn magic items are terribly expensive. The funding is almost exhausted, and he is just giving away magic stones. Then I will happily accept A.T. Deculein. Sinvia sat on the other side of the table, observing Efirin. She remembered the words that the Deculein once said to her. Efirin is the one who learned I tie herself. Those words made Sinvia a little thoughtful. She wanted to complete the exercise as soon as possible. I can't lose. Perhaps the current Deculein possesses the characteristics of a good teacher. The way magic is used varies depending on where AT is stored in the body. On this side, Efirin was also working hard to complete the exercise. A male student vomited blood but still persevered and continued to cast spells. The other male student was also trying to bear the power of the stone. Kulon standing behind unexpectedly praised Deculein. The professor is really amazing. Facing 150 people without revealing a bit of a gap, no student can interfere at all. Deculein listened and pondered a bit. Actually, even I am surprised. I did not expect that even though they tried so hard that their noses bled, and they were so exhausted, they still could not do anything. A stone suddenly swayed and its power gradually weakened. Deculein sensed AT and turned his eyes towards that light with surprise. Sinvaya successfully broke the stream of power and took the stone for herself. She immediately looked at Ephraim, who was still calmly doing the exercise. Sinvaya smiled softly and sighed with relief. Typically, mages store magic in their heads, which is the easiest place to visualize magic. Knights store magic in their hearts and burst ITO from blood vessels throughout the body. Deculein quickly approached her and praised. Well done, Sinva. You are the leader. However, Sinvaya seemed unhappy about this. Deculein thought, I had also anticipated that Sinvaya would be able to do AT. He looked at the students who were struggling to take the stone and were almost out of strength and asked, Is there no one else? Deculein prepared to turn around and step down to end the exercise. If there is no one else, then… Suddenly a light on the side caught his attention. There is still one more person who has succeeded. Sinvaya was excited when she heard that. Ephraim tiredly and happily stretched out to take the stone. I did 80. Sinvaya immediately revealed her unhappiness on her face. The other students focused their strength even more to get that stone. The whole class was exhausted and quickly collapsed on the table. Finally, in the Danshan, where internal and external forces are mixed, this is the most common place to store magic. Deculein looked at the class disappointedly and said, holding his head, You useless people, take a break, clean up the dirty places around here. The tired students left their seats to regain their spirits. Julia lay tiredly on the table and wondered. Ephraim, what did you do after all? I really can't do 8 even if I die. Ephraim replied with difficulty. I almost died. My tongue is numb now. Even though her nose was bleeding, Ephraim was still happy. But I feel like I have just realized something. Julia wondered. Realized? Ephraim explained. I am not familiar with the ability to control the mind. But when trying to break through Deculain's magic, AT just felt like I had broken something. Hearing this, Julie admired her even more. I am so jealous. Ephraim. Sinvaya was also a little jealous when she heard this. I can't believe AT. How could the person who ranked last in the last exam go straight to second place? AT was clearly said last time that he did not favor Ephraim. She thought about the rumors recently and felt even more convinced. The rumor that Deculein was teaching Ephraim privately and came home late last time. So AT was true. Sinvaya was a little sad. So Deculein lied to me. Looking at Ephraim fiddling with the stone happily made Sinvaya a little angry. What is so likable about that idiot? She began to have a bad impression of Ephraim. That is right, you insolent Ephraim. What I want to say is very simple. Hard work is important. But if you do not have talent, you need to choose and focus. That is a completely appropriate advice from Deculein. Deculein entered the classroom again, and the whole class was now sitting upright waiting for the next lesson. Deculein pointed out the points that could be learned in the previous practice. In the warm-up practice just now, you must have tried to perform magic interference, but in fact, there is an easier way to prevent my controllability. His next words made both Sinvaya and Ephraim a little surprised. Perhaps those who succeeded have felt it to some extent. Deculein gave the conclusion of the practice just now. That method is magic power interference. He continued to explain the definition in more depth. Magic power interference. This is a fairly well-known method, different from magic interference, which prevents magic that has already been cast. Magic power interference is a way to grasp the opponent's method and interfere from the casting stage. The Fin-10 was quite abstract, making the students listen attentively. However, this method is not very popular, because AT has a major limitation. A male student thought, magic power interference. You have to know a lot of formations to use AT. Deculein said as if he completely agreed with his statement. That is right, magic power interference can only affect the magic that you know yourself, so AT is not favored by many people. In actual combat, most people use barriers to defend, or resist with another magic. He noted an important point. But if you do not practice hard, you can't improve. You must take this opportunity to understand magic power interference. The chalk drew lines on the blackboard to form a formation to help the students understand the 10-10 better. The key to this technique, called magic power interference, is to distinguish the core circuit of the magic formation. Based on whether AT belongs to the destructive or support system, which element is used, a core circuit will inevitably be formed. The formation lit up along with Deculein's explanation. Another way, identify the core circuit of the opponent's magic and interfere at that point to prevent casting. If you are familiar with this type of magic power interference, then the practice of magic interference will be much easier later. Frankly, he does not have great talent. His current magic level is 3,375. Deculein began to cast a spell, and a stream of purple energy appeared in front of him. Then now I will guide you on how to distinguish the core circuit based on many different magic formations. He specialized in pointing out the special symbols on the magic formation. First of all, looking at the magic formation called Whirlwind Blade. The destructive magic system always possesses a conduction circuit that spreads from the inside all like an explosion. Students below carefully took notes. Next, the support magic is... The class has been going on for 2 hours, and the sunlight seemed to be harsher than before. Deculein was still working hard to teach. Next is... Then he noticed the clock in the corner of the room. Deculein quickly closed the book and instructed the students. Although there is still a bit of Kin 10 left. 80's time. You have wasted your time, so you have no right to complain. The rest, imagining and realizing 80 yourself is also a good thing. He stood in front of the class and announced, there will be a midterm exam soon. Before that, there will be a public practice. So what you learned today is very important. Be sure to grasp AT. Deculein stepped out of the door without any reluctance, causing the students to be stunned. Well then, I am leaving. The classroom door slammed shut right after Deculein's last words. The students began to talk. What the hell? He just left in the middle of AT. What is wrong with the professor? AIT feels like he had to take a big dump but could not finish AT. But there is also a mage who possesses a magic level of up to 30,000. Julia stretched and wondered. What is AT? What do you mean by imagining something? Efren sitting on one side laughed in agreement. That is right. Her face flushed, and her mood suddenly became happy. Even so, I feel like I have realized something today. AT's hard to put into words, but... Suddenly a voice interrupted Efren's thoughts. Hey, representative of the commoners. Efren. Beck stood in front of the table and looked at Efren arrogantly. Julia raised her voice and scolded. Beck, are you picking a fight with us again? Her tone was a little angry. Last time you even brought Professor Rellin here. Why do you have to find excuses to cause trouble with us these days? Beck sighed contemptuously. 80's just because you commoners dare to act recklessly. Efren. What did you do to climb from the bottom to second place? Efren thought simply. Never mind AT. She shrugged and said, even if I say AT. Beck did not care and immediately interrupted. Did a homeless person like you bribe something? Efren's face darkened and asked back. What did you just say? AT's funny that he is saying something that he should be most aware of. Is the class almost UVeach? That is the end of the lecture. Finally. Beck still said arrogantly. What did I say? Is not AT all true? Who does not know that you are being taught privately by Professor Deculein? Efren angrily jumped up to refute. What? There was no such thing. Beck scornfully asked Efren to prove it. Then explain AT. How could someone like you who did not graduate from the academy suddenly become so good at studying? His face looked really despicable. Perhaps Professor Deculein secretly favors only you. Because he feels sorry for you, he gave you a magic stone as a gift. For example. If so, then AT is understandable. Beck rambled about his absurd thoughts. No house. No parents either. Efren angrily cast a spell. Preparing to beat Beck up, try saying one more word. He was of course not afraid and challenged. You think I do not dare? Efren threatened, gnashing her teeth, then try 8. A hand gently grabbed Efren's collar. Julia sitting next to her stopped her. Calm down. Efren. Julia's words made Efren calm down. What are you planning to do if you are brought to the disciplinary committee again? The end of the script seems strange. Do I need to read this? She said a little helplessly. Mages must always keep a cool head. Efren gently removed Julia's hand from her clothes, making her unsure what Efren wanted to do next. Efren turned and happily thanked Julia. Thank you, Julie. You are right. I am a little too hot-headed. She became a completely different person. I am going to argue with that disabled child. What am I doing? I seem to have something wrong, Julia happily said. He's okay. You are sober now. The events unfolded too quickly, making Beck both surprised and angry. Efren happily pulled Julia out of the classroom. Julie, let us find something delicious to eat on the way home. Julia quickly agreed, letting Beck stand above and sneer. Hey, where are you guys going? Sinvia quietly watched the two of them leave. Her eyes looked at Efren with confusion. The warm sunlight shone on the school and the lush green garden. Efren walked while kicking her feet on the road, seemingly lost in thought. She was still annoyed about what happened just now. I was able to hold AT and just now thanks to Julie. But what about that bet? What should I do? I am too angry. I am afraid it'll be hard to ignore him when I see him in the future. If Eddie were the old Deculein, he probably would not have said this. Efren was walking while muttering, suddenly realizing that someone was following her. What does that noble diseased person have to do? She was a little confused. Sinva. Afirin stood still, looking at her. Sinva stepped forward and hesitated. Can you talk to me for a moment? She decisively made the request. Come talk to me for a moment. Afirin was a little wary. What is this about? Is she acting up again? She quickly reminded Sinvaya. What? If you are planning to cause trouble, this is not the right time. Go away. Sinvaya did not beat around the bush and directly ask, Are you being taught by Deculein? As if touching the flame of Afirin, she exploded and shouted, See, picking a fight again. Hey, does that sound logical? What relationship do I have with Deculein that I have to learn with him? Do not say things that you do not know anything about. Afirin lost her temper and spewed a bunch of words. Did you call me here just to say those nonsense words? Why are there so many kids who want to cause trouble with me today? Sinvaya looked at Afirin's attitude and quietly assessed. 80 seems like AT's true. She awkwardly turned to leave. Then never mind that. Afirin was resentful and did not want to end AT so easily. Never mind what? Sinvaya immediately interrupted. But do you know? Wu Jin spoke in a calm voice but with an undisguised probing. Does anyone have any questions? She said softly. Deculein has not stepped into the research room for 3 years. Not once since your father died. Afirin smiled and said proudly. Of course, Deculein can't do anything without my father. Because my father is a genius. Her next words made Afirin excited. Then you must also know that Deculein started going to the research room every day from 3 months ago. Right. Sinvai continued. The research room has also been cleaned up. The teaching assistant has also been hired. And all kinds of new magic tools have also been brought back. Afirin's face turned blank as she pondered. What does that mean? Could AT be? She speculated. Is he planning to seize my father's research again? But Deculein does not have the ability to continue the research himself. Afirin's hand trembled and clenched tightly. She tried to appear calm and nonchalant. Who knows? Maybe he is planning to do something on his own. After all, Deculein is a professor. So what does IT have to do with me? Sinvai smiled as if she had achieved her goal. She turned and left as if nothing had happened. It is nothing. I was just afraid you did not know. Now that you know, that is good. Everyone in the hall looked at each other and whispered. After Sinvai left, Afirin immediately fell into contemplation. A few days later, the next day of class began again. Afirin and Julia lined up with their friends outside to prepare for the class. Julia spoke and wondered. What kind of experiment is AT after all that AT's being held in a place like this? Afirin was also a little confused. That is right. I wonder what Deculein is planning to do again. X stepped forward and pushed Julia hard, causing her to cry oh. Julia angrily wanted to deal with him. That guy again. Li Kulin stepped onto the announcement platform. Silence. Now the class will begin. He repopularized the lesson. As I said before, today is the last practice before the midterm exam. Kulin spoke and separated his fingers. Signaling. Today's class will be. The surrounding tarpaulins were quickly removed, revealing hundreds of people who were sitting upright. He sighed in relief. Luckily there was not. If there was not, a voice suddenly rang. Oh, Professor Zien Kulin. The Kulin finished his words. Public practice. Afirin was overwhelmed by the grandeur of the practice. How many people are there after all? V. Kulin introduced the format. All of you will practice magic combat in front of everyone. He popularized the rules. You are allowed to cast any kind of magic, as long as IT contains at least 3 Bidech elements. V. Kulin did not forget to remind. No win or loss, just focus on the process. I will observe and record the strengths and weaknesses of each person. I hope you will use that as a foundation to develop. He also instructed the students. Professor Relin will adjust so that no injuries occur, so there is no need to restrain your attacks. Relin embarrassedly smiled. Just leave IT to me. The practice was quickly started. Then we will start the lesson right now. The first one is Eurozin. Eurozin said awkwardly. Yes. Kulin requested. Step O and designate the person you want to fight with them. Eurozin and the designated person quickly stepped onto the arena. Li Kulin gave the command to start, then now start the match. The match started with a loud sound like a Ryu battle. Afirin stood up loudly with a face full of discomfort asking. Last night, a mysterious magic spell was discovered in the dormitory. AIT is thought to be the act of a demon. But, Professor Zien Kulin, a genius at solving magic, the magic formations previously learned were used by the students quite smoothly. Everyone tried to show the skills they had learned. Kulin was constantly taking notes and Relin was seriously performing his assigned task correctly. V. Kulin silently assessed. Initially, the students were unfamiliar with magic combat, so they were a bit awkward. but soon everyone focused and cast magic seriously. The forces intersected to create large explosions that shook the ground. Sinvia easily defeated her opponent in the blink of an eye. Sinvia win. The students who were watching laughed gleefully and scornfully. The black-haired commoner has lost again, has not he? They should obediently clean our yards. What is the point of going to the magic tower? It is so humiliating. Ephraim was uncomfortable when she heard this. You nasty bastards. They can't even compare to Sinvia themselves. She shouted loudly, encouraging the friend just now. He's okay. You did a great job. Fear it. Deculein called the next name. Next is Beck. He immediately asked back with sharp eyes. Are you really from the Magic Tower Academy? He looked at him and said, designate the opponent. Beck's cunning face slowly observed. I choose. He pointed directly at her with a very arrogant look. Ephraim. Ephraim was not afraid at all, but seemed to have been waiting for this match for a long time. Then that is even better. The two of them quickly stepped onto the arena. Beck still kept his pretentious attitude and said, Are you okay? Ephraim. Now there is no one to give you secret lessons anymore. Ephraim sarcastically retorted, talking nonsense again. Is that flowery way of speaking a required subject? She did not want to argue and immediately replied. And also, that way you are trying to imitate Deculain's style. AIT really looks cheap. Ephraim directly cast her magic. Well, I am IT. I will show you that your magic is just as cheap as that. Beck was provoked and angrily approached Ephraim. What did you say, you damn insect? He cast his magic and announced proudly, I will personally send you back to see your parents after so many days of separation. Ephraim froze in place with a bewildered face. What? Why would the professor ask that? He questioned. If so, then it's natural that you should introduce your name and position first. Right. Beck's palm was released, making Ephraim take a step back in surprise. The large explosion that followed quickly covered the entire arena, causing everyone to panic. Ephraim. Beck arrogantly and calmly controlled his magic formation. You idiot. Suddenly the color of his magic formation changed to green, making him confused as well. Ephraim suddenly burst out from the smoke with supernatural power. She spoke slowly. Since setting foot in this magic tower, I have always remembered an old saying. Which is, a huge hand suddenly appeared, tightly grasping Beck, making him awkward. For the nobles, a good whipping is the best medicine. A big punch sent Beck straight into the sky. You did a great job. Ephraim. Julia praised happily. Beck lay motionless on the ground, shamefully crying. He squinted and looked at Ephraim in surprise. I will not answer the question of a child who does not know how to follow Baydech etiquette. Ephraim gaped. What? Ephraim stood imposingly in front of Beck and said triumphantly, How is AT? How does AT feel to be beaten by an insect? Deculein immediately announced, making Beck annoyed. The winner is Ephraim. As soon as Ephraim left, she heard Deculin's disappointed words. Those stupid guys could not handle a tie, so the match ended too quickly. I clearly invited the distinguished guests, but they could not show anything worth seeing. She immediately turned around to talk. Professor, can I ask for another chance? Ephraim sincerely expressed her wish. Because in the match just now, the rule was to use at least 3 Baydech elements. But because the opponent was too weak, I only had time to use 1 element. This match ended immediately. Deculein felt AT was reasonable and immediately agreed. That is right. Because the opponent is weak, you can't fully show AT to be fully evaluated. AT's not fair to end like this. Alright, then designate anyone who is present here. Ephraim seized the opportunity and pointed to the Deculein. She announced with a big smile. Professor, I want to fight with the professor himself. Rillin laughed loudly. What? Look at this crazy woman. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? The crowd below also began to sneer. She is really crazy. Ephraim silently waited for Deculin's answer. She was confused and speechless. Professor. Wu Jin tormented himself. I'm sorry, but I have no other choice right now. She had considered this situation. Everyone is making a fuss, but I had anticipated this reaction. I am not stupid. Ephraim was also a little shaken by her own proposal. Even so, this is an opportunity to fight with Deculein that I have always dreamed of. If I can just grasp this opportunity. Then, Rillin turned to say to Deculein, I have never seen such a crazy child before. Does not she know what she is doing? Deculein spoke to correct. Enough. Professor Rillin. Calm down. Rillin stammered a bit. Yes, but this matter. Deculein turned to face Ephraim and said loudly, I allow you. He affirmed his own words. I said that anyone here can designate me. And there are no restrictions on the object. So, I will be your opponent. Deculein carefully arranged. However, if I tease a debutant, then the professor can't not be subject to any punishment. I won't make a move first. Epherin's face was excited as she listened to his words. And if you can make me move right here, then you win. The two began to enter a unique match. Ephirin began to cast a spell with a heart that was still a little panicked. My heart is beating like crazy. She looked very carefully at the opposite side. The confrontation that I have been longing for. He unconsciously realized something. I just realized that comprehension consumes a huge amount of mana 2005 of 3375. It seemed that this was Epherin's greatest wish. With Professor Deculein, Deculein said softly, "Start." Ephirin immediately cast a spell towards Deculein. She thought about the practice she did before in class, an opponent whose distance I have felt so clearly even in normal times. So of course I do not think I can do anything now. Ephirin's streams of energy hit Culein's ball uselessly. I also clearly understand how risky this challenge is. Ephirin wanted to evaluate herself through this match, but I wanted to test my ability through this opportunity. The man standing tall in front of her still did not budge before her attacks. The opponent that one day, I will definitely defeat with my own hands. The difference between me and the teacher. Ephirin tried to use all the knowledge and skills she had learned in this match. Deculein stood still, observing her every action. He was a little surprised with the ability beyond his expectations. A large light burst in front of Deculein. Although I understood the paragraph in the lecture, I used up 1,300 mana, so I do not know how much mana Eta will cost for a spell I have never seen before. Ephirin on this side was still working hard to attack. At's not UVP yet. Earth element. A large explosion continued to erupt. Ephirin looked at the circle of fire around Deculein. Waiting. Relin was also very surprised when he saw this. The people below also could not help but admire. Ephirin's magic formation gradually became smaller. The fireball that tightly hugged Deculein began to crack, and light trickled. Deculein was still intact after that hot clay layer. He stood towering, silently observing Ephirin as before. Ephirin was a little helpless. Everyone in the hall looked at Ephirin and laughed aloud. She continued to cast spells. Magic cannonballs. Deculein directly commented, "Your spells have a habit." He continued to evaluate. The more the spell with large movements, the more obvious that habit is. Ephirin immediately realized, A's magic power interference again. She quickly switched the magic. If so, then the next spell. Suddenly Ephirin seemed to be frozen, unable to move. She immediately speculated. Spells can't be activated. Could it be that all magic circuits have been seen through? Deculein spoke to explain. Now you will not be able to use magic in front of me anymore. Ephirin said helplessly. Really? Completely blocked even the casting of spells. She quickly thought of another method. But Ephirin ran quickly to Deculein and announced, "This magic battle is not a VP yet." She attacked with a powerful fist with confidence. Because when AT comes to the body, I am quite confident instead. Some people even mocked. AT seems that he wanted to be noticed, but AT did not work. She was unwilling to let Wu Jin go like that, so she gritted her teeth and spoke. "Please wait." But then a flick of Deculein's finger on her forehead made Ephirin silent. She was blown away and fell freely. The strong fall created a loud sound. Deculein slowly observed. He secretly reevaluated the moves that Ephirin had used, the effective combination between the two pure elements of wind and fire, in addition to the use of the earth element to create a fine dust explosion. The large explosions from Ephirin's magic formation also impressed Deculein. Quite impressive magic sense. He looked at Ephirin, who was struggling to sit up in the distance, and evaluated. But no matter how good the sense is, if there is not enough ability to control the elements, then AT can't be used at the right time. Deculein gave credibility about Ephirin's ability. What makes all of that possible is Ephirin's talent for magic items. The glowing bracelet on her wrist is the sign. As long as there is a bracelet, AT is possible to control all elements. Truly a talent that ranks at the top in this entire world view. He propped his hand and sighed, seeming to have just finished a difficult task. If Deculein saw Ephirin now, he would also have to shudder. Even feel jealous. A positive main character like that, if developed properly, there is nothing more wonderful. Right now the magic tower is refusing to analyze AT, saying AT is a rumor. If I tease you, then I think you can find out what kind of magic was used. Deculein approached Ephirin and said, "Unfortunately, the results seem to have been determined already." But he praised her. Not bad at all. Ephirin was a little stunned when she heard Deculein's words. Deculein also quickly turned around to announce, "The public lesson ends here. From now on, debutants please focus on preparing for the midterm exam." The students began to discuss enthusiastically. If Deculein said A to that extent, AAT must be the first time. That is right, and you really did very well. Ephorine. AT was too faint when fighting with Beck, so I did not think you were so good at all. Beck sat listening to the good words about Ephorine and just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. AT was indeed a bit faint at that time. Ephorine was still sitting on the ground, thinking about Deculeine's words just now. She was indescribably happy. Was I recognized? Julie and her friends came to pull her up and congratulated her at the same time. AT was really awesome. Ephorine. AT was very cool just now. Really? You were the best. So proud of you. Ephorine. Ganesha stood on the pier looking at the ship about to arrive and said excitedly, AT's here. As soon as the ship docked, she welcomed them generously. Look cool. Kalos. Long time no see. How are you all doing? Ganesha. AT's been a long time. Ephorine began to move the magic. A stream of blue light radiated from her hand. Yuria greeted back friendly. Raya. Welcome. Ganesha reached her hand and asked, from the beginning until now, do not you remember me at all? Yuria was a little stunned. A little. She smiled awkwardly and stepped off the ship. The girl from the Dedoa archipelago was possessed by Kim Udin's ex-girlfriend, Yura. Pier was immediately lively, echoing with the laughter of the newly arrived Gyatha of guests. Our cute girl, Raya. I miss you so much. Big brother. That hurts. This is completely child abuse. Ganesha hugged her gently and said, I know. Sorry. Sorry. Ara remembered the moment she stepped towards the car. Suddenly a dazzling light appeared, attracting her attention. The light was cast strongly towards Ara, causing her to stagger. That brilliant halo swallowed me as if to erase my existence. And then the sound of the world completely disappeared. The moment she opened her eyes, Ara had become a completely different person. When I opened my eyes again, the world I belonged to had completely changed. Ganesha stood in the distance arguing. Is Deculein even planning to take advantage of the innocent children? I can't do this. A thin man stood there rebutting. Then you should not have accepted the task from the beginning. You were mesmerized as soon as you saw her face. Do you know how much the contract breach fee is? Big sister. Ara looked at them blankly. Those people. She immediately recognized quickly through familiar things. Familiar faces. Characters. And stories that I stayed up all night to create are now appearing before my eyes. Just then Ganesha came to greet. Hello. I am an adventurer. My name is Ganesha. Are you Ria? Ephorine loudly suggested. I request you to explain this magic. Ara fearfully stuck her back to the big tree behind her. Thinking, before my eyes is Ganesha and the crimson garnet exploration them, along with the warm atmosphere here and the sea breeze. If this place is really the world in the game, then according to the setting, I will be. She quickly guessed the identity she was sheltering in and immediately introduced. I am Yuria. Ara directly accepted this truth, so in the game world that I created, I have become Yuria. Ganesha walked behind and reminded the two children in front. Look cool. Carlos. Do not run around anymore. Ara looked at the energy of Ganesha. That person is the greatest adventurer in the world. Ganesha. She walked very carefully with Ganesha. First of all, if you want to survive now, AAT is best to be with that person. Ara's eyes were full of determination. Must survive? I will find a way to return. Switch the scene to the spacious and massive castle. Deculein looked at the large cardboard box that was brought and was a little excited. AAT's finally here. Purple staff wrapped in wire was neatly contained in a soft white cloth. Information about Rocharok's Ukraine wand was also attached, including the origin, classification, and special effects. He looked up at the blue magic in front of him. Mana 360 of 3,375. Deculein praised its appearance. AAT's beautiful. The material was made from holy wood items with extremely outstanding properties. Deculein held the staff in his hand and fumbled to observe. There are even item properties. The information of the blood of Ukraine caught his eye. Deculein was a little surprised. This is only 9 million elns. I originally thought AT was expensive, but after receiving AT, I saw that AT was indeed worth more than that amount. The beauty and performance are almost comparable to a sacred object. Suddenly Roy spoke. Master. Roy. Dinner has been prepared. Deculein immediately replied. I know. I will go down. Downstairs, a series of dishes were neatly arranged on the table with a full range of sweet, salty, and spicy flavors. Deculein sat down and silently looked at the lavish meal. He was a little confused. Clearly I heard that finances are difficult. So what is this meal? Is not AT even more lavish than usual? Uriel immediately justified. You must have strength to overcome difficult things. AT set out for you to regain your spirits. Roy quickly presented. Doming Master. Do you remember the antiques that were disposed of according to your instructions last time? They received extremely positive feedback. The luxurious and expensive items that were difficult to find were extremely valuable. As soon as they were put out, the bidders were so crowded that the auction was interrupted. Efren's face and voice were full of challenge. Currently, some remaining rookies in the dormitory are analyzing this, but there is no progress. If you can give us a hint. Rookie is the lowest level in the 2 levels of new mages. He immediately replied. That is a barrier magic. Roy and Uriel were looking forward to being able to sell them. I and Miss were there and did not even know if this was a dream or reality. Not only did AT make up for the financial shortfall, but AT also earned enough to not have to worry about the operation of the entire family for the next few years. He politely expressed. This is also the way Miss expresses her gratitude. Please accept IT. Deculein praised. AT's delicious. Uriel turned her face away to evaluate. She also knows a little bit, does not she? Then the two began the lavish meal that they had not tasted for a long time. Deculein still did not forget to tease. But holding the knife like that is wrong, Uriel said irritably. Come on. A moment later, in Deculein's office. Old document files were piled up on top of each other. Deculein held them in his hand and sneered. What a mess. He sat on the luxurious chair, silently mourning for the owner. This poor Deculein. Efren could not help but be shocked by that answer. What? He arrogantly said. No need for any hints. Deculein began to work on the main task. The midterm exam is coming up. I am struggling to write the questions for that exam. He read the exam questions of the owner before, to get inspiration for writing questions. I am collecting the exam questions that Deculein had given before. Deculein gritted his teeth, showing his displeasure. They are all test questions only intended to trample on the students who have just entered the school. Immediately, the image of the strict man appeared through the difficult test questions. I am the noble Deculein. I am the great mage. Taste my test questions and despair. Deculein came to the conclusion. The only thing that can be felt from the test questions is Deculein's hateful arrogance. He tiredly held his head. Even in the test questions, such a low personality is revealed. The test questions were full of words with long-winded solutions. Perhaps he once mistakenly thought that the difficulty of the test questions was an expression of his own superiority, which is why he created such absurd test questions. Deculein stroked his chin and thought, but I won't do that, because I want to give good test questions. He drew in his head a test question with many methods of solution. The solution process may be difficult and strenuous, but when solved, it will naturally make people admire. And all of that will lead to the enlightenment of the mages. Deculein really cared about the level of the students. Every small action of mine as a lecturer may become the necessary nourishment for righteous mages to grow up. He looked around the room and caught sight of a glowing box, the last box. I do not know if there are any clues here. Deculein turned the paper in the box to read. Woojin began to explain. It is a form of illusory barrier. It seems someone wants to trap you. The material of the paper made him quickly feel the difference. The feeling from this test question is completely different from the previous ones. Deculein judge. It seems that the one who wrote the test questions is not Deculein. That test questions seem to make him quite interested. Although the difficulty is still not easy, it is a test question that evokes a strong interest. Deculein was pondering and casting a spell. If I can understand the entire question with my ability to understand. His finger moved slightly on the edge of the test page as if transmitting internal energy into IT, and transmit the solution into the test paper for this magic. Then, immediately after, the surface of the paper lit up, streams of colorful energy radiating. They spread throughout the room. A hand appeared from that colored stream of energy. The fair face of a girl also appeared. Deculein was overwhelmed by the scene before him. Everyone looked up blankly. ATZV. He smiled and admired this surprise. An exam that when the correct answer is solved and magic power is transmitted into the answer, a picture appears. A picture appeared with brilliant colors. Each shade was an element. And the answer solved from the harmony of all those elements made people marvel. Deculein also secretly admired. Indeed. AIT is the test question that best fits the name of the course. Understanding pure elemental magic. Suddenly a strange feeling throbbed in his chest, and an instinctive jealousy rose slightly in his heart. Even Deculein must have realized the perfection of this test question. Deculein was a little curious. Who is that woman? In the silent wooden room, on a document imprinted with a red seal. Important information. The issue of the Red faction will be temporarily postponed until the next meeting. Grand Elder Zichten Birch. Adeline held the announcement in her hand and considered. That is interesting. The result of the meeting about the Red faction became like this. I heard AAT was thanks to the fierce opposition from Professor Deculein. She put down the announcement with an excited expression. That is really a rare thing. Both Professor Deculein and Adeline's eyes slowly glanced around. All of you. The Academy's magic tower. Cafeteria. She smiled, looking at the elders who had been sitting in the seats for who knows how long, are also present here. Adeline is a mage with extraordinary magic power, regarded as the brightest candidate for the title of Archmage, but her personality is completely opposite to that. Very gentle. She hid behind a pillar, eavesdropping on two students talking to each other. What? Deculein and the Knight Julie caused a commotion again. Adeline smiled. Professor Relin failed to diet again. Oh my goodness. She is curious about the affairs of the world and likes rumors. That personality is actually related to the secret of Adeline's identity. In fact, she is a half-breed with a fairy, and that is the source of Adeline's extraordinary magic power. Although Eta seems troublesome, there is a day that she is looking forward to, which is today. Adeline sat in the chair presiding the meeting, happily sipped a cup of tea. Deculein is defending heretics again. That is interesting. Once a month is the day the professors of the Magic Tower gather to meet the headmaster. The only one who is often absent, of course, is Deculein, he said. Ukraine. Am famous throughout the world. Why should I please anyone? That is what people say. But this time I tease different. A word unintentionally escaped while he was not present. During the meeting, someone said, Headmaster. She ate and cursed to herself. That annoying bastard. In this magic tournament, Doom Master Luna also participated. Adeline recalled that person. Luna was once a competitor for the position of head professor with Deculein, but withdrew himself due to Deculein's conspiracy, and is currently known to be in the kingdom. She laughed. Doom Master Luna. Why suddenly? He is planning to return to the Empire. Retlin also laughed. If a seat is guaranteed, he will definitely come back. What else? If that is really the case, then Ada will also be a huge benefit for our magic tower, because the achievements that Doom Master Luna has achieved in the kingdom are really extraordinary. Thinking of Deculein, who is still defending heretics. No, it's not that I intend to disparage the current head professor. Adeline nodded. I know. If Luna really comes back, I will consider AT. Well, that is AT for today. I have things to do. The professors who have not submitted their test questions. Please hurry up. Everyone immediately scrambled. Yes. Remaining alone in the room, she raised her cup of tea. Recently, Deculein seems to be very strange. This test question was submitted by Deculein. AT's hard to believe that AT was written by Deculein himself. Because AT's too excellent. Surely someone else did AT for him. Or perhaps I should tease him a little. And if Luna, who is Deculein's sworn enemy, also appears, then what will happen? I intended to expose that his magic-solving skills were just a lie, with a spell of unknown origin. Just thinking about AT is too interesting. A few days later, on the day of the midterm exam for the course Understanding Pure Elemental Magic, the students were buzzing and discussing. Did I hear that right? This is also an exam. That is right. What is this? Rumor has AT that Culein's test questions are very strange, but this is unbelievable. Well, AT's time to give up. Kulon stood on the podium, smiling reassuringly. Now, everyone, please calm down. I understand that because this is not an exam in the usual format, you feel confused, but everything is as written. The midterm exam for the course Understanding Pure Elemental Magic will take place Zuviv 10 days, with the Zeitlay being midnight on Sunday, the end of the Magic Tower's academic calendar. All students will take the exam in a private room assigned to each person. Of course, during that time, you can go to take other subjects and come back, eat, drink, and rest comfortably. The only thing strictly prohibited is taking the test questions. As I said, this is a test that allows the use of materials. Julia looked up. A test that allows the use of materials that lasts for 10 days. What kind of difficulty is this test? Efirin rubbed her head. 80's unlucky until the very end. Right, as expected of Deculein. He continued. The professor also said this. If anyone gets a perfect score, they will be written a letter of recommendation under the name of the head professor. But he considered me a rude fool because I did not say my name. I thought I was going to die of embarrassment. The students were surprised. A letter of recommendation from the head professor. This is a big deal. The level of mages is divided from level 1, eternal, which is archmage, to level 11, debutant. But promotion is not easy. AT's not just finishing the subject and waiting for the next year to be promoted, but having to go through a promotion exam each time. And passing AT is not easy. However, if you have a letter of recommendation from Deculein, a monarch level mage, which is level 4, then what? AT's no different from a special ticket that guarantees an almost certain promotion. Efirin propped her chin and pondered. What? A letter of recommendation from Deculein. That sworn enemy is actually going to recommend me. This just makes me lose interest in taking the exam even more. I do not even want to get involved with him. Wait a minute. If I really get a perfect score and receive a letter of recommendation from Deculein, then what? She imagined being able to trample Deculein under her heels. At that time, if you were willing to write a letter of recommendation for me, then now there is no need to kneel at my feet like this. You can only beg. Please. Efirin, please have mercy. Efirin laughed to herself. That would be really great. Just wait. I will definitely get a perfect score. Efirin suddenly fell into thought. AT seems he was confused, so he said AT was basically an illusion magic. She could not help but laugh aloud, causing Julia to look at her with a strange expression. The 4th day of the midterm exam. Efirin could not laugh anymore, screaming in her head, AT's so difficult. 1 hour. 4 hours. 10 hours. The questions become more and more difficult as you go on. But the test questions are too excellent. Even though the solution process is painful, when the answer is found, AT is a feeling of realization that has never been felt before. Are these really the test questions written by Deculein? Because of the joy from the feeling of realization, no matter how difficult AT is, I can't stop. Just wait. I will definitely get that letter of recommendation, she said warily. But this question, I can't do AT. I have to go and breathe a little. If I just sit glued to the test questions like this, my mind will only become more confused. Illusion enchantment is a very difficult spell, and most spells require an intermediary. But to call IT an illusion without any intermediary is strange. In the sunny courtyard, Sinvia sat under a tree, enjoying the sunlight. She rubbed her neck, sighing. I finally solved AT. I did not expect AT to take 30 hours for one question. I have to take a break. Sinvia recalled the reward for a perfect score, a letter of recommendation. She smiled, saying AT as if giving a special favor while AT does not mean anything. From the beginning, the person who is capable enough to get a perfect score on this exam will surely pass the promotion exam easily. Sinvia clenched her fist, thinking, but even so, I still want to get a perfect score. Not for the score or the letter of recommendation, but for myself. All the questions are so beautiful. Each one is a key leading to a separate realization. If I can solve all the way to the last question, I will definitely grow 1 level as a mage. Next to her, a voice suddenly rang. Oh, Sinva. Sinvia turned her head to look, exclaiming in her heart, Efirin. I wonder how far she has solved. She opened her mouth. That. I only brought the mysterious spell drawn on the front door of the dormitory last night. Well, Ada was quite chaotic at first, but its purpose is to increase the research skills of first-year students. Both spoke in unison. What question have you solved? The faces of the two suddenly flushed, and they turned away together. Finally, Sinvia spoke first. I am on question 8. Efirin was excited. What? You have solved up to question 8 already, Sinvia said softly. Halfway there. Efirin scratched her cheek. A's fast anyway. I am stuck on question 7. Sinvia was startled. What? Efirin is only 1 question behind me. Is she lying? AT's not the time to worry about that. I have to quickly go back and continue solving. Efirin was surprised. What is wrong? Are you standing up because of me? Sinvia pretended to be indifferent. AT's just that I have rested enough. Late at night, while the exam was in full swing at the magic tower, Woojin felt a big change was about to come. Who is the fool now? She hurriedly ran Nuvi calling. Efirin. Efirin. He carefully read the newspaper. Now. AT's really the beginning. Ada said. Emperor Krabbame's current condition is critical. Emperor Krabbame was seriously ill. The current Emperor Krabbame is a person with a gentle disposition. Therefore, he always pursued the harmony between the powerful officials and the imperial power, and also did not implement any particularly hostile policies towards the Red faction. The problem lies in the successor after his death. a very important figure in this world, and also someone with a fatal problem. Woojin propped his chin, sinking into thought. He murmured, "Soon, the world will change greatly once." The sun gradually rose. The last day of the exam. During that time, the Deculeine's marathon-style test caused many people to give up halfway. That was enough to clearly distinguish between low-ranking and high-ranking students. She said with a cheerful face, "About the magic spell on the front door of the dormitory yesterday." After hearing that AT was actually a barrier and refining the spell, AT turned out to be true. Regardless of the results, all students considered having experienced this exam as a badge worth being proud of. The special scene when students did not talk about the feeling of liberation after the exam, but shared the realizations they gained from the exam, that made everyone pay attention. Before anyone knew AT, even the professors of the Magic Tower wanted to experience the test in the rumors themselves. The person who is trying the question number 8, the last question. There are only 2 people left. Efirin kept muttering, "Damn A. Question number 8. Ada really is the final gate. No matter what, I must solve a T. I have already drunk so much coffee. Can I give up here? Just concentrate a little more." Look closely at the question. Then, oh! In the exam room, a golden glow suddenly flashed before Woojin and Kwolon. He called O in surprise. "Professor." He nodded. "I see. So you have solved the last question, have not you?" Woojin muttered in his heart. As expected of her, Efirin's face was blank when she heard that. The door of the room opened. He quietly stepped into the shining room, then turned back and closed the door. Woojin spoke. "As expected, you solved IT. Congratulations. Sinva." She turned back to look at him. In Sinvia's room at this time, the light was full of golden light. The scene was as beautiful as a picture. Each element of magic power carried its own brilliant colors. Even the cold blue light was full of warm comfort. Under the radiant stars like hope, there was still a hint of darkness, hot and cold, brilliant and wistful. AT really is a masterpiece. Woojin smiled slightly, murmuring, "I am the one who created these test questions, but because of my own limitations, I can't reproduce that beauty." She began to praise Efirin. "That is great. We were not brave enough to ask that scary professor. But you are really brave." She was confused. "Huh. No. Wait, that magic is really a barrier." In this question, there is the presence of Kim Woojin, a person who once dreamed of becoming a painter but lacked talent. Even though he wanted to turn his back on painting, deep down in his heart, he still yearned to paint. That Kim Woojin, now integrated into Kulin's aesthetic sense, melting and blending deeply in these test questions. Therefore, this space at present, for V. Kulin, who revered beauty, and for Kim Woojin, who once dreamed of becoming a painter, Ada was the greatest consolation. He turned to leave. "You have worked hard, and..." "Thank you." Sinvi was surprised, looking at Woojin leaving in a daze. She said softly, "Also wanted to say thank you." Sinvia raised her hand, gently pointing a point in the elemental picture. Efirin could not hide her surprise. "That is really true. Do not you think Professor Ria Kulin is really amazing? There was no intermediary at all. But how did he know AT was a spell?" She was stunned. "No way." Voices carrying expectations and pressure constantly rang up. "You must become a great mage. You have talent. AT is an extraordinary talent. Can you do this?" "As expected of a great mage. A great mage." She said gently, "No. Magic, just AT alone is already beautiful enough." In the long, silent hallway, Kulonen pushed open the door of the room. Debutant Efirin. AT's time. She turned back, forcing a smile.
Is that so?
What a pity." He praised. "You did very well." Efirin. Only 2 people dared to try the test until the last day. Efirin asked, "What about Sinvia? Has she solved everything?" Kulon did not answer. Just smiled. She sighed. "What a monster. I am so jealous." Efirin raised her head and looked at the ceiling. Julia was delighted. "Thank you, Efirin. We will write a report. And I will add your name," she replied shyly. "Oh, okay. Go ahead," she said to herself. "At some point, the letter of recommendation or Li Kulin has been completely put out of my head. The only thing left until the end was the thirst for knowledge of a mage. And the longing for knowledge. I really wanted to solve everything too." Efirin stood up. "But, even though the exam has ended, the test questions are still there. So I will continue to solve this question to the end." She turned to look at Kwolon. Grinning, he also smiled back. Kulonen said sincerely, Good luck. I will cheer for you. Ephirin, she replied loudly.
Yes.
Ephirin trudged over the magic tower. She sighed. I am so tired. A marathon test. If I could solve everything, I would have been satisfied somewhat. Ephirin did not believe AT was true. He must have just gotten lucky. I just improved Deculeine's reputation and got nothing. Even though the difficult exam is Zoo V, what is waiting for me behind? AT's just the door full of graffiti and the cold bed. 3 shadows blocked in front of Ephirin. She looked up in surprise, immediately hearing the call. EP. Ephirin exclaimed. Everyone. Julia and 2 friends stood there. Smiling, she spread her arms. After finishing the exam, of course, we have to gather to relieve stress. Let us go eat something delicious together. Ephirin's eyes welled up with tears. Julia. Julia patted her shoulder. What is wrong with your face? You are so silly. EP. Was the exam that difficult? Julia smiled reassuringly. Then she turned to say to the other 2, Hey, you guys, we are late for the stress relief because of Effie. Effie said she will pay for everything. Ephirin startled. I did not say that. Julia. Hey. High-level elemental magic proficiency level 5. Head Professor Kulin von Grahan Euckling. A few days later, Ephirin finally solved the last question of the exam. She said emotionally, AT's so beautiful. There was a call outside the door. Ephirin, are you ready yet? She wiped away her tears, replying, Julia.
Yeah.
I am coming right now. Sitting in a cafe, Julia smiled happily. AT's so nice to be done with the exam. Ephirin nodded.
Yeah.
Although I am going to be busy again soon, these few days were also precious. There is a meet soon. I am really looking forward to a time. Julia replied excitedly. Me too. Ephirin lowered her head and murmured. The exam. AT's a good thing I did not give up and tried to solve AT all, because this is the best experience about magic so far. Julia suddenly asked. Ephirin, have you heard any news? Ephirin looked up. Huh. Julia put on a mysterious expression. I mean about Professor E. Kulin. I heard the exam caused a lot of commotion. Ephirin was curious. What happened? Julia murmured. I do not know either. I only heard that Professor E. Kulin was called up there. That is, to the floating island. Ephirin was surprised. The floating island. Her eyes now only contained resentment. The lecture that Deculein is teaching this semester. Okay. Is not there a saying that knowing the enemy and knowing yourself will guarantee victory in every battle? That is an island that floats permanently at a height of 1,500 meters in the air. The crystallization of magic engineering and the community of mages. People still say that this place contains all the knowledge and magic in the world, is the pioneering land, and is also an independent area not affected by the system under the ground. There, those eccentrics who are truly passionate about exploring magic and knowledge will inevitably gather. An old mage wondered to a companion. So what is all the fuss about? The other mage replied, I heard it is the exam of the magic tower, but this matter is bigger than imagined. A is truly a completely new magic experience. Because Professor Yang Kulin's exam was praised by some mages, A soon became a hot topic on the floating island. So he was invited to the island to hold a seminar explaining the exam. Wujin held the invitation letter in his hand. He thought, I did not expect the test questions to be noticed that much. A quest notification appeared. Event quest is the lecture at the floating island, plus 30 magic power. Wujin muttered, I can also receive quests like this. What luck. Moreover, the remuneration for the lecture is not small either. Converting AT to Korean won. AT is about 1 billion. AT seems that I should consider developing this direction in the future. Not bad at all. He put the letter down on the table. Ephirin told herself, from now on, I need to restrain myself so as not to get agitated if I continue to see the face of that annoying bastard. During the lecture, Wujin spoke to the many mages. Nice to meet you all. The lecturer today is me, the head professor of the Royal Magic Tower Academy, level 4 mage, the ruler of the elements, the title monarch. The topic of today's lecture is the midterm exam of the Magic Tower and will last for 2 hours. First of all, before going into the test questions, I will briefly explain the pure elements. Adeline chuckled. Have you seen the test questions? Luna said sternly. This is plagiarism. Kulin can't come up with such excellent test questions himself. She is Luna von Schlott McQueen. The lecture proceeded smoothly. Before going into the explanation of the test questions, Wujin tried to help everyone understand by reiterating the 10-10 used in the classes in the Magic Tower before. and the participants were also attracted by the systematic, new presentation that had never been seen before. He held the test questions. So now, let us look at question number 6. Just wait. At that moment, Adeline shouted, I have a question. I have a question. Woojin looked at her. Adeline waved her hand. As the professor said, distinguish between pure elements and sex. The bright yellow magic threads from her hand intertwined to create a magic formation. Adeline asked, then to combine question number 6 into the strongest destructive magic, what should I do? He smiled, murmuring, the headmaster also came to attend. But that is understandable. After all, the headmaster is very playful, and thinking back to Deculein in the past, AIT is easy to understand why he suspects that I asked someone else to write the test questions. Should I play with her a little? Woojin raised his hand. Blue magic beam shadow. If that is the problem. A complete magic formation appeared in front of everyone. He explained slowly. Then just add the core circuit in a straight line like this. That is enough. She exclaimed. Yes. Right. That is right. Thank you. I will expose you soon. After that, Adeline continued to attack with a series of questions. What is this? What is this used for? Based on his understanding, Woojin answered every question fluently. But that is the core circuit. And thanks to the disapproving eyes of many mages who thought that Adeline's questions were disturbing the class, she finally had to be silent. He glanced at the clock, thinking, before I knew it, there were only 10 minutes left. Woojin turned back to look at everyone. Too much time has been spent on the question and answer session. Regarding the final question, I will not explain any further. Suddenly a hand raised. Finally, I just want to ask one thing. Question number 8. Did you think of AT yourself? Luina frowned looking at him. Woojin exclaimed in his heart. Luina then calmly suggested, please clarify your question. She said seriously, I asked as above. Question number 8. Did you really think of AT and write AT yourself? I just want to know that. The buzzing immediately rang out. What? Could AT be that someone else did IT for you? The system announced, the side quest has been completed. Teaching at the academy, store currency plus 0.5. He said indifferently, AT is normal to take inspiration from something that is not your own. However, magic immediately enveloped the entire spacious room. Warm golden rings and cold blue appeared before everyone's eyes. Woojin raised his hand, confidently affirming, all of this is my own. Everyone exclaimed, AT's beautiful. Wonderful. He continued, I just made AT right here. So AT will definitely be completely different from question number 8 in the exam. Woojin looked at Lena. She was a little startled. He asked, is that enough to answer AT? Professor Luina. She gritted her teeth, her face angry. Woojin announced, the lecture ends here. The system notified that the event quest was completed, plus 30 magic power. Woojin thought to himself, I almost messed up. He strode in the hallway, murmuring in his head. According to the settings, Deculein certainly does not get along with Luna either. Everything went smoothly today, but perhaps trouble will happen again soon. Really, Deculein's surroundings are full of. A shadow appeared in Woojin's view. He wondered in his heart, who is AT? The face seems familiar. That girl turned back, frowning at Woojin. He frowned slightly, exclaiming in his heart, what is wrong? Frowning again, Woojin walked slowly. He suddenly recognized this face. I remember now, Ada seems to be Deculein's college friend. Thinking that, Woojin reached his hand, long time no see. Charlotte. She was full of wariness. What is this, I do not think we are close enough to call each other by name like that. The moment I looked at that magic, my ability to reason was activated unintentionally. He said calmly, is Princess Maho still doing well? Woojin said to himself, I do not care how close Charlotte and Deculein are, and I do not need to know what to do. The important thing is Princess Maho that Charlotte is protecting. Emperor Zivrain will soon pass away. And that moment is the important turning point of this game. Many big-name characters will decide life and death, and many new events will explode. The big-name character who must be saved at this time is Maho. She is one of the characters I created. And also someone who has a positive influence on the main task from the middle of the game onwards. Because she is the second in line to the throne of the Yuran Duchy, and also the third in line to the throne of the Leo Kingdom, so her background is quite complicated. Wherever she goes, she will be caught in bloodshed. A princess who is in distress. She is currently staying in the empire under the pretext of studying abroad, but when the emperor passes away, she will have to leave the empire and immediately fall into danger. Charlotte showed an uncomfortable face. Still that harsh way of speaking after a long time. He held a crystal ball. Just looking at the magic circle with its complex and chaotic details is enough to consume all the remaining magic in my body. Then he told her, do not be agitated. I just want to become a lifeline for the friend who has chosen the path of death. Charlotte frowned, with surprise in her eyes. In the end, she still took the ball. Sitting on the bed looking at Charlotte fell into thought. This is a crystal to contact. If you decide in contact, I will help. When she heard those words, she shouted, tell me to beg for help from a scum. Is utterly absurd. But Woojin just gently reminded, there is no time. You probably know that clearly. If you still do not like then, well, there is no other way. It's up to you. He left, remembering what happened just now. Charlotte sighed. Next to her, a voice suddenly rang. Oh, Charlotte, you look terrible. I can't even understand what that magic is. Even if I had twice as much magic as I do now, I would not be able to understand the principles of that magic. She looked at Maho. Princess. It is nothing. Just. Maho approached. I understand the situation clearly too. Do not try to endure it alone anymore. Charlotte. Soon the subordinates of my brothers will come. They will surely find a way to take advantage of or eliminate me, just because of the so-called inheritance rights. Is so tense, taking the excuse of studying abroad to take refuge in the empire. But this place is really a place worth living in. Above all, this place used to be very safe, but the next successor will not allow the seeds of chaos to exist, so I must leave soon. Charlotte held her head. That is right. Maho looked at her with concern. Then she handed the suitcase in her hand. Here. Charlotte, this is all the money I have accumulated so far. Charlotte was surprised. Yes, but why are you giving me this? Maho smiled. I know. On the way back you are short of money to hire guards. Charlotte. She hurriedly refused. No need. Princess. I will manage on my own. Please take a tea back. Maho turned her head to look at the window. Do not try to shoulder everything alone anymore. At least things are not too bad. A voice suddenly rang. Oh, long time no see. This is money for everyone, so I do not regret it at all. Charlotte looked at her sadly. Finally nodded. I understand. Princess. Although it is a bit embarrassing, but I will use this money to hire more guards. Outside, someone was hiding behind a pillar, eavesdropping on the conversation of the two. Charlotte affirmed, no matter what the danger is, Charlotte will definitely protect the princess. Suddenly, she caught a movement of the window. Charlotte opened the door and shouted, someone. That person startled and hurriedly ran away. She did not chase after, just frowned and murmured, has it come already? More dangerous than I thought. Indeed, if there is no help, then, late at night, in Deculeine's mansion, Woojin was attentively reading a book. Woojin froze. That person is. Uriel walked in. You have been reading a lot these days. You do not usually like to read. Do you? Seeing that he did not pay attention to her, she said irritably, hey, at least answer a word. I heard you just gave a lecture on the floating island, and I heard you even received lecture fees. Woojin bluntly exposed. There is no leeching going on. Uriel. She blushed. I did not think of that. Anyway, I just received a document. The new students of the Magic Tower want to organize a camping trip in Deculein. Our territory. He refused immediately. No way. Uriel said a little loudly. At least think about it. Woojin imagined the scene of the students getting drunk and vomiting everywhere. His face became even worse. He shook his head. Camping trips are inherently not clean. Absolutely not allowed. She sighed. What are you talking about? Come on. Take a look at the document. It is not fakiri. It is also an opportunity to introduce our magic tower to the new students. Woojin raised his hand to stop her. Stop. Get Uriel, she said irritably. I told you to just take a look. He said in a low voice. Go away quickly. When he saw clearly, he was not very surprised. White hair along with bright eyes. I have seen this person many times through my screen. Seeing that Woojin's attitude was so serious, Uriel was a little embarrassed. I know. Then angrily turned to leave. He glanced at her. The crystal ball for communication in his hand was lighting up. Woojin brought 80 closer to his mouth. Speak. Classmate. Charlotte looked worried. Perhaps IT's time to leave. There is no more time. Help me. He used magic to lift a piece of paper. Okay. Then can you do as I say? She hurriedly asked. What do you mean? Woojin spread the map in front of him. The only way to survive for Princess Maho is one. Ada seems very dangerous. But because of that, AT is the safest way. Charlotte wondered. Where is that way? He uttered a name. Crevice Canyon. Julie asked. Are you still doing well? Julie von Diafraden. She was startled. Then she shouted in horror. What? That dangerous place full of magic power. As expected of Deculein. Only you can't. Woojin interrupted. Do you think you can escape death by taking the normal route? Trust me. Charlotte. We will cross Crevice Canyon. Crevice Canyon is a dangerous land full of magic power to the point that AT is almost a demon's lair. Sometimes there are rumors that demons appear here, so AT does not belong to any country. He affirmed. That is the only way to survive left for Princess Maho. If you can pass through Crevice Canyon, reaching the Yuan Duchy is only a moment. Charlotte hesitated. AT's not that I did not think about that geographical advantage, Woojin said calmly. But when considering this, you probably did not consider that Du Si Chao Lei will act together. Do not worry, I will personally lead the way. She was stunned. You personally? Charlotte frowned slightly, her face confused. He thought to himself, she is Zien Kulin's Fiai and a character who can even reach the highest level of knighthood. Although I did not expect to see her here, Woojin replied. I am not sure. Finally, she asked directly. Why do you have to do this? This trip does not benefit you at all. He leaned back in his chair. I am a very political person. Charlotte, and both my intellect and insight far exceed yours. Charlotte shouted angrily. What are you saying? This bastard suddenly became self-obsessed. Woojin said calmly. I just hope your princess is alive, and that brings benefits to my family and territory. AT's just a transaction. Not kindness. Do not think too much. AT took a while for her to speak. How to contact? He replied, 3 days later, at the entrance to Crevice. If you can't even get there, then I will consider that you are not qualified to survive. Charlotte said in a low voice. Understood. I also hope your ability is as sure as your mouth. 3 days later, the new students who went camping were noisily discussing, is this Hydekane? Probably so. AIT feels like we have just arrived in another country. Really, the scenery is so beautiful. The center of Du Si Lei's territory. Hydekane is a tourist city famous for many places to play and delicious food, modeled after the most livable cities in the real world. Therefore, even though AT has been proposed many times as a place for picnics, Kulin has always refused. Uriel leaned in next to Woojin with a puzzled look. What is acting up again? You clearly said camping is absolutely not allowed. Did not you say AT was dirty? Her eyes were full of discomfort when she heard Woojin's reply. That seems fine. Go on. He did not answer. His head was busy thinking. AT is because Hydekane is located near Crevice Canyon, the meeting place. AT only takes about 3 to 4 hours to ride a horse. I just need to choose the right time and retreat naturally. Woojin asked. Where are the new students? She replied. Hydekane Romance Hotel has reserved a floor. The standard room is 4 people per room. If you pay more of your own pocket, you can choose a single room. He nodded. Well done. Uriel snorted with a smug look. As a professor of the Magic Tower and the owner of Hydekane, Woojin had done the minimum of guiding the guests who came to play. He stood on the stage, with the crystal ball for communication in his hand. Outdoor activities should be fuckery. I won't interfere with how you want to play, but if you dirty the hotel or the territory, then do not expect to laugh for the rest of your life at the Magic Tower. Julie and Ephirin looked at Woojin with an awkward expression. After that, he invested time to build the foundation, in order to later turn Hydekane into an outpost. Uriel stood in front of Woojin with pride. How is AT? The mages of our Hydekane Magic Tower are definitely at the top among the local magic towers. Are not they? He silently observed. Thinking, with the combination of the naked eye and the financial power of a wealthy tycoon, I can see the bright golden light emanating from the capable mages. Woojin pointed to a few people. This mage and that mage. Increase their salary. And this mage. Fire him. She startled. What? She began to probe Wu Jin. Even though you broke the promise we made a week ago. So while busy not letting a moment be missed, the sun had also set from who knows when. In a wide yard, everyone gathered around a campfire. Sinvia looked up at the fireworks shooting up. Fireworks exploded in the sky with myriad colors. Relin praised, as expected of Sinvia, "AT's so perfect that 80's impossible to find fault with IT." 10 points. The female professor next to him also nodded. A beautiful firework display. 10 points. Julia was annoyed. Why do the professors assign homework even when we come to places like this? 80 suddenly a magic firework experiment. Ephiryn smiled awkwardly. That is true. The judging panel called O. Next is Ephiryn's Geeper Rep. Her G-Drippy of 4 stepped up. Ephiryn presented. We have combined destruction magic and harmonious magic to create fireworks. Relin suddenly interrupted. Enough. She was stunned. Yes. He was stunned with bewildered eyes. What promise? I do not understand what she is talking about. He wiggled his ears. That boring explanation is enough. Shoot AT and show AT to me. Ephiryn replied awkwardly. Yes. She began to shoot fireworks. The firework flew up and bloomed with pink, red, and orange. The students watching exclaimed, AT's beautiful. Ephiryn's Giaparip did well too, did not they? That is true. But Relin frowned. 6 points. The firework sounds are too loud. The thin female professor sighed. 4 points. Julia was unconvinced. Why is that? Ephiryn patted her shoulder lightly. AT's okay. Julia. Wu Jin blurted 10 points. The ratio between destruction magic and harmonious magic is very balanced. The other judges all looked at him in surprise. Julia was surprised. Huh, really 10 points? Wu Jin coldly walked away. I do not remember. Then, the moon has risen high. Wu Jin began to prepare horses to leave. He murmured. All right, AT's time to start. I wonder if Charlotte will arrive safely. Ephiryn suddenly appeared behind Wu Jin. Because of guilt. He turned around, exclaiming in his heart, Ephiryn. But he did not reveal any emotion on the surface. Why are you here alone at this hour? Go back quickly, she said urgently. Please tell me. When I was disciplined, when participating in the club, and even today, why do you treat me like that? Is AT because of my father? Wu Jin frowned. He climbed onto the horse. Find the answer yourself. Because you are not a whiny child. Ephiryn looked angrily at Wu Jin riding away. She stopped him and said loudly, Are you trying to run away? Like before? Again. She shouted loudly. I will apply to be under that professor. I will clarify what happened. Why did my father commit suicide? Was he forced to do so? I will definitely surpass the professor. I will become greater than you. The road in front of Ephiryn no longer had his figure. She burst into tears. Wu Jin galloped on the horse. In his heart, he was very surprised. Ephiryn wants to be under Va Kulin's command, but I do not feel any villainous fate. What exactly Kulin did to Ephiryn's father? Even I do not know that setting. What should I do if he really did something unforgivable? Arriving in front of Crevice Canyon, Wu Jin got off the horse, gently telling Ae, You can't go any further because of the influence of the magic power. Please return to the stable. Then return at noon. He looked around. Have Charlotte and her Rupp arrived yet? Contact through the crystal ball. Wu Jin realized. Ada seems that she won't let me pass. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Ee. Wu Jin turned his head. You have had it hard. Charlotte and a male guard were covered in blood. Behind her was Princess Maho. He began to explain. I seem to have forgotten because of the fever I have suffered for the past time. Can you tell me what we promised? Julie suggested. If you are honest with yourself and confess your pretense and arrogance to everyone, then I will be by your side. Even if this world collapses. She was disappointed, her lips trembling slightly. Ada seems I was wrong to trust you. You can go now. Wu Jin turned to look at her with confused eyes. He walked away proudly and loudly replied, Okay. Julie's face darkened with obvious anger. Julie revealed. Her engagement with Kulin was for mutual benefit. A talented magician. And Julie, a talented knight. He laughed cheerfully. With the combination of the two of you, I am sure AT will be good for both politics and future generations. The Euclean and Frieden families are both noble lineages. No one objected to this marriage. Julie reassured herself and continued to think to herself, is okay. For the benefit of the family. Even if I do not love him. However, both families realized that from the beginning, His talent had never existed. Perhaps he did not want to admit a time, but he had lied to the whole world by calling himself a genius at analyzing magic and becoming a professor. Information on a newspaper. The collapse of the dooming prodigy. The youngest professor of the Magic Tower. Deculein has made no progress since the last research 3 years ago. After several recent incidents, he has not achieved any more. Even so, the Eucleans and Freydens tried to remain silent. I am sure it is because the two families did not want to become the subject of gossip. They did not want their flaws to be discovered by the public. But I can't forgive this situation. I am okay with a marriage without love, but I can't stand lies. Because that is my belief as a knight, that is all. Woojin suddenly stopped and made a decision. Okay, I will do as you said. She could not hold back the emotions surging in her heart. You also agreed. Julie suddenly darkened her face and began to doubt. You still do not intend to keep your word, do you? He thought to himself, the Royal Academy of the Magic Tower. The Royal Academy is the best academy in this game, and the Department of Magic is the top department in all departments. It can be considered that the Department of Magic is equivalent to the Department of Medicine of Seoul University, and the Magic Tower is like Seoul National University Hospital. Woojin suddenly stopped and exclaimed. Looks beautiful. Before him was a vast camp and a well-maintained garden. It reminds me of the campus of a university in America. Me and the members of the THIM spent all those nights together trying to create this atmosphere. It would be much better if I was in someone else's body and experienced this campus. From afar, someone was running at a very fast speed towards. Woojin unconsciously glanced back when he heard that running sound. He crashed straight into Woojin. The items in the box flew everywhere. Accompanied by a scream, he sat panting softly and said,
Wait, I'm sorry.
I am in a hurry to see the professor. Woojin suddenly realized, this is the child from before. I thought it was an ambush.
Oh.
It's you, Zoro. Right. Kulon stammered. No, it's Lunin, he said shyly. I must have been mistaken. Kulon was confused.
Oh, yes.
Who is Zoro? Kulin's office. He wondered. So this is why you were in a hurry to see me. Kulon immediately replied. That is right. Professor. It's the list of sponsorships for the new mages this year. He began to calculate. The Magic Tower is similar to research facilities in real life. So money is needed to develop magic. The professors of the Magic Tower sponsor the new mages they deem worthy. Woojin saw something unexpected. The name is glowing, probably due to Kulin's attributes. The system panel appears. Rare rich tycoon. Describes a born tycoon and special financier with unparalleled intuition for profitable things. The more information you provide, the more accurate your intuition. Sharp vision rare. Describes the ability to intuitively perceive intuition. Attributes. Mana points, and similar factors. AT is mostly used in conjunction with other characteristics rather than used alone. AT is definitely a combination of a rich tycoon and sharp vision. According to me, the person behind this name will bring no small amount of money. Although there are a few others like this too. But she is the most strongly glowing among them. Ephraim Luna. A main character of the game. According to the developers in charge of creating her, she lost her father because of Ian Kulin. However, he inquired, why does not Ephraim Luna have any sponsors? He was blank.
Oh.
Ephraim Luna. I think everyone is too scared to, he replied with a bored face. I understand. Woojin calculated. Everyone is wary of what I might do if they sponsor her. She is talented enough to come to the Magic Tower without having to go to the academy. However, this Ephraim Luna is Kulin's enemy. No, Kulin is her enemy. If I let things happen as in the game, cancel the engagement condition to kill Kulin, I will meet the same ending again. The fate of the villain describes the fate of a villain. The whole world wants him to die. However, what does not kill him will make him stronger. In the game, Kulin dies in countless ways. A sword stabbed into the heart, a magic wand stabbed into the head, poison in a glass of wine, a terrorist bomb. No matter by what method, the truth always remains unchanged that he will die. If I want to live, I must make a different choice. A choice that Kulin would never make initially. Woojin wrote something down. He ordered, Kulon, submit these things and borrow a few books. I will write them right before going home. He immediately replied.
Yes.
Kulon said. Goodbye. Professor. The sound of the door closing gently echoed throughout the quiet room. He complained, I need a lot of money to survive. Many paths to death can be overcome with money. Investing in a magician is a way to make money. However, that is not enough. There are countless people in this world who hate me. They will try to kill me whenever they have the chance. So to survive, what I really need is, I need to become stronger. The best way for me to survive in this world is to become stronger. However, Deculeine's talent is only average. With this situation, I won't be able to accurately handle future threats, and I won't be able to survive countless dangers that are yet to come. Fingers curled up as if about to grasp Wu Jin's soul at any moment, he began to calculate. Although I have something to create an advantage. My attributes. Although Deculein cannot control all 4 elements as he boasted, he certainly has potential in manipulating the earth and fire elements. And the result of combining earth, fire, and metal will lead to the formation of other attributes of Deculein, the so-called Midas touch. So, Deculein's talent, in controlling metal, allows me to use magic with metal. Using magic with metal sounds grandiose, but in reality AT is just a form of Bidech control technique. However, AT is certainly not a popular concept in this world. Bidech manipulation magic. Manipulation here means controlling magic. What I lack in strength can be compensated by manipulating the attributes of metal. But to understand all this, the first thing to do is to learn how to control. I will need to learn how to control objects. Let us try AT. Wu Jin's hand was placed on the book. A source of magic appeared. The source of magic is starting to grow stronger and more is appearing. The source of magic has spread throughout the room. The source of energy has formed a vortex. The Fintena BA manipulation magic is directly pouring into my head. The magic gradually disappeared. A cheerful laugh echoed throughout the room. Wu Jin decided. Maybe now. The pen suddenly floated in the air. He reached his hand and ordered, up. Wu Jin happily calculated. Now, I have memorized Bidech manipulation and no longer need magic to summon a tie. Seeing things that I only watched through the game become reality like this, memorizing allows the brain to automatically summon magic that you have absorbed. Although these are just the basics, if it is just this, I won't be able to reach the level I want, even if the manipulation technique progresses. What should I do? What if I cast a magic circle on my body? In this world, the larger and more complex the magic circle, the more powerful AT is, so if I understand how my body operates by using reasoning, not only the brain, but the heart, the internal energy within me, I will engrave a magic circle on my entire body to enhance the ability to manipulate. Of course, there is a possibility that my body will overload and have side effects. The system panel, unique level iron body, innate ability and physical attribute. The body's potential will increase to the highest level. Even so, this body has an attribute called iron body, which allows the body to endure side effects. In this world, perhaps this is only for me. My current mana level is 800. That is enough to try a little. A source of magic suddenly appeared powerfully. A stream of red smoke appeared. In the middle there is a very zippy black hole. Wu Jin's face clearly showed fatigue with beads of sweat. A terrible pain was coming. Unprecedented pain. Feeling as if the bones in my entire body were shattering and the muscles were being torn apart. He determined, I will not give up, I will not groan. That is the necessary elegance of a nobleman. Wu Jin suddenly became small in his own room. Manhwa of 3375. He realized, I feel completely exhausted. I failed due to lack of mana. But I gained a few things from that. Now I have a magic circle on my shoulder. With this situation, AT will probably only take 2 more weeks for AT to be able to cover my entire body. 1 month after Deculein's seminar. The first day of teaching, the Academy's magic tower. Whispers. This is completely different from what the upperclassmen told us. Are all of his classes like this? Information on the board. As a professor, hope to test your abilities. Bring me any results from this area, which is full of elements. Everyone complained. AAD seems like he is asking us to learn on our own by looking at the signs. Everyone wondered. So we have to do something with the elements. Is that why we are here? Where is Professor Deculein? Efirin frowned uncomfortably. Of course, that irresponsible man. She stood complaining, making us learn on our own on the first day. What a jerk. Sinvia hurried and bumped into her shoulder. Efirin, with resentful eyes, said loudly, Hey, who is there? Her face suddenly changed. Efirin was surprised. This person is Sinvia von Josephine Illade. The two stood looking but did not say anything. She stood stunned from being ignored. Efirin was confused. She does not recognize me. The scene at this time was strangely peaceful. Suddenly that peaceful space was broken by something. Efirin was bewildered. What is going on? If I am not mistaken, then that person definitely comes from the Illade family. She revealed, 10 years ago, The Alade family threatened my and my father's position. They used their troops to surround my and my father's manor in order to threaten us. Efirin was angry. Why does not she remember me? Efirin was stunned. What is wrong with that? Ada feels like Mai is being swept away somewhere. That magic force led her to a place where someone was using magic. Efirin asked, "Hey, what are you doing? Do not you know that you are taking away everything I have collected so far? Hey, are you listening to me?" Efirin was almost about to burst into flames. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Why does not she even answer my questions? She suddenly realized something. Wait. Hey, why do you keep pretending that you do not know me? Lady Sinva. She laughed smugly. That is what I thought. There is no way you would not recognize me. After threatening my family and forcing me to give up magic, are you afraid that I will take all your glory? Sinvaya coldly replied, I do not know you. She gaped. Now you are belittling me. Sinvaya continued, I do not know you. But I do know your father. She widened her eyes in surprise. What? Sinvaya mocked. That arrogant old noble. I heard he died. Right. Friends around were surprised and told each other. Look. Efirin angrily used magic as if preparing to attack. What did you just bark? She angrily rushed to Veach. Say AT again. Efirin shouted furiously. I challenge you to say AT again. She focused her power to attack Sinvaya standing from above. She gritted her teeth. Extremely tense. The collision from Efirin's attack created a large explosion. The strong wind from the aftershocks affected the people who were witnessing. They covered their faces trying to stand firm. The explosion disappeared, leaving a cloud of dust. Everyone discussed. What just happened? Is anyone injured? She grabbed Sinvaya's hair. I told you to repeat AT. How dare you insult my father? She replied. Let go. Efirin was annoyed. I will finish you off. Suddenly the noise of the people caught her attention. What is that? That little light. A black hole covered by a stream of purple energy appeared before Efirin and Sinvaya. The others panicked and shouted. What is this? She calmly observed. That is a void. Efirin told herself. That is where my Mai and her mana collided before. AT sucking everything around randomly. People were scared. Hey, is AT about to explode? Run away. She thought to herself. No, if AT explodes, the metal fragments will explode like bullets. And everyone here will die. The black hole compresses the surrounding energy. Ada started to explode very loudly and very dangerous for anyone standing nearby. Efirin tried to defend. She noticed. What is this? AT so quiet. But has AT stopped yet? Wu Jin appeared before everyone's eyes. Efirin was surprised. When did that guy get here? And why did the exploding fragments freeze in place like that? A gust of wind from him spread to the metal fragments. The moment Deculein used the manipulation technique, exclamations rang non-stop. Oh my god! Because they were students learning magic, they could not help but feel the beauty of magic. AT was enchanting magic, and no one could deny its dazzling aspect. He used his power to gather all the fragments from the explosion in one place. Wu Jin announced, Everyone pay attention. We will stop today's lecture here. He glanced with sharp eyes. Everyone except those of you who caused the disturbance earlier. Leave. Efirin was tense. Damn I am done for. At the interrogation room, someone came to greet Wu Jin. So you arrived first. Principal, Head Professor Yi Kulin. Relin came Uvik. As expected, the two of you show seriousness, a role model for all magicians. He is a professor of the Support Research Department, followed by Relin as Retlan, a professor of the Soul Research Department. Adeline replied, Welcome. Professor Retlan. Professor Relin, I apologize for summoning you on such short notice. But thank you for coming so quickly. Right, Professor Zia Kulin. She is the female principal of the Magic Academy. Adeline Sigilian. Relin complained. So then, who is AT? Who dares to attack the Dung lady of the Ilade family? According to what I heard, AT was a lowly person who does not even attend the academy. This is why there are nameless bastards. He looked at him with a flattering smile. But I also heard that Professor Ziaizing Kulin has settled everything properly when things could have become very bad. Retlin chimed in. I also heard that. Really very impressive. He thought to himself, he is just flattering me. All the professors here are good at maneuvering. So the outcome of this disciplinary meeting has basically been confirmed. The daughter of the influential Ilade family, Sinva, and a fallen noble, who is actually a commoner. Efirin. AT's obvious who they will side with. Wu Jin told himself. So I have to change the outcome of this disciplinary meeting. From early on I could see the crimson energy gushing out from Ephirin. Only I can see this because I have a sharp vision. An 80 shows that the fate of the villain has manifested. The loudspeaker announced, the disciplinary meeting between the two new magicians Ephirin and Sinvia will begin. Relin shouted loudly, how dare you cause a conflict in this school? Someone could have been injured if it were not for head professor Yi Ku Lin. Why did you fight? Ephirin bowed her head. I can't say. He paused. What? She looked up. Ephirin looked towards the professors. That bastard is watching from somewhere. That is why I can't say anything. She remembered Sinvia's words. I heard your father died. Ephirin reflected. Sinvia belittled my father and caused trouble for me in a very clever way. But I can't say that in front of that enemy. She cried in frustration. Relin stood up suddenly and scolded. What kind of joke are you playing? Is 80 because of feelings of inferiority? He kept scolding. You should have known the difference in status between you and Sinvia, and yet you dare to ignore this. Relin lowered his voice, and Sinvia. You speak. She replied. During class, I accidentally ruined her work, which led to an argument. He scorned. What? So Sinvia did not mean to do a time. But Ephirin took advantage of that to cause such a fuss. How dare a nameless lowly person? Perhaps you have anger management issues. Relin requested. Chairman, we should expel her. We can't let such behavior and violence continue. Ephirin gritted her teeth and endured. Tea's so cold. Her mind was tired, having to listen to all kinds of rude insults only in a school disciplinary meeting. All the scolding aimed at me and unable to give any excuses. And no one protects me. 8 is all very cold. Ephirin was resentful. Ee, 8 is all because of that guy. Adeline pondered and said, then 80 seems that our opinion has been decided. Professor Zien Kulin, as the person present at the scene, let us listen to your opinion before drawing a conclusion. He spoke. Ee, ask you as a professor of this tower and a member of this disciplinary committee, she told herself. At's all of E. Ujin asked, do you think you are not at fault in this matter? Sinvia von Josephine Illade. She was startled in surprise. What? He repeated. I will ask again. Do you really think you are not at fault in this matter? Ephirin was bewildered. What is this? What is this development? Relin was flustered. What are you saying? Professor. Ujin questioned. You definitely could have prevented that incident, but you did not. Or perhaps I tease because of the ability that everyone expects so much from you. Still not enough. Sinvia was dead. She bowed her head. I sincerely apologize. I did not stop him because I wanted him to get him to even bigger trouble. Ephirin was blank. What is this? Why did not Ivy Kulin ask me, but asked Sinvia? At's clearly my fault. No matter what. Relin tried to defend Sinvia. But anyway, head professor Yi Kulin. At's not the fault of the one defending, but the fault of the one attacking. He replied, if you really care about the context, then At's my fault for being the one giving the lecture. Professor Relin, do you want me to take responsibility? He was flustered. Of course not. I just thought AT was an unsavory thing. She was full of questions. He even rejected the professor, who was on Sinvia's side. Why did he go so far? To protect me. Adeline clapped her hands to stop. Enough. She smiled happily. Children have to fight to grow up. These are just apprentices. So instead of arguing about who is at fault and belittling them, let this pass once. Adeline decided, no disciplinary action will be taken. Both of you. Go back. Ephirin clenched her fist. What is this? I was definitely prepared to be expelled. The Z Kulin I know would definitely do that. Relin flattered, as expected from head professor Kulin. You have a quite extraordinary way of analyzing events. All for the students. She spoke hesitantly, drawing his attention to look back. Ephirin trembled and clenched her fist. She mustered up her courage. I have a question. Ephirin thought to herself, if you still remember the Luna family, and if you know my father. Ephirin looked at Zia Kulin. I have something to say. He told himself, I knew it. She was curious, really wanted to know. Does he still remember the Luna family? Does he know that my father lost his life under his shadow? Ephirin lowered her face. If because of that, Kulin recalls everything, and then for the sake of self-preservation, changes his mind, using the excuse of punishment to push me to my death, what should I do? But even so, if in the end he does not even remember my father. She trembled. Would not that be even more tragic? Jin spoke. There is no need to ask. Do not let yourself be bound by the past and waste your own abilities. He left. Fenrin stood silently. She pondered. I know that Deculein knows both me and my father. If it were not so, he would not have sided with me just now, with the death of my father, who lost his life under his command. Ephraim clenched her fist. Did he help me because he felt some responsibility? If so, was what just happened ultimately just pity? She cried. It's better than that. If he has not forgotten that, has not forgotten me, then that is enough. At least. For now, just that is fine. The system announced. The fate of the villain. Overcome the variable of death. Store money +2. At this time, in the car moving on the road, Julthian said. That happened. Julgen von Ludwig-Illade, the head of the Illade family, level 3 mental power magician. He looked at Sinvia, but my dear, now you do not need to worry about that child anymore. Efernance Luni indeed possesses outstanding talent, but that child has missed the opportunity. She was immersed in her thoughts. 10 years ago, on the day of the aptitude test in the entrance exam at the academy. That was the first time I met that child. The ball glowed. The host was surprised. No way. He was confused. Both of you. Both have the aptitude to become archmages. Oh my god. Our territory has 2 people. What is this? The pinnacle of the magic world. An eternal and immortal level. A transcendent being. Even the emperor cannot touch. The person who reaches that realm is called an archmage. A title engraved in the history of the continent. However, according to tradition, there can only be 3 archmages in the same era, regardless of sect or magic attribute. That is the immutable rule of the magic world. At that time, Du Demican had reached that eternal and immortal level, so there were still 2 positions left. Among them, one position almost certainly belonged to Adrian, the female head of the magic tower. In the end, the direct eldest daughter of the Illade family, and Ephraim Luni, a descendant of a side branch of the Luna family, inevitably had to compete for the last position. Even though my father did not say "Atai," I understood "At" myself, Julthian said with murderous intent. Give up on letting your daughter enter the academy, Keegan Lunia. Using the excuse of conflicts between families to trample on the Luna family. At's all because of me. They want me to become an archmage. Not Ephraim. Sinvia contemplated. Becoming an archmage is both my wish and my destiny. She recalled Ephraim's attitude. Are you afraid of being caught up? Sinvia sighed. No, At's just simply too annoying. Julthian reminded. My dear, that child is no longer important, but Deculein. You have to be careful with him. She was confused. Yes. He warned. Deculein is not a simple person, even if he seems to have stalled now. But when he was doomed, he was called a genius. He can rise up at any time. Sinvia thought to herself. That, I have known for a long time. Professor Deculein had already seen through the trap I set. She recalled the collision. At that time, I had completely erased the magic power of Ephraim, who had attacked me. I had set a magic trap, causing At to only react to Ephraim's magic power and explode. If the matter was pushed further, the level of punishment for Ephraim would also be heavier. However, Deculein saw through my plan clearly. Even though I had confirmed that there was no magic observation inside the lecture hall before acting. Even so, instead of saying directly, Sinva, this is your trick, he chose to compromise, only saying that, I did not stop indirectly ordering, I know everything, so be obedient and comply. That was a threat that I had to accept. I thought he was just an ordinary person with his inherent arrogance. She was tense, but ultimately what kind of person is Deculein really? A few days later, at the Deculein mansion, a voice called, "Oh, are you ready yet?" Wu Jin was adjusting his clothes. I will be down soon. The luxurious black car sped on the road. He sat in the car contemplating. As expected, siding with Ephraim in the disciplinary committee was the right decision. Thanks to that, I eliminated the variable of death and also earned more store money. Wu Jin recalled, a new magician, who asked the question in the hall that day, was actually Ephraim. Perhaps, from that moment, she had already harbored hatred for Deculein. Of course, this may make Sinvia resentful, but I have no other choice. I must extinguish the fire right in front of me first. He looked to the window, and thinking of the upper class. If possible, I really want to stay away from that place, but I can't ignore the opportunity to earn store money. The system announced. Side quest, attend the year-end flower ball, store money plus 0.5. Wu Jin contemplated, to access the store, I need at least 5 coins. so I might as well see the faces of the important people at this social gathering. The car stopped at a luxurious mansion. He stepped inside. The servant bowed. Welcome, Professor Zien Kulin. Everyone in the hall was dressed gorgeously and chatting lively with each other. Wu Jin looked around, all high-ranking nobles. Moreover, I saw quite a few well-known characters. He looked up, even I Helm, whom I personally modeled, is here. Looks like coming here was a better decision than I thought. The man behind noticed Wu Jin. Huh. He approached warmly. Oh my, is not this Professor E. Kulin? My son is currently in your class. His name is... Everyone paid attention and looked towards him. They rushed UVA in droves. Oh, Professor Zien Kulin. I have been looking forward to meeting you. Professor, I am... Wu Jin was troubled. I take back what I said earlier. Coming here may not be such a good decision. A voice came from behind. Duke Gainsha. I have read about your achievements in this issue of the Continental Journal. He was startled. The man said, Professor, if you do not mind, can you have a meal with us? Our family. Wu Jin left. He hurriedly stopped him. Wait. He walked quickly. Just now, I heard the name Gainsha. She is one of the important adventurers, playing a key role in the Seft-Terai development. If I can build a relationship with her, Wu Jin searched. Then this would be the biggest gain I could get today. But where is she? I clearly just heard her name around here. Adventurer. Gainsha. She observed him from above. Wu Jin was still looking around. Where is Gainsha? AT's clearly around here. He looked up. Wu Jin said to himself. Found her. Long red hair tied on both sides, wearing the outfit of an adventurer. It is her. He hurried quickly. I must quickly go to meet Gainsha. Someone said. Oh, who is this? A helm came Uvik, Professor Zien Kulin. Right, Wu Jin noticed, again at this time. He asked. I helm, a helm von Zerian, royal magician royal grade. Level 4. He provoked. Oh, tis an honor that head Professor I Kulin remembers me. Long time no see. Has the professor's research been going smoothly recently? Suddenly I heard a ridiculous rumor. Wu Jin wondered. What rumor? I Helm replied. It is nothing big. Just that people say the professor's research has made no progress for 3 years. Some people even doubt the professor's ability. He thought to himself, this guy is trying to ridicule me. Wu Jin assessed. He is Yi Kulin's old classmate. Quite close before, but after Yin Kulin snatched the position of head professor, he began to show jealousy, becoming an enemy. He pretended. If the professor needs help, I am willing. He turned his face away. But if AT were the old Zia Kulin, I do not know what would happen. But for me now, these provocations mean nothing, because he did not say anything wrong. The rumors I Helm mentioned are actually no different from the truth. Wu Jin looked around. He looked up. There is nothing. Ganesha is not here. I Helm muttered. If you keep thinking you are right, no one will like you, so at least now. Wu Jin was annoyed. I am missing Ganesha because of dealing with this bastard. He brushed past him. Hey, I Helm. He was curious. What? Wu Jin cursed. Do not be so nosy. Get lost, you stinky cheese. A Helm was surprised. He shouted. What? Can cheese even be stinky? What did you say just now? He left. Damn A. Before Ganesha leaves the social party, I have to find her and build a relationship. People discussed. Where did Professor E. Kulin go? Professor Zien Kulin. Wu Jin sighed tiredly. Even though I escaped a Helm, there are still so many people clinging to me. This is why I do not want to go to social gatherings. Someone called him Professor Zien Kulin. He was startled. Wu Jin was surprised. Gansha. She asked. I found the professor here. Or is AT? The professor is looking for me. He was tense. He intended to avoid the clingy people, but unexpectedly met Gansha. But, wait, are Ganesha and Da Kulin acquainted? Wu Jin replied. I got lost. She smiled. Hey, do not joke like that. It's clear that the professor is looking for me. You look like you have something to say. About that mission. Sorry, but I have already returned both the deposit and the breach of contract fee. Can you let AT go once? He thought. Their relationship is a former exchange of commissions. Ganesha said. As the professor said, I really regret not bringing the child with the magical talent back to the professor. Oh no. AT's that I did not bring him back. She smiled faintly. Because I developed feelings for that child. so I could not hand him Juvate to the professor. Wu Jin understood everything. So that is what AT was. Deculein intended to repeat that, once again wanting to use a talented child to cover up his poor achievements. Ganesha asked, "Since I am asking, I will ask the professor a question." He was confused. "What?" She mocked. "How long are you going to live like this?" Wu Jin pondered. "How long?" He recalled. Before I possessed Deculein's body, this guy accepted useless flattery, undermined the trust of those around him, Ephirine look with hateful eyes, hurt many people to polish his reputation. Wu Jin leaned on the railing. "Now I intend to live differently." Ganesha was surprised. "This is an unexpected answer. I thought you would find a way to kill me." "That is right. You also received a mission, and then ran away. What is the point of saying AT?" He replied, "You are worrying too much." Wu Jin looked at her. "She thinks I would kill Ganesha, one of the strongest people right now. I must be crazy to want to die. I do not know about the previous Deculein, but Ganesha is someone who can kill others with just a strand of hair. The abilities she possesses are the return of all streams and indestructible diamond, a martial artist and adventurer who has reached the peak of physical prowess. Perhaps because I possess Deculein, he could not send assassins to assassinate Ganesha. If he had really sent assassins, he would have died a long time ago. Although AT's slightly different from what I thought, the purpose of coming to the social gathering to build relationships has been achieved." She was skeptical. "What did you eat wrong today?" He told himself, "There is no reason to stay here anymore." Wu Jin left. "I will go first. Do not worry about useless things." Ganesha asked, "Are you leaving? Is AT really okay? There won't be any handling or expelling of us." He replied, "That action is too lowly." She was silent and did not say anything more. Wu Jin pondered. Considering Decule's physical strength, as Ganesha said, I could use the adventurer opportunity to put pressure on her. But if I do that, AT may lead to a variable of death. The system announced, "The fate of the villain. Avoid the variable of death. Add 1 store currency." He was surprised. "What? Last time AT was overcoming. This time IT's avoiding. I just did not realize AT. But was the conversation just now also a variable of death? I can't be at peace anywhere anymore." Wu Jin was uneasy. Really whined. "Sister, how long are you going to stand there?" "She is Yuli's relative." Adventurer. New magician rank 12. Yuli coldly said, "I did not want to come here at all." She was helpless. "Really? Come on. Come here." She replied, "No." Really was worried and did not know how to comfort Julie. She asked, "How are you and that person lately?" She paused. Julie asked, "What do you mean?" Really replied, "Professor Deculein, there are too many rumors. I am very worried." The image of her biting her teeth and turning away flashed in her memory. Julie was uncomfortable. "He is not good at all." She hesitated. "That is right," but speaking so loudly, there was the sound of footsteps coming down. Julie saw the figure behind her. She looked up. Deculein. He had a cold face and did not say a word. Wu Jin turned and left. People discussed. "What? Professor Deculein left. He always likes to attend social parties." "That is right, and he does not even care about his fiancée." Just like that. They buzzed. Could it be because the relationship between the two is not good? If so, the rumor just heard seems to be true. Deculein left the social party faster than usual that day, so people discussed that AT was probably because he was at odds with Yuli. But Kim Woojin could not know that. Returning to the mansion, he pondered. A week has passed since I attended the social event, Flower of the New Year. During that time, in addition to daily memorization and practicing by-deck manipulation techniques, I felt that my stamina was not enough, so I started training. The reason is, I almost died after doing something crazy. A few days ago, Wu Jin's energy burst. "Oh," he shouted in pain. Wu Jin slumped to the floor, panting. He muttered, "If I were a normal magician, I would have died. Can I endure AT thanks to the iron body attribute?" Wu Jin recalled, "I wanted to have more power after meeting Ganesha the other day, so I cast fire control magic along with the existing manipulation technique to enhance my ability to control metal. The purpose of this is to upgrade by implanting a magic core inside the manipulation technique. This method will reduce the time required to learn magic. In return, AT is extremely dangerous. After realizing the intense pressure AT would put on the body, I decided that I needed to train my body. As a result, I developed a morning routine." He brushed his hair and breathed lightly. AT's time to go to work. At Professor Deculeine's office, Wu Jin asked, "What is this, Deculein?" He replied, "A statement has arrived from the Magic Tower. The sender is the Professor Qualification Committee of the Magic Tower." He felt a little tense after hearing this. The keen 10 of the letter. "We inform you of the audit hearing scheduled in 6 months related to the progress and research that you are currently conducting, Professor Deculein. Until then, we would like you to please prepare the relevant documents." Wu Jin was uncomfortable. If the audit hearing is being held, then it's likely that Deculein's research has been stalled for a long time before I possessed his body. This is an unfavorable situation for me. Deculein in the game is always a professor. It may be that the prerequisite for the mission is to become a professor, so as soon as I lose this title. He stopped. Wu Jin stood in front of the room. "So, I have to find something. Anything, in Deculein's laboratory." He opened the door and went inside. The scene inside was full of dust. Wu Jin thought to himself, "It's really messy." He looked around the room. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. If Deculein had come and gone, the laboratory could not be this messy. Wu Jin suddenly noticed something. He observed, "That pile of garbage in particular looks unnatural. Is At hiding something?" Wu Jin frowned. "I do not know who is to blame, but there is no better way to stop Deculein." He moved the pile of garbage. "It's such a relief that I have learned how to control with my thoughts." Wu Jin picked up a thick black notebook. He read the contents inside. It seems that he has encrypted all his research results so that they won't be stolen. But it is useless. A stream of blue power covered the notebook. Comprehension. The notebook emitted a strong yellow light. Wu Jin told himself, "This yellow light is so dazzling. It seems that his research is simply incredible. What I can see through the use of the rich tycoon and sharp vision is amazing. However, this research is not complete. A is torn, and there are blanks. Even the logic in this part is completely inaccurate. Even so, this research is large enough for the rich tycoon to react." He noticed a necklace with a photo inside. Wu Jin wondered, "This child is Ephraim Luna, right?" He pondered. "I understand. It seems that when Ephraim's father was a researcher for Deculein, he tried his best to hide this. The hatred of the magicians in the Luna family for Deculein. And it is clear that because of Deculein, Ephraim lived a cruel life." Wu Jin took the necklace and muttered, "Do not worry." He was determined. "I will complete this research with comprehension. If I complete this research in that way, I will add your name to this report as a co-author. Of course, I also need achievements, so I can't just put your name on time." The cafe on the university campus. Light and coffee. There was a loud shout. "Understand, we, the commoners, must unite." Inside the cave, Julia said fiercely, "There are only 30 commoners in this class. If we do not work together, one day we will have to suffer because of Atai." She slammed the table. "You think so too, right, Ephraim?" She was startled. "Yes." Ephraim thought to herself, "I used to be a noble." She sighed helplessly. "Well, forget about fulfilling the duties of a noble. I do not even have a house or land. So what kind of noble am I?" Julia spoke. "Understand, Ephraim, you must be here." She spit out her water when she heard that. A female friend laughed and said, "You are the representative of the commoners." Julia nodded. "That is right, you are also a victim of Sinvaya." Ephraim smiled faintly. "So these guys think I am the representative of the commoners." A female friend with short hair hesitated. "That is right. But if we want to form a club, we need the permission of a supervising professor, do not we? I do not think the professors will like us meeting like this." She pondered. "That is the biggest obstacle." A male friend suggested, "What about Professor Relin? He is famous for being a flattering fat man." Julia was uncomfortable. "Do not mention that name again. That professor will turn away as soon as he sees a commoner." He replied, "What about Professor Carmel?" Another male friend sighed. "And of course, Professor Deculein won't." Ephraim at this time was only focused on the cake. "They won't eat that. I hope they do not." Julia shouted, "That is right, Ephraim. Let us try asking Professor Deculein." Her sudden action startled everyone. Julia was excited. "You will ask for us, right?" She was surprised. A male friend hesitated. "That is right. If you think about At, he is quite fair. He looks down on everyone, both nobles and commoners." She was excited. "You avoided being punished thanks to him. So does not that mean you have caught his eye?" Ephraim was confused. That is not it. Do you think he is a good person? She was scared. Why did the mood change in such a strange way? I do not want to be involved with Deculein. Firen ran away. Anyway, I can't do that. I am telling you. You are completely wrong. If I do that, A2 will only have the opposite effect. Julia chased after. Do not say that. Think carefully. She grabbed Efren's hand. Suddenly Julia stopped. She wondered. What is wrong? Julia. A cold voice spoke. Make way. Efren was surprised. Ee. She was blank. Ee. Julia hid behind the door, clenching her fist. Efren. Good luck. She was embarrassed. Julia. Why are you hiding? You coward. Efren cautiously looked at Wu Jin's back. She handed O the paper, Professor Zien Kulin. Efren mustered up her courage. I want to form a club, so I need the professor's signature, she told herself. Never mind. Efren tried to persuade. I absolutely won't bother you. It's just that other professors do not like the commoners club, so I am asking you. She thought to herself, I do not want to be involved with Deculein, but what that kid said also makes sense. Other professors will definitely not cooperate, and we will keep bothering them because of this. Let us try AT. He reached O and took the form. Wu Jin signed his name. You quickly draft the details and send them to my office. Efren was surprised. Huh. He replied, here's the form, take AT. She took AT back. Yes. Efren was shocked. He really signed AT. He just agreed so easily. That Deculein. Julia was delighted. Efren, you got Professor Deculin's signature. Just try once. I did not expect AT to succeed. She was skeptical. Why? Like the previous disciplinary committee. Why do you keep treating me so well? Wu Jin lectured. Today's lecture is directly related to understanding pure elements. As everyone knows, elements are the by-ditch attributes of most types of magic, but there are still many magicians who do not clearly understand the difference between magic systems and pure elements. He focused on instructing. For example, Efren was still full of questions. Does he feel guilty? She observed Wu Jin. Or does he feel sympathy? He pushed her father to his death. Even if he does this now, I will only feel AT's fake. Efren clenched her fist. If he truly realizes his mistakes, then he should publicly reveal his true nature to everyone and atone for his sins. Julia worried. Are you okay? Efren. She was startled. What? Julia asked. Your face has not looked good since a while ago. Do not pay attention to those guys anymore. They are just a bunch of pretentious nobles. They are not good at anything. Efren was confused. Julia, what are you suddenly talking about? UV there. People whispered. Look at that lowly thing still planning to enter the class. Why is she looking UV here? The short-haired friend said sarcastically. Unlucky thing, she smiled awkwardly. After the incident last time, I have completely become the common enemy of the nobility. Efren comforted Julia. He's okay. Julia, their actions do not affect us. Let us not care. Let us focus on the lecture. Wu Jin lectured. Even the B-ditch magic circles that everyone has used, surely every stroke contains a reason. She thought to herself, Ada seems. Deculin's lectures before were not like this. He demonstrated, in this fire magic circle, if you add 2 strokes, you can change the color. These 2 lines are to determine the color of the flame. So the magic we will learn today is this. Wu Jin conjured up a book. He flipped the book open. Flowing fire. This is not Efren's illusion. Deculin's lecture was just boosting, abusing the position of professor. But the lecture that Kim Yu-din is showing now is being beautifully recreated with magic. The creative explanation of the understanding of the upper class has made the new magician recruits present in a lecture hall gape. Also felt full of shock. Sinvia was moved. He said, as everyone knows, this is the magic circle that symbolizes water. But if you add the strokes of this magic circle to the fire magic circle, then A2 will be like this. A purple magic circle appeared. She and Efren were extremely shocked. The powerful magic flame burned brightly and dazzlingly. People exclaimed, AT's flowing, AT's flowing, the fire is flowing like water. Sinvai was stunned. No way. The lecture could be so purely theoretical. Usually, magicians who are called geniuses will use magic with their own intuition. For them, theory is just a large framework. If all magicians follow theory mechanically, then all magic will be patterned like copying and pasting. There is also one more thing. If you are too focused on theory, there won't be enough time to learn magic. Understanding all kinds of magic through theory is an unrealistic method that hunters learning magic. This is the contradiction of magic. In the end, if you want to become excellent, you must have excellent intuition. Sinvai was alert, but now they can't explain what is happening. She was confused. The lecture that the professor is teaching in front of her is so purely theoretical. AT's really unbelievable. At the end of the class, Ephraim was unconvinced. AT's too different from what I have heard. She sighed. AT's the first time I have focused on listening to a lecture. At the Magic Tower dormitory. Suddenly Ephraim stopped uncomfortably. The door was full of curses and contempt. She was annoyed. How long are you going to continue this childish prank? After I clashed with Sinvaya, Ada became even more serious. Suddenly Ephraim noticed the parcel under the door. She was surprised. Sponsorship certificate. Ephraim picked AT up. I almost got tricked. This will never happen. Who would sponsor a person that the Iliad family and Deculein are paying attention to? But this is also good. I should report that someone is faking sponsorship documents to receive a reward. The Magic Administrative Institute. She walked absent-mindedly. Ephraim was horrified. Azri. She recalled. The person in charge said, the sponsorship documents are Rio. The seal is also Rio. Ephraim shouted, yes. Huh. Lying. She smiled happily. This is really true. Ephraim was excited. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. She turned around in surprise, not knowing if anyone saw. Ephraim hid under the table, sorting her things. I hope AT's not rumored outside. Where is my 100,000 a line? AT's best to prepare luggage so I can leave at any time. She regretted. I suddenly went to tell the Administrative Institute. Ephraim remembered the expression of the person in charge. She was indifferent. What? Someone else is asking about this? She panicked. The employee's expression was a little strange at that time. Could AT be that they are targeting my money? Ephraim sat up. I have to be more careful. She held her head in pain. Oh, Ada hurts so much. Ephraim was touched. But this is not a dream. Right. She wiped away her tears. Someone has recognized my talent. This world is still worth living. Try a little more. The light shined into the room where Ephraim was sitting. At the capital hide-cane of Duel, the Duel mansion. Uriel asked the butler, was that true just now? He nodded. Yes. I heard that the head of the family went to the Hatsuinzel auction house. He should have arrived by now. She angrily shouted. Last year he spent tens of millions of elm from the treasury. What is he going to do at the auction house this time? If he causes trouble and comes back, do not expect to be at peace. Transitioning to the commercial city Rutten, the Statsinsel auction house. Woojin walked and told himself, I can finally buy what I have been looking for so long. When he started using the manipulation technique as his main magic, Woojin thought he needed to use a really good metal to make up for his lack of talent. Currently, he is temporarily using a treasure made of wood steel, but that is only a temporary solution. Woojin pushed open the door of the VIP waiting room, thinking to himself, what I really need will be auctioned off today. He suddenly saw a familiar figure in the room. Woojin exclaimed softly in his head, I did not expect this. Julie stood up, turning to look at him. She slowly walked in front of Woojin. Julie frowned. Are you still doing well? He lowered his eyes. Thinking, I did not expect to meet Julie here. She said loudly. I heard that you brought 2 Dung magicians to the disciplinary committee this time. Woojin coldly replied. You heard the news too late. So what? Do you also think it is my fault? Julie pursed her lips, glaring at him. After a moment, she spoke. They are just new recruits who have just entered the tower. Are you going to take away the hope of those who have just stepped into the dream? One day, your sins will become retribution and take revenge on you. Do not repeat the mistakes of the past. This is the last advice I can give you. This is the end that Julie gave to Woojin. The relationship that lasted with him has finally come to an end. Woojin thought to himself, but that may be better. I also think so. Even if Julie is a beauty, I do not want to get married for such a trivial reason. Moreover, the variables leading to death around her are too many, including Julie herself. If I am careless, I could die right in the wedding ceremony. She turned and left. He hesitated slightly, but the Julie I know is not the type of person who would come to an auction house. Why is she here? Woojin suddenly asked. Could it be that you came here just to say those words to me? Julie turned around sharply. What? What? Do not think so much. I absolutely did not come here just because of you. AT's just that I have something I want to buy, so I came here. Is that really so? I also have something I need to find here. He reassured. Okay. Calm down. Hearing AT once is enough to understand. Looking at her shyly turning away. Woojin smiled, in his heart feeling. How cute. AT's the first time I have seen her like this. She really misunderstood and made a fuss. Oh. Wait. What is this feeling? I was just thinking she was dangerous. Could AT be that I was infected by Deculeine's emotions and became fond of her? I have always been wary of that guy's personality. A voice suddenly came from above. Thank you, distinguished guests, for visiting Schatzinsel. The auction is about to begin. He secretly dismissed. Impossible. AT can't be like that. I do not have a heartbeat-pounding reaction when looking at Julie. AT's just worrying too much. Woojin sat in his seat. The host introduced the first item. Oriental vase. Look at its smooth curves. AT was made by a distant Oriental artisan. The vase radiated a bright golden light. He was secretly shocked. That light is thanks to the rich tycoon ability that I saw when looking at Epherine's file. Moreover, AT is becoming stronger. If so then, the host shouted excitedly, number 993, 700,000, number 1038, 750,000, 1,300,000. Guess number 1413, 1,500,000. Guess number 777, 2,500,000. Sold. Woojin secretly calculated. That ceramic vase never lost its light no matter how high the price was pushed, proving that AT is a valuable item beyond compare. The balance is still enough. Just keep the necessary amount. Investing the rest would not be bad either. The next items were brought one by one. Guess number 777. Lufrin's ring. 3 million. Sold. Lucho's scythe. 2,100,000 elm. Sold. Ancient chain 4,300,000. This time AT was also guest number 777, 5,500,000 elm. Sold. The attendees of the auction immediately buzzed. Oh, that guest number 777 has been continuously bidding successfully since just now. That person is not that Professor Deculein of Duel. Julie secretly sighed. How pathetic. If he can't attract attention in a place like this, would not that be too pitiful? He is a completely different person from me. He spends money without hesitation just to satisfy the momentary ostentation. He does not even know how to write the words humility and thrift. AT's incomprehensible. Never mind. I just need to get the ice fire stone. That is enough. The host said loudly. Next. This is the last item in today's auction. Many people are looking for but this is a rare and hard to find item. A mineral that has been marked in history through the famous swords of the Empire. The creation of nature. Ice fire stone. This is snow fire stone. Both Woojin and Julie's faces changed slightly. Snow fire stone. One of the rarest metals in this world. Like its name, this thing has both cold air and radiates heat. AT is a heaven-defying and extremely rare existence. Mainly used to make cold weapons such as swords. AAT is a material for making swords. Only legendary things like dragon bones can compare. He judged. Therefore, in reality, snow fire stone is the best material that can be found. She secretly made a decision. She must use that snow fire stone to make her beloved sword. The host kept shouting. 10 million. 13 million. 20 million. 25 million. 1,089. 30 million elm. Is there anyone else who will bid? If so, I will proceed to close the price at this level. Julie cheered in her heart. Great. 8 is closed. But he shouted loudly. 777. 31 million elm. She angrily turned around and glared at Woojin. Thinking, 777. The number that has been called dozens of times just today. AT's impossible not to know who AT is. Why in the end? The numbers were read again. 1,089. 32 million elm. Again AT was 777. 33 million. The man sitting next to him whispered in his ear. Do you intend to buy snow firestone to use as a material for making swords? You must want to use AT as a gift for your fiancée. Right. But if AT's just a gift, AT would not hurt to give AT up. That is really thoughtful. Woojin was surprised in his heart. What? The person who has been bidding against me since just now is Julie. That is right. If IT snow firestone, Julie will definitely be attracted. If I snatch AT may cause Julie to resent me. But this thing is also very important to me. Julie pursed her lips, thinking to herself, AT's been 3 years since AT last appeared. No one knows when the next batch will come. He told himself, even if I have to accept a little risk. A look of determination flashed in her eyes. For my sword. I must. Both of them at this time had the same thought. Get the Snowfire Stone at all costs. The host shouted loudly. For the last time. I will say AT again. 42 million elm. The owner of the magic metal. Snowfire Stone is. The distinguished guest number 777. Applause and comments rang. Oh, AT's really dramatic. In the end, Professor Deculein won the auction. That is right. This is the most fiercely contested auction. But, Duke Freydin is really too much. Professor Deculein has wholeheartedly given a gift to his fiancée, putting in so much effort. Clearly everything has been too obvious. Julie gritted her teeth and secretly called, oh. Again. Are we going to repeat what happened a year ago? I never wanted that. She remembered the scene of Deculein filling the table with jewels. If you want, I can give these to you. No. Even more than that. I can do anything for you. Julie told herself. That was the worst engagement day. If you could, she would come to my side. I am so great. The only thing I felt was that arrogance. Before the magnificent treasures he showed off, I only felt humiliated. You know clearly what I really want from you. I left immediately, and I also ruined the engagement ceremony. But that was not the end. At that time, malicious gossip constantly surrounded Julie. She was so arrogant, but in the end she fell into Deculein's hands. I heard that the condition for marriage is to get the position of head of the knights under the Duels family. I heard that AT was said that Duchess Julie was the one who took the initiative to cling to him first. She angrily thought, those disgusting rumors tarnishing my beliefs. Who spread them is too obvious. Does he think that, doing that, I will come back to him? How foolish. No matter how hard I try, I can't love him. And this time as well. Julie stood up, realizing that Woojin was standing right behind her. She was secretly startled. He asked. You also want to have Snowfire Stone? Julie uncomfortably muttered to herself. How long are you going to tease me? But only uttered a word. Woojin suddenly spoke. Sorry. She was stunned. What did you say? But he did not explain but turned and left. Well then, I am leaving. Julie stood blankly in place. After a moment she left, walking and wondering to herself. What? Sorry for what? Could it be because he paid a higher price to win the Snowfire Stone? But the Deculein I know is not that kind of person. Julie just stepped outside when she heard a call. Julie. She exclaimed. Sister. Josephine waved her hand. Get in the car quickly. She is the eldest daughter of the Freydin family. Julie's sister. The car drove to the Duels mansion. Woojin looked out the window. Thinking, Julie must have intended to make her own collection from Snowfire Stone. But I bid and bought AT. She must be angry. And there are still no variables threatening my life appearing. How surprising. Just how much of a piece of trash was the Deculein that she killed? The servants in the house saw him enter and hurriedly bowed. Welcome back, master. Woojin was slightly surprised. What is the matter? The servant hurried to report. Lady Uriel has arrived. He went upstairs and saw Uriel standing silently in the study. She did not look at Woojin. That is the money to pay for the purchase of the ore mine. You said you would just hold AT for a while, and yet you do this. He realized. Secretly exclaiming, no wonder my PSN account has so much money. I was too careless. Woojin calmly spoke. Do not worry. I only bought things that are sure to be profitable. Uriel angrily shouted. Are you treating me like a trash can? Woojin slightly turned his head. Secretly exclaiming, this is not good at all. She cried and questioned. Do you think I am someone who specializes in cleaning up your mess? The finances of our region are already not abundant. I and my subordinates have to work hard so that this family will not decline. And yet you spend AT all in one day and say you only bought profitable things. In this world in the end. How can someone take the region's money to gamble? Streams of red energy escaped from Uriel. He frowned. Secretly cursing, damn the fate of the villain is breaking. But among the streams of red energy, a golden light also began to flash. Sharp vision also appeared. The meaning of this is very simple. If this situation is not resolved, AT will become a variable leading to death, but if IT is overcome smoothly, then this will be a huge gold mine. And I know the answer to this problem. Woojin looked directly at her. Do not worry. Uriel. Uriel shouted. Shut up. Do you think I am worried? Because of what you did, I am about to have a hard time. Do you think I live to suffer? Dropping out of the academy, never dating even once, is not at all because of you. He softened his voice. You do not need to do that. She was still very excited. Do not need what? Since our parents died, you only know how to eat, drink, and spend money wastefully, to the point of spending 1.5 billion eln in one day. You bastard. Woojin gently continued. I will give you the position of family head. Uriel paused. She looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? Woojin repeated. Uriel, I said I will give you the position of Duseep Lai family head. Uriel shouted in panic. What? What? Lying. Lying, he slightly reminded. That way of speaking is a little uneducated. You are about to become the family head. She turned away. Do not lie, Woojin calmly said. I am not lying. If you do not believe it, we can make a contract. Uriel was startled. What? A contract. A type of magic contract that can cost you your life if you break it. Are you serious? He nodded. Yes. She brushed it off. No, this is too unreasonable. Why suddenly like this? Did you hit your head somewhere? Woojin said calmly. If you do not want to believe it, you do not have to believe it. Uriel looked away. If you change your mind later, just wait and die. He asked caringly. Are you planning to go back right away? She snapped. Of course. Someone just spent a lot of money in the auction. How can I not worry about cleaning up? The door slammed shut. A notification appeared. The fate of the villain. Overcome the variable of death. Add 2 store money. Woojin sighed, calling O silently. It's like a storm just swept through. But luckily nothing happened. Unlike the head professor, giving away the position of family head is not a problem. If I keep changing little by little like this, I will eventually escape. Suddenly, a voice rang. Oh, looks like you were not just talking. He looked at the person who suddenly appeared at the window, secretly wondering. Gansha. Woojin spoke. You are really uninvited guest. She jumped into the room. Sorry. I was just passing by, because what I saw was too surprising. He crossed his arms. What is worth being surprised about? That kid is better at being the family head than me. Ganesha shook her head. No, but even so, Uriel von Dillen Duciale. She does not have even a drop of Duciale blood. Woojin was full of shock. What do you mean? This was not in the setting. She shrugged. Uriel does not have even a drop of Duseep Lai blood in her. His whole body stiffened, thinking to himself, according to the setting, Uriel is a half-sister, so I knew early on that Uriel is not related to Deculein by blood. But, does not have even a drop of Duseep Lai blood. This? I have never heard of this. Ganesha asked calmly. Can that really be so? Did not you, Professor, personally tell us before, you and your sister are not related by blood? I said that clearly. Woojin told himself. So there is an inside sieve to write like that, he said calmly. Even so, Uriel is still Uriel. She exclaimed. You have surprised me countless times today. I never expected you, Professor, to say such words. Woojin secretly replied. Because I did not even know that there was such a setting. Ganesha walked to the windowsill. Okay, I will definitely keep the secret about your sister. And one more thing before I go. I heard that the 6 serpent heads have started to act. The 6 serpent heads, the leaders of a notorious criminal organization across the continent. Each of them has a bounty of tens of millions on their heads, enough to show how far their fierce reputation has spread. She reminded, those guys are targeting items purchased from auction houses. The transportation can be taken care of by the auction house. But when the goods arrive at the mansion, it's best to be careful. Recently, it seems that you, Professor, have been too negligent in arranging magic defenses, which is why I was able to sneak in so easily. Well then, I am leaving. After speaking, Ganesha disappeared, leaving only a white handkerchief. He leaned against the table, exhaling a breath. Woojin thought with a headache. That was a fact that I did not need to know. Whether or not it's true does not change anything. From the beginning, I was Navi Kulin. Therefore, regardless of whether Uriel is related by blood or not, my attitude will not change because of that. Uriel will always be Kulin's sister. Therefore, let this truth be buried in silence. Transition to a forest. A group of people sitting by the fire. Ganesha comfortably said. Really, Professor Kulin has changed a lot. It's as if someone else is wearing his appearance. He looks completely different from before. Just because that scumbag said a few flowery words. He looks different, a subordinate said. AT's because you are obsessed with his looks. No matter what he says, you will think AT's great. She was annoyed, in that case, because you are ugly. I will tear your face apart. He hurriedly shouted. You told me I was handsome. Ganesha argued. There was a handsome man passing behind you at that time. You idiot. Really was suspicious. Deculein also has such a side. She is an adventurer of the Red Garnet Adventure Gar Rupp, a relative of Julia. Ganesha put on her hat again. Anyway, perhaps there is no need to be wary of Deculein anymore. I intended to ask him if he was still looking for magic slaves, but I did not see any signs. So then, is 80 time to go back? And what you heard today, keep it all secret. The entire adventure Gar Rupp stood up, holding hands together to form a circle. A blue light shone around them, then turned into a dazzling ray of light and flew away. The next day, at the Magic Academy, Woojin sat behind his desk, humming softly. He looked at the store system displaying enhanced quality, efficiency, and output of magic power, price 10 coins. Muttering, now I can finally use the store system, but I do not have enough money to buy what I really need. The store system is a system that allows character enhancement with store currency. Not only players, but also famous characters can be enhanced through this store. However, the opportunity to use the store system is very rare, at most only about 6 times until the final stage. The reason's because each level of the store can only be used once. Each time the level increases, the amount of money required also doubles. Woojin leaned back. With such a precious opportunity, I can't rush to use AT right now. Although he still persisted in memorizing magic, physical training, and practicing using magic with metal a daily habit. But to face the notorious villains head-on, his power is still too lacking. Woojin told himself, what I need right now to develop is to enhance the quality of magic power. He softly spoke, I have to quickly earn the remaining 4 store coins. There was a knock on the door. Woojin looked out. Come in. Deculein poked his head in. Greetings, Professor. 8 is nothing big. AT's just that I received this right in front of the door. He placed a newspaper on the table. You should be careful. Today's issue of the Magician magazine has this. On 8 was a wanted notice for Lockhart. There have been reports of the appearance of magician assassin Lockhart in the outskirts of the capital. Please limit going out if 8 is not really necessary. Woojin silently read. Magician assassin Lockhart. This guy is the biggest threat to players using magic in the early and middle stages of the game. Could it be that he has started to appear now? Of course, if I were just an ordinary magician, then he would be a big threat. But for me at this time, there is nothing to worry about. On the contrary, if I can encounter him, who knows, I might even earn store coins. He stood up. Magician assassin is not worth worrying about. I will go to the library. You should also go to your work. Deculein nodded. Yes. Professor. Woojin walked past him and then stopped, secretly calling that is right. He turned to Deculein. Deculein, are you interested in the position of teaching assistant? He was blank. What? Professor. Of course I. What? You are saying that you will recommend me to be a teaching assistant. But did not you always say I do not have talent? Woojin replied. I said that because I saw your dedication. In his head he added. Anyway, there was just a document requesting the selection of a teaching assistant that was issued. Deculein was excited. But Woojin held a ring. Do not ask any more. Just take a tea. This is a bracelet engraved with the Duel crest. Continue to work hard in the future. He hurriedly bowed and took a tie. Thank you, Professor. He thought to himself, Deculein's ability to sort documents and handle chores is outstanding. I can't let a useful person like him run away. Deculein was very moved. Bracelet engraved with the Duel crest. Woojin looked at him, telling himself, all those who tremble before Deculein's cruelty could not bear it and left. Even Deculein, who still shouldered countless tasks alone, could run away at any time. He gave Deculein money and instructed, go home early today and use this money to buy dinner to eat. He was surprised. What? Professor, this is too much. Woojin did not care, walking straight outside. Deculein held the money, looking blankly after him, in the library dedicated to academy staff. He thought as he entered, the reason I came to the library today is because of Luni's thesis. The topic that I found in the research room is related to the creation of pure elements. However, AAT contains too many errors and loopholes. forcing me to edit and supplement a time. By the way, if I can find a useful manipulation magic book, that would be even better. Woojin suddenly noticed a person. He frowned. Why are you in the reading room dedicated to staff? New magician Sinvai. Sinvai was startled and exclaimed softly. 10 minutes ago, she stood before the librarian's desk. The librarian hesitated to report. Yes. Professor. Currently, Lady Sinvai is looking for materials to study, although this is a reading room dedicated to staff. But, through the crystal ball. Rolin laughed. What is important about that? A person who is both the heir of Iliad and the best new magician this year. Then there is no need to be bound by those small rules. AT's all for learning. Let her use IT freely. The librarian looked up. Lady Sinva, he said AT's okay, so you can feel free to read. Sinvia's hobby is researching documents and languages. She came to the reading room dedicated to staff to find materials that can satisfy both fields that she is passionate about. That is the novel written in Edenal. Since the elves disappeared, the value of these texts has been increasing, making the Edenal novel a very rare material. This is why Sinvia, who is not qualified to enter this reading room, appeared here today. Of course, she must not have expected that. Sinvia glanced UV, calling O silently. Again, meeting in Kulin in this place. Woojin frowned at her. Why are you in the reading room dedicated to staff? Do you want the disciplinary committee to be summoned again? Sinvai was startled, with 1,000 thoughts in her head. Why is he here? I clearly heard that he never went near the library. She slightly bowed her head. I only came in here because there are some materials I need to find. Professor Rolin has also given permission. His attitude was still not better, so that means the professor ignored the rules, and the librarian also turned a blind eye to this matter. Then, all of them are worthy of being disciplined. Sinvai was flustered. What? That? The book in her hand suddenly flew up. Woojin reached out to catch it. He flipped through a few pages. Edenal novel. Your purpose for breaking the rules is only to read a romance novel written in the Elven language. She panicked. What? You can read Edenal. No. Wait, Woojin calmly said. I only because I am interested in documents and languages, so. He returned the novel to Sinvai's hand. I will let 80 go this time. But if you come here again on your own, then I will issue a punishment. So, if it's not because you want to show off your family's prestige, then from now on, send someone to borrow books instead of entering here yourself. After speaking, Woojin turned and left. She clenched the book in her hand, angrily thinking, how dare you make me suffer this humiliation? I just wanted to use the Edenal novel to understand more about the elves. But, how can Yi Kulin read Edenal? Edenal does not have consistency, so it's not easy to understand. Transition. In a forest, many students are gathering. Maybe he's chasing wild animals. Hey, AT ran in that direction. Do not lose track. Another Geepy is preparing food. Put that thing here. Retlin looked around. The first internship that everyone is calmly participating in. The mountain of darkness should have scared them. Relin wiped the sweat on his forehead. When night falls, we certainly can't continue practicing like this. But anyway, AT's all very commendable. The Dark Mountain is a mountain located a bit separate from the university campus. For the Magic Tower, this is a very important and heavily guarded place. This forest is both a place for practical training. Therefore, the magical beasts and poisonous insects here are also very dangerous. Therefore, the Magic Tower always assigns professors to patrol and protect this place with many layers of barriers. Relin asked Woojin. That is right, Head Professor Yi Kulin. This patrolling professor has not been decided. We need to assign a new person. What do you think? He coldly replied. I will take on this task. He laughed. As expected, you truly deserve to be the head professor, always taking the lead as an example for everyone. Truly the ideal model of a scholar. Woojin secretly retorted. It is not about being an example. He looked in one direction, seemingly thinking. Inside there, something is pulling me towards Itai. It must be why the side quest was activated. When night falls, this mountain will turn into a horror game. I do not know what will happen. Relin was telling the students. Okay, let us finish the work quickly. A female student at the end bowed. Goodbye. Professor. 9 hours later, in a cave near the Magic Tower, the whole Gieptha Rupee marveled at the sweets on the table. They are so beautiful. Looking at them, I feel sorry to eat them. They look so delicious. But you really bought all of this? Ephrine. She puffed her chest. Of course, just eat heartily. Ephrine happily called silently. Now I have 100,000 elm, she said loudly. I am paying for all of this. The male student next to her cried out softly in excitement. Julia smiled. Because I have submitted the plan to form a club. AT should be approved soon. This is the first party before officially starting. He replied, I just hope everyone is not too wary. But the number of registrants is smaller than I thought. She encouraged, do not worry. If we do well, more people will join. Speaking of which, I heard there was an internship in the Dark Mountain Range during the day. Ephraim, while hungrily looking at the ice cream, replied, yes. There were 50 volunteers. That place occasionally has accidents, and yet they still dared to go. At this moment, a stream of red light suddenly swept UV everyone. The 4 people hurriedly ran out to see, fussing and asking, what is that? Did you hear something? You too. Where is AT? Let us go see. They hurriedly ran towards the place where the sound came from.